Zeppelin.
Nope. They're all 90210 characters. Jensen made those.
That's awesome.
And then he gave them to Kat to give them to me.
Sweet.
Because they're awesome. And they're like those are $8 a piece.
Are they?
And I got them for free.
Nice.
He hasn't made the Dylan McKay one yet, though.
I like those though.
He's holding off on
them. I mean, it took me a second to realize they were like fake band logos.
Yeah, Jensen's got a whole new thing where he's like making pins and buttons. It's called Patty Lapel. Yeah, I figured you would like that.
That's good.
They're pretty awesome pins, and they're like limited edition ones. And he does like silly ones, but it's a lot of like 90s like throwbacks and
so does he
nostalgia.
Actually like make them, or does he order them from someone else?
I think he like has a company that he's working with. Okay. And then he sells them online and in Gallery 1988.
Oh, who was asking about Mobaneko?
Oh, some dude I was talking to at Lucha Underground.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I'm like a staple there now, and everybody's talking to me, and then they found out I do like all this stuff, and like.
So you told him about the record?
We were just talking about records, and I'm like, yeah, I made a record. He's like, what? You made a freaking record? Like, because this dude was like way into music, and he knows a lot of bands, and he's like, I've been working with some bands, and like some of them want to like do vinyl, and like. You totally can do it, but it's expensive. And also, like, because one of his friends' bands, did I do the Hangout? Well, it's fine that we did. Oh, no, we're on Hangout.
Yeah.
Hey, YouTube. Forgot to say that. Hey, YouTube. So one of his friends' bands, their label, like, did a rush job where because I brought up the mastering. It's like, it's funny that you mentioned that because because this band, like, there was a rush job by the label, I guess.
Right.
And they just pressed the vinyl just straight from the CD mastering. Sounded like garbage, and their fans like revolted, asked for refunds. And he's like, "What's up?" Like he didn't even understand. I'm like, "Yeah, like CD mastering and mastering for vinyl, totally different." The reason why the old reissues work is because they just if they still have the reel-to-reel stuff, you can totally do that.
Right.
Like you can go straight from that to that. But if you're anything post like. Anything in the CD age, like any digital thing, like you have to remaster it, and that's a lot of money. Yeah. Like, because so I kind of was explaining that. I'm like, I'm not even like the audio person in our little outfit, but I'm like, so I explained as well as I could, and that's why the podcast thing works. I'm like, we don't have to do any mastering.
Right, it doesn't have to sound. And it's also why punk bands and stuff, do a lot of vinyl because they don't care if it sounds. Yeah. It doesn't have to be perfect. It can be rough because that's their thing. Yeah. So that's why you get a lot of that in that area. And then I was kind of explaining, like, with the short runs, you're looking at a pretty high cost per record. But if you have a bigger fan base and you can sell like 1,000+ records, then you're looking at a lower. Then it is cheap per item. It's still not cheap. No, it's not like, but it's a lot less. Yeah. So really, that vinyl is something you do when either you're going to spend a lot of money out of your pocket and not recoup it, or you have a big enough audience that will actually buy this stuff. And then I talked about just the potential pitfalls because I talked about some of the Kickstarters where where it's all gone. I still haven't gotten the purchase. It's gone bad because and then I'm like, well, this company, we've done a lot of research. Yeah. So that's where he asked the name and I gave it to him. People are so mean too. Like there's a bunch of people going on their Facebook like, where's my blah blah blah, and it's not like they haven't. They also don't realize what are they? They've tried. What are they going to do? They can't force do you want the bad vinyl? Like we can send that to you. So think how long it took ours to get, and if you did that cycle like three different times, they've gotten bad stuff now. So 3 different times. So they're on the 4th round. So just one round is that's what 3, 4, 5 months. Right, yeah, and or more depending on because I don't think they went through the same people. And also if it's something with I don't know, like you said, it was like the actual physical stuff, right? The vinyl. Like the first time that got returned, they weren't happy with the way the master was. So then you got to do some remaster. That's a lot of time and money. Tons of time. So then the second one came. And the hole wasn't drilled correctly. Yeah. Oh, I knew there was something with the hole. It was off center. Yeah. And so they sent those back. And then the second one, it was literally cut out the wrong. So it was 13 inches. And so it doesn't fit on the turntable. And it just wasn't the edges were all messed up. Yeah. And so both of the second and third time, I think the company took care of it because they're bad, but it's still another 3 months. That's another however many months. They got to repress all the records that. So, and I guess a few of them came out okay, but then the colored ones were totally messed up. And I'm supposed to get a colored one and a black one. Yeah. So who knows?
So it's just like a freaking mess, man.
Yeah, and I mean, so like, I feel really bad for him.
Because that's the thing. Like people just impatient people, and like they don't understand, and that's unfortunate. And that's one of the things you got to realize when you're doing this kind of stuff.
Yep,
is potential for.
Well, and if you're going for like you need it by a deadline, like CDs take no time at all. I mean, it takes a little time, but if you want to rush it, it's not that much to rush it. If next week you said, "Oh my gosh, we could sell thousands of CDs, let's press them now," we could get them by next week.
Yeah,
records doesn't matter how much money you have, it's not coming by next week
unless you want to like go hand press them yourself somewhere,
or fly to France,
or you know somebody with a laser cutter and you know how to do that.
Because you have the labels are a separate thing, and the sleeves are a separate thing,
and that's so I did a pretty good job of explaining all that. And then I'm also like, if you go to Mobineco, they'll send you you can get the sampler thing, and they'll send you like samples of everything. You also get some free records out of that. Yeah. Like, so he's like, I'm like, you should just do that just to see if it's something, and like look at their site, and you can get a quote. And so he's pretty stoked. It was just this dude that I was talking to. Well, you get there early. You're there for so long, and like, I don't know. Now people like, I don't know, people like, because for a while I'm just like this lone dude. So like, I don't know. But then they realize like, oh, you're here all the time. And then I was talking about WrestleMania, and everybody wanted to hear about that. And then like, I've made friends. Like I made friends early with some of like the super fans there, and then they kind of like, because I'm friends with them, then I'm cool with all these other guys. Right. And then you just gradually like, it's like I feel like I've hit like peak influence at the temple. We'll talk about it more when we do. But yeah, this weekend was fun. And also like
episodes.
I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, recording.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty tired because it was 2 days. It was 2 days of standing. I was in standing section until the last one. The PA that I've become friends with over the time, finally, I think she had pity on me, and I was super nice to her.
That's good.
Being nice goes such a long way, especially when most people are jerks. Yep. Like in a situation where everybody's grumpy, or like just being nice, like, or just talking to somebody like a human being. Like, oh, how's it going? Oh, you guys are doing a great job. Oh, thank you. And that's all it takes, because the second, like during the intermission, she like came right to me and she's like, "Can you get 3 other people?" And I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "All right, you're good. You got seats. You're in." And then I made 3 other people's whole evening. We'll talk about that. That's how I got these.
Okay. These are cool.
And I also got a coupon at the Wrestling Guy store.
Nice.
10% off.
Did you meet the Wrestling Guy?
Yeah. He was cool.
That's cool.
He's got a store.
What's the Under the Mat?
I met that guy in Dallas.
Podcast?
Yeah.
Nice. All kinds of new things to fiddle with.
Got my new Colt DVD. It's the second adventure.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Talking with Colt was really cool. And also just like, I don't know, I feel like every time I talk to him, I feel more and more like not just like a dumb fan, because we were talking about podcasting stuff this time. Yeah. It's like, actually, because he's like, "You really saved my butt with that," because those were for like Howl, which is like, that's like how he's actually making money doing those. Right. And he's like, if I hadn't been able to figure out how to get that done, and I couldn't turn in this episode, like, then I look like a bush league to them, and like, but now he's got a second round. He's getting ready to push out to them, and then they're actually going to put up all his archives. Like, they're going to take him out. Nice. They're going to take the archives off his site and put them up on Howl, kind of like Marin does, where like you only have the last 50 episodes and everything else can be up on premium. So he's like, I'm going to do that. So again, like, because I was able to have those first 3, and you helped me with the 3.
That's awesome.
So it was cool. It's nice cool talking about that.
It's nice to help the others.
Yeah, it made me feel good. It was cool. And talking to him, because like wrestlers kept coming over to his table, because he's like just a really well-known, nice guy in the community. And then I got to talk to everybody that came by, because I was just kind of talking to him for a while, and then I got to talk to all the people that came by his table. That's met cool. A bunch of people that way. People that I'm like, "Oh, hey, yeah, I know who you are, and I'm a big fan." And just cool stuff. Lots of cool hanging out with people, being a nice person, meeting people.
So he makes more money from the podcast than the other stuff, you think?
What do you mean?
You said that's like his main thing.
No, wrestling is his main thing.
Wrestling is the main thing.
And selling merchandise. Selling these.
Oh, yes.
Just all his merch.
And the beach stuff.
The what? Yeah.
I've seen him all over the place. Like we were at the Lego water park. He's got his things all over the place.
Cabanas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is a racket. Definitely. People were paying like $50 to rent those things for the day.
People rent those? Like even like at a water park?
Yeah.
Just because they want like a shady. I guess if you like got money.
Well, and the ones there, I mean, they have like a fridge in there and there's like a little like table.
I didn't even know that was a thing until I was watching Beverly Hills 90210 and they have the cabanas at the beach club. Yeah. I'm like, and then I looked it up. I'm like, so you're just paying for like a, because you don't like, because at first I'm like, do they stay there? Do you like stay at the pool? Like, no, it's just like having a place, your own little spot. And I'm like, I guess if I was like going to the beach or wherever every day, or like, and I wanted like, and if also me, like, it'd be nice to have a place to like get out of the sun.
Yeah.
And have a safe place to keep.
Still,
still just seems like burning money. That seems like a very rich people thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, there weren't a ton of them rented, but there was probably 4 or 5 rented out on the day we were there, which was totally empty. And so I peeked into one that wasn't rented out, and they've got a little fridge and a table and some chairs.
Well, they had the ones because they had those ones at my apartment in Irvine, like that. But like, and like, I guess on busy days you have to reserve them, but we just kind of went in there.
It took over.
But yeah,
I don't know.
But like, so because that the whole cabana thing, that's weird. But yeah, that's totally a thing, like at hotels and stuff, especially like in Vegas at like the big resort places.
Well, I remember in Hawaii, there like on the beaches and stuff, there was. So
that's funny. I guess if you want
a place to have shade, you don't already have it.
Keep your drinks cold. And you don't want to have a cooler. That's totally a rich person thing.
It totally is.
Private changing rooms.
I guess maybe like an old person thing.
Do they have a bathroom?
No, you have your own bathroom? No.
I guess that's like super fancy.
Yeah, and not the usual ones anyway. But I could see like a grandma that goes, grandparents.
And then you just kind of hang out. And then they hang out because they're not like going out in the sun. And
so I guess if you're doing that, you want to go, but you don't want to dip your feet in the pool and then go hang out in the shade. I guess.
But the Legoland, are they made out of Legos?
No, but they have a lot of cool Lego stuff. Like,
so they have Lego stuff in the pool?
Yeah, like they have a lazy river,
Yeah.
And they have on their tubes, like they have this like contraption strapped to the tube that makes like a building platform on it. And they have these giant floating Legos that like are just all floating around in there. You can just pick them up as you go around and build stuff. So we're like building castles and forts and stuff as you're floating along. Man. It's super, super cool.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good theming in it. There's like 2 big lands. There's the city land, and then there's the Chima, which is like their animal fighting guys.
Yeah.
And then there's a pirate ride. There's actually they have like a what do you call it? Tidal wave.
Yeah.
Except it's in the water park, so it's like soaked and you're just already wet.
Yeah.
So it's not like miserable afterwards.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's the best place to put one of those.
Well, and the cool part is it's like right on the border between the main park and the water park. So you can come into it from the main park if you want to be miserable all day.
Yeah.
Or you can just come from the water park and then
because if they had that at a water park, I would just ride it a bunch of times.
Well, here's the funny part. So the kids did everything there. They went on water slides, like they weren't afraid of anything. And then even the biggest ones, and then we went on that, and they're like, yeah, and then it's this huge wall, and it was also like way colder than the other water, and there's goosh, and they both just start sobbing. Why did you make us do this? And they're just crying. We're like, we thought you guys wanted. No, this is horrible. Just crying the whole way back out. We're like, all right, we won't make you guys go on this anymore. But it wasn't until the water hit, like they saw what it did, and they were like, yeah, this looks fun. But reality,
getting soaked with cold water.
I think it was cold, and it's like kind of it's a big blast, So it's like getting a bucket thrown on you.
Yeah.
But they just did not like.
Oh, they'll be fine when they're older.
Oh yeah. Janelle and I liked it because
my favorite thing in tidal wave, because when you're a kid, I guess when you're a kid, you don't care that you're wet all day.
Yeah.
Because I remember as a kid just not caring, and I remember I loved standing on that bridge.
Yeah.
Like I loved it.
Letting it just pound you.
And my dad would just be like, "You guys are soaked." I'm like, "I don't care." And but it's like as soon as I guess it's when you're old enough that the chafe starts.
Yeah.
And the just feeling gross.
Miserable, gross.
Especially well, SeaWorld I just remember SeaWorld being the worst because it's salt water.
Oh yeah.
And like that does bad things to you. The worst burning I ever had in my life was Shamu's show at like the beginning of the day, and then having to walk around all day. And I was on fire. I was on fire. I was crying. I was crying.
That's horrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know my saltwater story, right? Yeah, okay. Well, for the people that don't know,
you should tell it.
I went on a backpack with my friend Clark, and it was up in Santa Cruz. And so we started up in the mountains, and we actually hiked out towards the ocean. And there's a campground kind of right near the ocean, and we stopped. It was only like a 2-night thing, so we camped out, and we hiked down and camped, and then we walked out on the full day and went to the beach, and we like went full swimming, and then came back and camped again. Except the problem is there's no showers. We were backpacking.
Yeah.
So I'm totally soaked. Clothes are soaked.
Oh, dude, that's horrible. I
had to hike, and it was like it was a mile back from the beach.
Oh my god!
And it was like 3.5 or 4 miles up a hill back out. And I was.
How are you even like walking?
I was like waddling by the end, just in flames. Horrible. And carrying a bag. So yeah, salt water and walking do not mix. I don't know. It just seemed fun. My first clue should have been because we wound up calling it the Beach of Death because there was a dead seal and a ton of dead birds and I think like dead fish and stuff, like just all kinds of, and then we went swimming in it anyway. So it probably was bad. It's probably like, I don't know.
Probably like run off and stuff. Yeah, it's probably
chemical and
you get like a cough afterwards. Probably get like some kind of bronchitis.
Yeah,
I remember when because like they were talking about this on the Blaze where like Dylan became like a total like Heal the Bay advocate because he got sick like from surfing, and they're like that is a total thing, but it is kind of silly. But then I like remembered growing up, like my dad would get like major bronchitis like 3 or 4 times a year from surfing and my mom would always, I'm like, Carson, don't go surfing, like, because especially after it rains, he's like, I'll be fine, and then like he just have like this horrible cough.
Yeah, because think of what happens when it rains, like
so all that,
just all the crud stuff from the whole entire state out there. You don't want to swim during that. No.
And like, I mean, it's can also, especially, I think it's gotten better. Like it was already like there are places like even in San Diego, like LA is bad, but like even San Diego that are pretty polluted to begin with.
Well, in San Diego, like, you've got like the Mexico stuff coming up too.
Oh yeah,
where there's like no regulations. So depending on the weather and
my mom made him because he would go surf down there for a while, and my mom made him stop doing that.
Yeah, because that's bad.
Yeah, like you go down to Baja and like you could like get like my dad knew people that got like hepatitis and stuff from like surfing
because they're just
yeah.
I mean, maybe that's gotten better too.
I knew surfers got tuberculosis.
Yeah, well, you're just swimming in poo.
Pretty much
swimming in poo.
But yeah, so I just remember like 3 or 4 times a year, my dad would just have like horrible coughs.
Surf cough.
Yep. I'm like, that's great. Like, yeah, I really want to do that. And they'd be like, come on, kid, let's go to the beach. I'm like, no
surf cough.
Because I remember one time my mom like flipped out because he took us like the day after it rained.
Ugh.
And luckily nothing happened. But like, she's like, what are you doing?
But just knowing.
There's signs. There are signs.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's go out there all day.
It's good for you. Put hair on your chest.
Yeah. Not to mention like, then like the sunburn stuff, and like the third time that I had like blisters, like you wearing a shirt.
That's why they make those rash guards, right?
Yeah. Well, I remember the first time I got like just a really bad rash just from like
board rubbing. Yeah. I was never a big surfer, but I boogie
board. Yeah, and like I remember the first time I got that real bad, and the nipple chain.
Oh, that's the worst.
I think I made my nipples bleed once, and that's where I'm like, okay, shirt. Forever now, because at first I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, what is happening? What is this?
Although sometimes, depending on the like texture of the shirt, even
change. That. So I think I did get like a rash guard shirt because they didn't make couldn't find a wetsuit. They didn't make them in like husky kid sizes, and I was too little for like adult wetsuits. So, and also wetsuits are really expensive, and So then they had like those rash guard, like it was like a half wetsuit like shirt, and I think I had one of those later on.
Did I ever tell you about Janelle and I in the wetsuits?
Yeah.
Because we were like super into snorkeling, and we found these like, you know, the largest ones you could find, and they were like on bargain clearance at some place. I think it was like a going out of business like sporting goods store or something. Yeah. So we bought them, and we could just barely squeeze our bodies into them. So we looked like penguins like waddling along in these things. And we went out to at Leo Carrillo because it says you can snorkel there.
Yeah.
But it's pretty rough. Like you have to get out pretty far. And the day we were there, so we kept like waddling into the surf trying to get out. And then it would push us back and we'd waddle out some more with our snorkels and fins on. And I was like, oh my gosh. And there's people on the beach like watching us. Like they were probably like, I'm surprised it hasn't shown up on YouTube. Like fat penguin people.
Couple in wetsuits.
Yeah, because seriously, because it was so tight. It was like Christmas Story. You can't put your arms down kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then flippers and snorkels. So
my dad was nuts. He would surf in like February in his like, because he had like a scuba like dry suit.
Oh yeah.
And he would surf in it sometimes, like with his booties and everything. And yeah, it was pretty crazy. He was pretty very gung-ho. Because the water's pretty cold year round.
Yeah.
But like in January, like it's like really cold. I remember he got pneumonia once, and like my mom would just always be yelling at him, like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "What? That's fine."
Matthew and I snorkeled in December off Catalina.
That is crazy because Catalina is the coldest. Yeah. As cold as it is here, I always try to explain to people, Catalina is like 10, 15 degrees there, like colder. It is freaking cold.
It was really cold.
It must have been freezing because, like, I remember my worst memories of Boy Scout camp is when I took life-saving merit badge, and we had to get up at 6 a.m. and jump in the water before breakfast. We had to go swim. We swam a mile every morning before breakfast. There's like this rock, so like the Boy Scout camp is like on the other side of the island, and there's this big rock, and it was like a mile. The rock was half a mile out, so back and forth was a mile. We had to do that at 6 a.m. and it was freezing.
Yeah, it's with David and I because I went with Matthew once and then David once, and David and I went like super early.
Yeah,
and I remember
it's so cold.
Like we walked out to the point. I can't remember. There's like a Lover's Cove or something like that, and there's a guy like guarding it there, like early in the morning to make sure people don't drive cars out. I think.
Yeah.
He's like, "Where are you guys going?" We're like, "Oh, we're going snorkeling out." And he's like, "It's freezing. Are you guys serious?" We're like, "Yeah, we like snorkeling." He's like,
"The snorkeling out there is amazing.
It's incredible."
Like one time, I remember the coolest thing that ever happened when we were snorkeling down there. I was snorkeling with my dad, and I was like, "Wow, what's?" Because I saw we were snorkeling, and then like there was this patch where I'm like, "What's like? Oh, what's on the ground there? It's just really dark." And he's like, "Oh." And he dove down because he was really good at like he could hold his breath because he was a scuba diver,
right?
So he could hold his breath for like 2 or 3 minutes easy. So he dives down. It's like 30, 40 feet. Goes down there and he starts waving his arms. And then like it was like 100 bat rays just like scattered.
Oh, that's awesome. They
were like all like on top. It was and I was like, like I freaked out. It's like it's fine.
That's awesome. Yeah, those like free diver guys that like just do it like with nothing. Yeah, it is insane.
It's pretty nuts.
So
because he would do that kind of stuff. He wouldn't even have a snorkel or anything, and he would go down and grab shells and stuff.
That's awesome.
And
did I mention that when Matthew and I went in December, it was at night?
I don't think I could ever do that.
It is scary. One of the scariest things I've ever done.
I'd be terrified.
Well, because for Christmas. For my birthday or something, David gave me a waterproof flashlight, an underwater flashlight, and we're like, we got to use it. I guess night snorkeling is it, and
bad.
So it was just the two of us, like had one flashlight between us, and it was like, because all you can see is that beam, and it's terrifying. Like, what if who knows what's out there?
And there's stuff out there, man.
We saw lobsters,
there's sharks out there.
Oh, definitely. I've never seen a shark actually snorkeling.
I didn't see one snorkeling, but when we were canoeing, because we're farther out, when we were canoeing out there, I saw some sharks, man. Like that's maybe not. I don't think they were great whites, but they were pretty freaking big.
Oh yeah.
Because then you think like if there are great whites at San Onofre, which there totally are, I've seen them. Then there's definitely great whites at Catalina because that's not that super far.
I know people have seen a lot of because think of what like oarfish have washed up there. Yeah. Like there's a lot of big stuff out there.
Yeah.
We saw seal one time night snorkeling. But
saw some. I remember I have seen snorkeling in Catalina. I did see eels, and it really freaked me out.
Ooh, that's cool.
It really freaked me out because they got freaking teeth, man.
As long as you don't like poke your finger in their hole.
I think they were fine. It was cool. It was cool seeing them. They got some serious teeth. I saw eels. I saw like some of the spiny fish, and
of course you always see Garibaldi out
there.
Well,
tons of Garibaldi. I mean, that's my famous story is doing the fishing merit badge, and it was the first time I fished off a boat, and like you really catch stuff off a boat. It's like I don't know, like this, like because they do like the chumming thing, and then like so I was like catching fish, and I caught a Garibaldi, and the guy like freaked out. It's like throw it back, because you will get a fine, like huge fine. Like throw it back, because I was like, oh my god, look, and they're like throw it back right now.
When we were at SeaWorld this last time, and we went in the freshwater tank, and they have golden trout in there, and it says like up on the sign above, it says it's our state fish. And so this dad was like in front of us, like telling his kid, like, "Oh, this is the state fish." And Luke goes, "Excuse me, this is the state freshwater fish, the golden trout. The state marine fish is the Garibaldi." And the dad's like, "What did you just say? Like, just who is this child? This 5-year-old?" Like, and he's right, of course.
Yeah. Trout.
Trout.
Yeah.
What's up, Steve?
Steve's here. Yeah, I had lots of fun at Catalina, but yeah, and that miniature golf course, man.
Oh my gosh, it's like one of the best miniature golf courses of all time.
And that restaurant where they have the dollar bills.
Yep.
And
there's
pretty much all that's going on.
Yeah,
that's pretty much all that's going on.
You can do the entire like downtown Avalon in a day easy.
I remember the first time my mom took us there for like the weekend, and she spent the whole time. She got addicted. They had like, you know that game where you like it's like the rubber ball and there's like different like
try to get it to land. In
yeah.
The yeah.
She got like so addicted to like that's all. I feel like that's all she did all weekend. Like I don't know what that was, but like she just got and she got enough. I remember we would go around and play video games, and my aunt Rhonda like took us around like stuff, and my mom's just playing because she couldn't go out in the sun because it's like she was dealing with skin cancer stuff back then, so she just stayed there, and Rhonda like would take us around. And then we'd come back, and my mom just had like this giant pile of tickets. She's like, whatever, we got like the biggest. I think we got like the best prize because she just like she got super addicted to it. Because they had like those big arcades.
Oh, dude, speaking of that, I want to go to Portland. A friend, like, I
saw your page that you liked.
Yeah, it's a friend of mine from high school that, like, opened that.
That's cool.
Quarterland.
It's going to, so, like, Portland is home to the world famous ground control.
Yeah.
But I guess there's enough hipsters there but ground control, have you even been to Portland yet?
I've been to Portland, but it's been, the last time I was in Portland was 2002.
Once I'm on like vacation, like when we're synced up, we can coordinate a trip.
We did drive through Portland when we went to Tomfest.
That's true.
But
we can coordinate a trip there because Carson's there like every weekend now, and we could hang out and play video games, and he could take us to all the talk about
donuts
eating,
and video games.
Talk about eating spots. He was telling me about this place because I was telling him about some of the crazy stuff I ate in Texas, and he's like, "Oh, there's a place in Portland that has that, like this, and then does this and this." And because I was telling him about the burger place I ate at, and he's like, "Yeah, there's a place in Portland. I don't even know if it's open anymore. Because I went to the burger place where we'll talk about in the show, where instead of hamburger, they have a burger where instead of buns, it's like a donut, like donuts. It's because you see those on Facebook.
Yeah.
So he's like, there was a place. I think it's still there. He didn't know." But in Portland, where instead of buns, it was each bun was a grilled cheese sandwich. So you're eating 2 grilled cheese sandwiches and then burger stuff in between the grilled cheese sandwich. And
that's awesome.
Some of that other stuff. But Ground Control is the first place that I played Pac-Man Versus, the 8-player Pac-Man.
Yeah.
And they have, I think he said now they have the Pac-Man air hockey also.
Well, that's cool. I love that Versus.
We played that for like hours. Yep. And like, because people walk by and they're like, "What is this?" Like, get in on it. Yeah. Because the more people you have, the more fun
I haven't done an 8. I've only done 4.
Yeah, they had 8-player, man.
I know there's different size ones. Dude.
the ground control has the 8-player.
That's awesome.
It's freaking crazy. And and they also have the 6, I think it's 6-player. No, it's 4-player, but it's the 3-screen X-Men that has Dazzler. And like, because that's the one that has Dazzler. Like, not all of them have Dazzler. And then they had the full Turtles in Time and Ninja Turtles, like both Ninja Turtles games. And then the whole upstairs is pinball.
That's
and
cool.
Then it's pretty amazing. And they have like a full bar and restaurant, so you can get food.
Sweet. Now this one, I think I thought it had a bar, but I don't know if it has a restaurant.
I think because Ground Control didn't do that till like later. Yeah. So like I think restaurant, that's like advanced barcade.
Well, because this one is open like until 8 p.m. It's all ages, and then at 8 p.m. That's how that's where they're making their real money. They're making
their big bucks. Yeah. But it's pretty awesome. That's cool because also like Ground Control can get really crowded. So like,
so that's I think there's room.
There's
for
definitely,
more than one,
especially in Portland. Yeah. But I'm just saying like we could coordinate some kind of trip. Yeah, cool. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but Spirit flies there. So like, I'm totally on board.
It's not that bad, right?
It's not that bad, and it is so cheap.
So much cheaper than anywhere
I was looking around like. You can get I was looking, if you're flexible with your dates, you can get round trip to Portland for like $60.
Yeah.
On Spirit. Yep. So I'm like, I'm totally you can get round trip, because I even told Carson, I'm like, I can get round trip to Seattle for less than $100, because I'm like,
you just go for a weekend.
Go to Seattle or go to Portland. He's like, well, I'm in Portland on the weekend, so like come to Portland. But I'm like, but I also want to go to Seattle, because like maybe next year go to like Emerald City Comic Con or something. Again, Spirit has like I'm on board with Spirit.
So yeah, no. Well, I guess we should talk.
We'll talk about a thing. But like, it's so cheap.
Yeah.
Because like when I told people, because I would talk to a lot of people at WrestleMania, and there was a bunch of WrestleMania people. Like our Spirit flight, like the flight both back and forth, it was like 70%. And we're the smart people, because everybody's complaining about like how, because I'm talking to people like, man, it's so expensive. I fly to Dallas. We're like, what are you guys talking about? Like, it's $100 round trip, LAX to Dallas. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, Spirit. They're like, oh yeah, I heard about that. What's that like? And I would tell them, they're like, oh man, I'm gonna do that. But bad. I'm also like, because they're like, well, it was $100, but then you have bags. I'm like, I fit all my clothes in my backpack. And they're like, how did you do that? I'm like, I packed really well. Yeah. I had 5 days worth of clothes. Fit it on my backpack, no extras, because that's the problem. I'm like, this is where you're gonna run into trouble, because they had like their bags of stuff and all the merch and stuff that they buy. The one dude that was on my flight, it was like it was a stepdad and his stepson,
right?
And when they came, they're going there because they were also on my airport shuttle. So we just started, because he had a WrestleMania jacket. So right away we're talking, and he's like, oh, yeah. We were just talking to the dad, because I'm like, so you like wrestling? So I was like, oh, I'm gonna be in the hotel, like just hanging out. I got some buddies, and he's like, I don't go to this stuff, like. But I'm like, that's so cool that at least like you're taking your stepson and you're like supporting it. Yeah. And he's like, well, he said he was gonna go to Mania, but not all the other stuff. Because the kid's like, I'm gonna be at Evolve, I'm gonna be at this, I'm gonna be at that. And he was like a teenager.
Right.
It wasn't just letting his like little kid like go. So, and they were also doing what you guys did. They took a little side trip and rented a car and went to Louisiana, because the guy's like, I'm not coming down here and not getting some, because he's like, I want some Cajun food. I want that seafood. Yeah. But then I was smart and I found a Cajun place in Arlington. Yeah. It was so good. Talk about that. But anyways, so these guys, so I noticed when we came there, because I'm like, oh, you guys pack light, and the son's like, yeah, that's because I'm gonna I buy so much stuff. He's like, you'll see when we come back. He's like, are you coming back Tuesday? I'm like, yeah, I'm coming back Tuesday. We're on the same flight. So when he came back, the kid had, because I guess like they had a friend, they were like, and their friend like they had a bag at their friend's house, and they brought it back, and it was a full giant suitcase, like the maximum full, like he bought so much. He was showing me all this stuff he bought. I'm like, see, for me, I just see that's $35 right there. Yeah. And that's where I'm like, you guys have 2 bags.
I have a tip though.
What?
So let's say you're going somewhere. I don't know. I feel like maybe this should be on the show, because we're going to talk about Spirit. Let's start. Okay. This is good. This is good for the show. All right.
Because yeah.
Okay, because this is. I forgot to tell you about this, and I should have told you before you went because this might have helped. But I'll tell you about it when we talk about it.
But I did fit a ton of stuff in that backpack.
Good. And they didn't give me trouble.
No, not at all.
As long as you're wearing
especially
it on your back.
Considering there are so many people who. Here's what I figured out. People get Spirit tickets through like third-party sites, and then they're not aware of all the crazy stuff until they get there, and I think that's part of Spirit's racket. Is they dupe all these people. So there's like you were totally prepared for this. There's like a line of angry people yelling at the people. So I've got my one bag and my printed out thing, and they are like stoked. They're like, yes, get on here because I got to deal with all these people. And like, there was like right away, there's like a woman yelling at this poor Spirit thing, but I think they're used to it because I think that's part of their scam. Because like, because they do this whole thing where like, right now, a bag is $75. If you get to the ticket person, like if you get to the gate, because they'll be like before, like you could check in, and then like before they really like get going, they'll be like it's $75. But if you get to the gate and you still have that big giant bag, it's $100. And I feel like they are counting on at least a few of those $100 bags.
Absolutely. And because they have their like you have to be there however many minutes ahead of time, you can't like go back out and check. Like once it's too late by that point.
Although I have a tip.
Okay.
We'll talk about the tips.
All right.
Because I found out some things.
Okay, that's good.
I have tips of my own to share with you.
Tip swap.
Because I'm telling you, I think Spirit is like, I think it's great.
If you can beat them at their game, I think it's fantastic.
Because it's so much cheaper, especially now. Because another one bit the dust.
Which one?
Alaskan bought Virgin America.
Oh, really?
So that's another one that's going to get glommed in, and those cheap flights, that's over. Because they're going to be like, that's basically where we're at right now with air travel. Is they're like, we don't care the gas is cheap, we can charge whatever you want. And the only people that aren't playing that game are Southwest and Spirit, but Spirit is out southwesting Southwest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I never thought I would say that because man, it used to be so bad, but if you know what you're getting into, and the plane wasn't that bad.
I'm a little concerned about flying to Orlando because I did look up even the Orlando flights are cheap. But people don't use headphones.
That's crazy, right?
It is crazy.
So it wasn't just.
Oh no, that's totally a thing. That is totally a thing. But talking around to other people that weren't even on Spirit, that's a thing on other air. I don't know what happened as a society.
This is like
this is a breakdown of society.
Brand new. Like this.
I feel like this is a new thing. This is a new thing because I talked about it with some other travelers, and a lot of people are pissed off. We need to do so. I'm at the point now where on the way home, I just put in my own earphones and tried to like.
But that's crazy.
It is. It's crazy.
You don't do that.
You don't do that. It's completely insane.
When that was happening, like looking.
I'm not driving to Orlando, Steve. I'm not doing it. One, that would cost so much more money than it would to fly. It would take so long.
I mean, you could do it if you went through the night. You could do it in a couple days.
No, I don't want to do that.
But man, that's a long drive.
Plus, every time, all the time that I'd be in that car, I would just think this is time I could be at Harry Potter World, or I could be at Disney World.
Yeah, see, to me, the fun of a road trip is like going and stopping along the way.
And that's the road trip. But if I want to get to the place that
I just want to get there. Yeah. All you got to do is Bo leave.
Yeah. Bo Dallas, that's his whole thing. His name is Bo, so he uses that a lot. He would probably be your favorite wrestler, actually, because he's big on the puns.
Play it on
so many. When he had a rap battle with Florida, he was Bo Rida, and like he does this whole Bo leave thing and just all his other stuff.
Pretty smelly though.
Yeah,
all his Bo.
Yeah. I'm sure he would appreciate that.
He probably would. That's good.
Their grandpa just died. Famous wrestler. He's a part of wrestling family. But he probably would be because he's really cheesy. I think your two favorite wrestlers would be Bo Dallas and Colt Cabana because Colt Cabana is like a comedy wrestler,
right?
And like I think you'd be really into it.
Well, and he's got the comfortable tense, and then you got the plays on words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them.
All right.
Check it.
Check it. Check. Hello.
Check it. Hello. Sibilance.
What's that?
Well, it originally was Tom Hanks as the like roadie on Wayne's World, like a sketch on SNL.
Oh yeah.
He's checking the mic. But I just saw it pop up in some other show or something. It was obviously, homage. Although, I suppose he could have been referencing something older. Who knows?
Check. Hello.
Check it. Hello. Sibilance. What did we just see it in? It was some TV show. It was Tom Hanks. I think it was Brooklyn Nine-Nine, maybe. I don't know, something. I think it was Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Cool.
All right.
I got the mail. Just want to make sure. I got the lots of Amazon.
Yeah.
Well, it's been over. It's like 10 days worth of Amazon.
Oh, you got rid of that. Was it like super long and you like trimmed
it? Yeah.
Okay.
I accidentally put in something because it was all jacked up.
Because when I went to like open the thing and I was like, there's like 12 pages of stuff. Brendan's going to talk for 10 hours. What are we going to do? And then I saw it was that. So yeah, I thought you just had typed that much stuff about.
There was like a whole thing that like I accidentally put in there from the Amazon, and it was like one little letter for each line, and like it filled up the thing. So then I cut that off. I saw you were in there. I'm like, is this gonna mess up what Phil's working on? But it didn't apparently.
I've never had it like mess up. I guess partly because
that technology they perfected that technology with Google Wave, which we thought was going to be the way of the future, and then it turned into this.
This is fine. It's not.
This is more practical than Google Wave.
Yeah,
because this is like Google Docs, but then the collaboration is also there. Whereas Google Wave, that was strictly collaboration, and at times it was kind of like, this is weird.
Yeah. Well, and what do we do with that information now?
Whereas this is like it's a doc,
right?
And you can save individual documents. You can work like any other documents. So I think that was really cool the way they integrated that. Instead of just like, again, with Google freaking Drive, I was just thinking not Google, Google Reader.
Yeah,
they didn't incorporate that in something else. They just freaking killed that.
Never mind, you don't need that.
I was just thinking today how much, because I was trying to use Feedly again. I'm like, it's not the same.
Nope,
it's not the same. Like Feedly was getting all slow. And I'm like, I don't like this.
It'll never be the same.
I'm like, freaking Google. Friggin', what's his Mike? Is that the brother? Friggin' Mike.
Oh my gosh.
So amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we gotta talk. We'll save that.
Yeah. All right, we should start. We got some good stuff. Are we timer?
So
you need some timer?
Oh, yeah, timer. I need like a checklist now.
Stop, collaborate, and listen. Ice is back with the brand new edition. Something holding me nightly. Gosh, I used to know that whole entire thing.
We all did.
I know. I remember like secretly on the bus, like I would go in the back of the bus,
practice
that and New Kids on the Block songs. But then like I met some friends on the bus that like wanted to do it too. So then I wasn't the only dork in the back like doing it. But yeah, New Kids on the Block, and I was a closet fan. Ooh.
All right,
ready?
Yeah. I don't know what. Do I record and then timer? Timer then record?
Yeah, I don't know, whichever.
We'll do record then timer.
All right.
And then timer, hang out. Yeah. Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
I'm back.
Well, we kind of had you a little bit there. But
what, my freaking computer
AI
guy?
It was pretty good. I think it represented you well.
That was very frustrating because you spent so long working on that then you almost didn't get the podcast up on time.
Well, it was up the day of.
And I flipped out.
You flipped out a little. Yeah.
because I was operating on very little sleep, and I expected when I got here that the podcast would be up, and you're like, I don't know how anything works. I'm like, you like when you did this thing where you like played dumb when I know you're not. I wasn't dumb. Playing dumb.
I didn't.
You like forgot how to do everything.
I saved the file name with
the file. You put spaces in the file name. You don't put spaces.
I don't know.
In a file name.
I don't know what. I obviously didn't do that part on purpose. And I could not. I was like, oh my gosh. And you were already mad at me. And then I'm like, I gotta call him because I cannot figure this thing out. Why isn't it working? Because I do this every week. And why isn't it working?
Oh, it's so frustrating. But you got it working. But also that I knew, because you're like, I spent so long. I'm like, what did he spend? And then I hear this stupid robot voice. I'm like, that probably took him forever.
No, programming an artificial intelligence is not easy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, I figured if Mandarin Orange Show was taken over, we had to have something Mandarin Orangey about it.
I did think it was funny because you're like, do you like wrestling? No.
Like, oh, that's how I knew it was broke. Oh no, something's wrong.
I like Steve did his introduction in the chat. He said, "No, I'm Steve."
Oh yeah, and an applause there.
Yeah. Steve's here as usual.
Yep. Thanks for hanging out, Steve.
And so you guys did a show, and then I put up the WonderCon.
Yeah.
You on mine because that was recorded with my new little test cam thing. Right? It worked fine. Yeah, for that. When we were trying to use it outside, there was a little too much ambient noise, and there was too much conversation, and also I had it on high gain, and it was like that. Now I got it on low gain. I think it'll do better next time out. I brought it to Dallas, but I didn't record anything because again, wrestlers are really weird about that kind of stuff, and I don't want to
you don't want to cross that.
I feel like I'm like we're all cool right now, and I don't want to be like, hey, I got the little recorder podcast, hey. And like so, like I was in such a sweet spot with like talking to people and meeting people that I didn't do it.
Yeah. You practice now, so we can get like the best sound out of it.
I was tweaking with it a little bit. I was messing. Trying to figure out the optimal way to hold it where it doesn't get distorted, right? Because we're so freaking loud. Like if I hold it, like somebody would pretend to hold it, like it blows out the microphone. So I have to like hold it like really far away from me, and even then I still kind of have to talk. I can't.
The funny part is I didn't know you were recording until like I don't know. You're probably going on for half an hour or something, and I was like, oh, You're recording this right now.
So, but I mean, it was almost salvageable, but not quite. And I'm like, this will just sound like garbage. Yeah, and people will be like, what is this? Because it's seriously, it was us yelling about Superman. Like, there's like 8 of us just yelling about Superman for like 45 minutes. Like, there's one part where it would have been a transition directly into Andrew just yelling. Like, just like, no! Like, that's an eye! And like, I'm like, okay, this I can't make this work. Like we were all just like,
good, I got it out of my system. Now I'm not so angry about it. I've come to terms with it. Now
I was fine, and then I saw somebody posted that like release schedule with all of the DC movies, and I'm just like, like, no.
Okay, what about did you see the new like trailer for Suicide Squad? Batman's in it.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
I would like it if it didn't take place in that whole, because we're dealing with the post-DVD.
So are we going to have like footage of Wonder Woman pop up, or are we going to have Aquaman again?
I just want a scene where Aquaman pops out of the water.
See, to me,
that's what I want.
If we're going to go that way, let's have a kid.
I think I still my expectations couldn't be lower now going forward for any of those movies. I will definitely watch Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman, yes. Everything after that, that's gonna definitely be like that will be a wait and see. Like because Suicide Squad, yes, I'm on board with Wonder Woman. Standalone but the standalone Batman was not on that freaking list. No. You know what was on that list? Like freaking like Green Lantern was on that list.
Okay,
they're getting another. They're taking another shot at Green Lantern. F you, DC. F you, Warner Brothers.
earned another Green Lantern.
No, that's like we're still. That's like on the Marvel side of things. Like Ghost Rider's still in jail.
Yeah.
Daredevil is still in movie jail. Punisher is still in movie jail.
Fantastic Four
is definitely in jail. Where Green Lantern should be locked away somewhere. Do not open for 10 years.
Unless if this movie had been fantastic and then they had a great
Batman, I'd be more on board.
And a great Superman. Okay, I'm ready. But I did not earn that yet.
So seeing that, I was like, oh, gosh.
Give us the Batman directed by Ben Affleck would be fantastic.
I'm fine with that. I'm totally on board. But I don't even think because that wasn't on the thing. I'm looking. I'm like, okay, and like I am a little bit like The Rock was teasing about Shazam this weekend.
Right.
I think that could be cool.
Could be fun.
Like I like The Rock. He's great.
Hard to miss with The Rock.
And The Rock and I wish he I would be more excited if he was coming over to the Marvel side of things. Him and Batista teaming up or something because I mean, but hey, Marvel, we've got Batista. DC's got The Rock. I guess.
Well, plus I mean, Ryan Reynolds on both sides.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's others.
Well, Ryan Reynolds. But now he's definitely on Team Marvel.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, there's room. If The Rock does well.
Well, if he does
or if he does badly, I guess, yeah.
But I don't wish bad. Zack Snyder today announced he's gonna use a different cinematographer for Justice League. I'm like, I don't think that's your problem there. I think you got some other things.
Because that's what everyone said. Man, that cinematography. Everything else is fantastic.
Everything else is just wonderful. But I'm like, all right, whatever, guys.
I don't know.
Just keep working away.
Don't know.
I definitely don't know. But, I mean, I had a good trip. We'll talk about it more later in my section. Great trip. Great, just I feel like I've mastered the art of meeting people and having a good time, traveling on my own. And I don't know, I'm feeling very positive today because I went to my third therapy session.
Nice.
Doing good.
Good.
But then once I get my job and my new insurance, I think I'm gonna have to get a whole new therapist, which is kind of sad.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm building a rapport. She says she might be able to figure out but what I'm doing right now is meant for people with no insurance and
which is
stuff, which I have right now.
Right.
But once everything starts, so I don't know. I might, but I mean, but it'll also make other things easier. So I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
But I feel like. But it's good. It's good talking to somebody, and then and also just seeing that I am things are not as bad as I sometimes think they are, and that I have things to look forward to, and I have good qualities.
Absolutely.
And just being around wrestling fans, and then just people, and making friends with people, and talking to people. I'm like. If me in early high school and junior high could see what I'm doing right now, talking to complete strangers and making friends and talking to big groups of people and
doing
captivating
panels.
And things like that, he would be so amazed. So I guess I'm making a lot of progress.
I think so.
Today in therapy we started talking about dating and relationships and hang-ups and stuff for there, but I feel like I'm making some progress. So she gave me some pointers.
Okay.
Practical stuff. So today, because before on my dating profiles, it was just a one sentence thing. She's like, it doesn't tell people who you are. So I beefed that up and we'll see how it goes.
All right. Like your Bub's resume.
Yeah, well, not that. That's too much information.
Not that much. So somewhere in between there.
So try and see, maybe get a little bit more better response.
That's cool.
And we'll see. Just working through some stuff.
And potential, job things on the horizon.
Job is definitely on the horizon. It's just a slow moving machine because dealing with the county and whatnot. But hey. Public sector, nothing better.
It's gonna be
in
good.
The tumultuous world of private companies and my the last 3 places I work went out of business and all this other stuff. I'm not gonna have to deal with that crap anymore. And also, I was reading an article today about people that work in the private sector. They've done these massive studies and surveys, after you've worked at a company for like 2 years, the new people that like they bring in are like they end up, just because of the way things work in the private sector, like you're gonna be, people that are coming in are gonna be making more money than you, because you get to a point where a company's like, all right, he's in here, we don't have to give him anything else,
right?
And then they've got to bring in these new guys and entice them. So like they're like, basically, if you want to be making decent amounts of money, you're gonna have to change your job like every 3 years, like in the current climate. I'm like, that's a nightmare,
right?
Like, and like otherwise you're basically getting screwed, because, and that's just the way things work, and it's only getting worse. And we're entering this world of like everybody, like they're talking about like freelancing and private contract, like contractors and not regular employees, and that whole, and that just, to me especially, that sounds like a freaking nightmare.
Yeah.
So like getting a steady like public sector job, guaranteed everything, and I'm set, and I'm not like in a lazy, like I'm set, like, but I'm gonna be doing work what I normally do, but I have a lot of guarantees that in other situations I wouldn't have. So I feel very blessed, very lucky, and it's kind of everything I've dreamed about having. And it lowers, because again, like I get really neurotic about this kind of stuff, and so like it's just a lot of setting my mind at ease. So I'm feeling very good about that.
Good. I'm really, really glad, because, man, I mean, I think that doing the school stuff, I think it's going to be a really good fit.
Yeah.
I'm super excited for that.
So you guys are all back to normal.
Yeah,
you had your last minute vacation.
Yeah, we did a little booster vacation down to San Diego.
Yeah.
Legoland, Water Park, and SeaWorld.
Is Janelle like back in the swing?
Yeah, she's been back for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, but I know it takes her a little while to get back ramped up.
This is the kid's second week back in school now, so they're back in. It's their third trimester, the last trimester of the year.
Trimester.
Yeah, that's broken up into trimesters. That's how a lot of the elementary stuff is done now. Anyway,
everything's totally, because like, do year-round schools even exist anymore?
I mean, I'm sure they do somewhere, but I haven't seen that.
Because I remember in the 80s and early 90s, everyone's like, traditional doesn't work.
Yeah.
And then they realized year-round doesn't work.
Well, so our current schedule is kind of a mix of the two. Right? Yeah. You notice we like end later.
But they don't have like the tracks and stuff anymore.
No, it's all the same.
Because I remember that got really crazy, especially with families. If you had, because I remember there were a couple of years where my brother and I were on different tracks, and that's why my brother got to go to Disney World and I didn't get to go. That was some bull crap.
Yeah. Well, I think they probably figured that out, so I haven't seen that version.
And then I remember our school district kept changing, because for a while it was just random, the tracks, and then they did like a Freaks and Geeks thing with like the tracks. Yeah. Like track 1 was the dumb kids, track 2 was the smart, like the medium kids, and like track 1 was the smart kids, track 2. So I was on like, I remember being on like the gifted track, and then like some not as gifted track, like, and then there was like the low. Shut up, Cortana. I gotta turn that off. I gotta figure out how to turn that off, because it'll pop up when I'm watching TV and scare the crap out of me. Where it's like, sorry, I didn't know. I'm like, like one time I was on the phone and all of a sudden I hear this blue. Like, what the heck? Anyways, so I was on, like, my brother and I were, there was a few years where we were both on the gifted track, and then some of our friends, and it was very clear, because that because it was A, B, C, and D track was like, at least for me, it was a little bit of a savior, because all the bad kids would be in the D track.
Yeah.
And then the dreaded 6th grade happened, where they're like, this is bad. We're going to put it back.
All back together.
And then it was seriously like that scene in Freaks and Geeks with the dodgeball. And there's like, yeah. And I remember being in the class, and I'm like, wait, these guys can't be in my class. Like, the real, D-track kids were now in my class. And I was just like, I'm screwed. And I was so screwed. That was the worst year. That was like me hiding in the bathroom or the library, or the bathroom in the library, which is the ultimate safe haven, and praying that nobody knew I was in there. And like, because I remember when they figured out that I was hiding in the bathroom. That's when I started getting swirlies.
Yeah, because when you're in the bathroom, there's no like adult supervision.
That's no supervision, and that's like.
See, I never had a bathroom for that exact reason. Well, once you're in there, I just did no bathroom.
They did not figure out. It took them a while to figure out that's where I was, and for a while it was fine. Then when we got older, and then they're like, and then if they had 3 of them, they could get me in the toilet, and that definitely happened.
Yeah. See. At some point, I want to say it was 5th grade, and I can't remember exactly, but some kid did something mean to me in the bathroom, and that was it. Yeah. I didn't go to the bathroom, if at all possible.
Is that like one of the things that started?
Like through junior high, I did not go to the bathroom if I could help.
Junior high and high school absolutely did not go in the bathroom. Junior high because it was basically asking to get murdered, and high school because they were absolutely disgusting.
Oh yeah.
Like. Even for me, and I'm a public bathroom guy. High school bathroom was like the most awful thing. I remember even being, I wouldn't even pee in there sometimes. I remember sometimes because my house, when junior and senior year, I lived close enough to like I could go home at lunch, and if I really had to go, I would go home to go to the bathroom. I would walk home, and my mom would be like, "What are you doing here? Like, are you gonna eat food?" I'm like, "No, I'm just using the bathroom." And because our bathrooms were so disgusting. They were always wet, not mop wet, as Steven says.
That's right.
Steve says not mop wet, just wet. They were, and moist. Just like toilet paper everywhere.
Now that's where,
and like
my high school biology teacher took us in the bathrooms, and we did like the where you grow the cultures of the bacteria. And he's the one that taught me the aseptic technique from that trip into the bathroom. He's like, I'm going to show you how gross it is and how to never have to touch it again. All thanks to Mr. Carnes.
The other thing I remember, and this definitely went away because it used to be everywhere. There was a bathroom in our elementary our elementary school was like a like during the weekends, like you could just go there and like use the fields and stuff. So I guess it was like a park.
Huh.
Like the fields, because like that's what people play Little League and stuff. And so there was like a park type bathroom for like public use, and that bathroom was there was 2 things we did with it. One, on one side there was like a shrubbery, and in between the bathroom wall, and then there was a shrubbery, and you could get in between there, and that was the graffiti wall, and you would like write things like. I remember we had a principal named Mrs. Blow, and you read like Mrs. Blow Blows, and like just
man, that's not a name you want.
Nope.
That's unfortunate.
It was very unfortunate.
You change your name before you become a principal.
I know. Like man, yeah. That was like in college. I had a professor, not Dr. C.J. Dull. Dr. Dull.
There was a, like sometimes they have the church, the marquee says the name of the pastor.
Yeah.
In Cyprus or Cerritos, I don't know. Somewhere there was a Pastor Dull on there. I mean, yeah, that's, again.
What?
Yeah, let's go to the church.
That's like having, there was a dentist in my town named Dr. Payne, P-A-Y-N-E, and I'm like, I'm not going there. Yeah. I'm not freaking going there. No freaking way. But Dr. Payne, that is crazy.
Yeah, nope. That's again. You change your name then.
Because I remember my mom's like, we might be going there. I'm like, no, absolutely not.
If they weren't smart enough to change their name from Payne,
like I'm going to Dr. Davis, and that's the end of the story.
Dr. Nice Guy, change your name to something good.
Dr. Feel Nice,
feels good,
like something. But yeah, so we wrote on the wall in between the shrubbery and then like because there's like a little like you can walk back there. I remember like it was like a rite of passage, like 4th or 5th grade, somebody would show it to you, and it was like so and so like this person. It was like like, and then it was also like elementary school, so it would just be like, wouldn't it be clever? It'd just be some people would just write curse words. It wasn't like it'd just be like F or like yeah, like just dumb stuff. And to my pride, like the last time I went by the elementary school, I noticed that the bike rack was gone, but I'm like, that bathroom's still there. Went behind the shrubbery, still elementary school dumb graffiti. It's like boobs. Like it's like dumb. I'm like, yes, farts. Still going after all these years. Yeah. So there was that, and then in the bathroom, I don't know if you remember this, because like this was kind of a staple of public bathrooms.
Okay.
Powdered soap.
Oh yeah, I hated that. Beach bathrooms a lot of times have that too. Like that's what I associate powdered soap with.
Well, it was because this was like a beach bathroom. This is the cement and all the blocks.
They always smell like
pee.
They
just smell like pee because people just pee. Yep. And then they usually have troughs.
Yeah, and there's no way to clean it out of that cement floor.
Okay, so I would never actually go in the bathroom in there. But I learned this at YMCA day camp. Here's why. This is why I think they got rid of powdered soap. You didn't know you could do this?
I don't know.
So a lot of the also staple of those public bathrooms were hand dryers.
Okay, yeah.
So you flip the hand dryer because you could flip the hood up, and then you just pour the powdered soap on top, hit that button, and just poof everywhere.
Yeah, that's the reason they got rid of that for sure.
And we would do that every chance we got in that bathroom until they finally took away the powdered soap.
Why powdered soap? That was I just remember just
all the scrapey. Like, I never used that stuff. But yeah, we would totally when we figured out because first we figured out that you could rotate the thing, and then we're like, wait a minute, if you pour it on top and then hit, because first we tried it like you hit the button and pour it on top. We're like, all right, that kind of works. And then I don't remember who figured this out. We're like, you just put a pile of it on top of the thing and then hit the button and just. It's snow and soap.
The janitor hated you.
Oh yeah. But like,
were you one of those kids that threw like paper towel wads? No. Ceiling?
But let me tell you, the gravest injustice that ever happened to me in elementary school was kids were doing the paper towel wads on the ceiling, and then they ran outside, and then the teacher came in at the same time, not even thinking about maybe the kids that ran out. And I'm in there washing my hands, trying because they were tough boys, and I'm just trying to be like, and he's like, Brendan, you did this. I'm like, no. And then I got in a timeout. I got timeout.
Wrong place, wrong time.
And then you get thrown in, and guess who's in the freaking timeout room?
Yeah,
the tough boys. And then this was the worst. This is the worst. This is what made me hate school and hate life. Is you get in that timeout room, and then the freaking lazy bones person in the timeout room, he would leave for large chunks of time, and they would figure out. I get freaking bullied in the timeout room.
Left to your own.
Devices. It was the worst. And then I was scared to tell my parents. And then if you didn't have your parents sign the timeout slip, you'd have to guess what happens if you don't sign the timeout slip?
You go back to
timeout.
Yeah.
So I would it's awful. And I'm like, what purpose does this serve? And even in its normal purpose where I'm not getting beat up or even then, just sit in this room.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like in Freaks and Geeks because we weren't allowed to do work.
Yeah, that's right. And
it's what is the point? You're just creating idiots.
Huh.
And it was I felt that way.
So I never had to go in the timeout. But I know that
I would go in there because then I go in there because they also had this dumb policy with fights where even if you were the one getting attacked, everybody in the timeout room. Let them figure it out. It was like kill them all and let God sort it out. And I would, and then so of course I'm in the timeout room with the freaking bullies
who beat you up in the first place.
It was oh my gosh, and that did not stop. That was 2nd through 6th grade.
Well, hopefully it'll make you feel better. No, that's not how they do stuff anymore.
Well, you were telling me about Audrey's no fun Friday or whatever.
Well, that's true.
And that gave me flashbacks of it where I'm like, I could just the injustice of it all.
I feel like we've worked through this. We've had some good conversations. We're trying to approach it, calmly and whatnot. But that's definitely a source of frustration.
Those kind of things. I'm like, haven't they figured out that stuff doesn't work?
Yeah, and what are you punishing in that case? Why are you in there?
And especially with things like homework related stuff, I'm like, shouldn't they be addressing there's better ways to address that?
Yeah, that's not.
And you're not solving the problems at all. Especially because there would be times where I would get in the timeout room because I got sick. You said, Audrey got sick of doing worksheets. I get sick of it. Yeah. I get so sick of it. It's not doing anything. And then because my mom even now she found a bunch of my because my mom basically had to it was this crazy thing when I was in when I was in third grade, where they were gonna put me in SAP or whatever it is, the special ed.
I think SAP was Spanish.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Janelle.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So,
I don't know what SAP stands for.
Not SAP. I'm thinking of something else. In whatever.
RSP.
RSP.
Yeah.
Some 3-letter ends in P.
Yeah.
So they're gonna put me in the special ed class because 1, I was like not turning in my work,
right.
And 2, I was spend class under my desk, and it turned out I was reading books under there.
Yeah.
And my books, and I wasn't reading the material they were giving me because I was reading my books, my chapter books from home because I didn't want to read the stupid, like scary whatever kitty tales or cat tales, dumb. So I was like bringing chapter books from home and I was reading them, and they were gonna. And then the school put up this whole hubbub, but we don't have them like he needs to. If you have proof, like you need to prove it. And I was like, well, give him whatever test you want to give. Like we don't have money for that. So my mom had to take me like to these private like places and get me tested, and I did like this whole battery of tests, and that was when they found like they did the IQ test, and I don't want to brag because I think isn't IQ like isn't that kind of like iffy now?
It is, yeah, it definitely is. I mean, it shows some things, but not everything, and there's different.
I got a 150.
Depending on the test, the person, like different people test differently, and so
I got a 150, which is like
incidentally, I've just been talking with Janelle.
And that was when I was in third grade.
Janelle's friend, I don't know if you remember Becca that worked in LA with her.
Yeah,
she's like just finished her doctorate, and she does like school psychology and other stuff like that, blah blah. So she deals with those tests. She was just telling us that the law has changed now. The school is required to provide that for free
because they used to like make you like do it on your own, and there was these education places, and that's all they did. It was a lot of money and a lot of time.
It was a racket, basically.
Yeah. That's so great.
So I mean, it's still expensive, but the school is required to provide that for you.
Yeah. So my mom had to take me to these places. So I did that, and then I did a bunch of other things. Remember, so the one test I did take at school was I took the GATE test. Which that was they're like, fine, he can take the GATE test. Because at first they weren't even gonna let me take it. They're like, no, he needs to be in special ed. And my mom was like going crazy. And like it's like it's so frustrating. She's like, no, that'll ruin it's over. And so meanwhile I'm just like this confused because I'm just like, I'm more worried about, again, like I have bigger problems than this school stuff. Like this isn't even my main issue, but my mom, because I'm like, then there was a period where I'm like, maybe if I go to special ed, like I won't be around those kids. In hindsight, that's gosh, because like then they would have like they still would have found me like on the playground, and then it would have been like the end. That would have been the end. But so he did all those tests. And then finally let me take the GATE test, and I got I freaking like aced the GATE test, and then that's how like then my life changed a little bit, where things I got on the gifted track. I didn't have to go special ed. They let me like bring my own books, and like they did some adaptive stuff, and then finally because at first they were like, because it was also this dumb thing where they're like, well, he has cerebral palsy, he should be in special ed, and my mom's like, you guys know, like cerebral palsy, that's a muscular disease. Right. But again, like a lot of people,
a lot of bad information and uneducated people.
Because there was a kid with cerebral palsy in the special ed class, but that was because his cerebral palsy was so severe that he couldn't talk. Like,
right.
And it's
but even now,
it's
changed so much now because. There's just because that affects his motor function doesn't mean that he needs the.
Yeah, well, then that was the other thing, because then I remember, like, when he got older, he totally, like, you could talk to him and he would write. And I'm like, oh, like, this guy's, like, a totally normal, like, smart.
That's the thing.
Like, he has no thing.
I think they're a lot better about identifying
but they put him in there because he couldn't talk and he had, like, he was in a wheelchair. But, like, so with me, like, they were going to put me in there just because of that. And then my mom had to get, like, doctors to talk about that. That is where out of that, I got adaptive PE, which was both good and bad. I've talked about this.
Yeah.
Good. I met my best friend Tim because he was also in it, and and they put him in there because he had ADD and they didn't know what else to do with him. So
doesn't that make him faster?
Because he ended up being like the fastest kid in the school. Like in junior high and high school, he became a cross country runner. But when you're in elementary school and they don't know what to do with it, they just put us all, because it was like me and one other guy that had mild CP, my other friend Brandon, and then Tim, and then like 2 legitimately handicapped kids. The worst part about it, and this was the curse part, is they would take us out of class.
Oh yeah.
And everybody knew.
You're like singled out.
Everybody knew, to the point where I remember one time in 5th grade, a kid was like, "Oh, Brendan's time to go to retard PE," and that was the end. That was the end of my social life. And but the lady, it was this lady, and then her son like took over for her when she retired, and they were like the nicest people in the whole world. And we got to do like fun. We actually do actual fun stuff in that instead of like the torture that is PE.
Oh gosh.
Like, I hated PE. Even in elementary school, I hated PE because like the picking teams. The
junior high PE in particular.
Junior high PE is the worst because then then that incorporates the locker room.
Yep.
And everything in there, and just like
puberty in general.
All of that.
That's just a nightmare.
Now I'm having like flashbacks to like junior high PE. That was why like playing football meant I didn't have to do PE in high school, because I don't even want to know what PE in high school would have been like.
I don't know. For me, by the time I got to high school, people had like mellowed out.
I guess people would be cool.
It wasn't the same as like going to college.
I guess I had normal PE my freshman year of high school, and it was fine. I guess it was fine. But I also went to a private school. But I think even in a public school is fine, because then you can also start doing the specialized PE stuff.
Right. Yeah. Like, you got people doing like sports teams. Yeah. It was less, for whatever reason.
And by then everybody realized, like, because we're past the puberty stuff, and everybody's like, this sucks.
Yeah.
And you're all in the same boat. Whereas in junior high, you still had those freaking ultra competitive jocks.
Yeah.
It's like, today's basketball day. Yeah, basketball. Yeah. Or like today's, God forbid, dodgeball day. Yeah. Like, that was definitely
and a lot of those people were in their specialized sports.
And then they ended up, like, by high school, they're on the football team. They're on the rest, and you get your PE credit for that. And then the best, though, was college PE, because then it's like,
I took every PE class
specialized PE class. Because then it's like, these are free credits for doing, like, because if I had stayed at Biola longer, I definitely, because I did bowling, I did jogging, I did badminton.
You know how much I did.
And then there was the outdoor one.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Okay, let me tell you. I took more PE. Okay, in college, I did 2 series of weightlifting. I did jogging.
I can see you in weightlifting.
Here's the thing. This was like right after I went from lifeguarding. Did Steve's
dad do weightlifting?
No,
was it the guy that did the jogging class?
Orr, I want to say? Yeah. Coach Orr. But this was like I was a lifeguard.
Steve's dad was the golf guy.
Yeah, he did golf. I did golf. I was too scared to do
that. Dude, I was scared. I was scared of Steve's dad.
But I was like a lifeguard in my sophomore, junior, and senior year, and then went straight from that, and maybe it was junior, senior. Anyway, went from that into college. Still in good shape. I was running, so I was doing like actual PE stuff. Then it just all started going downhill once I had the cafeteria. Blah blah blah. That's another story. But even still, I did 2 things of weightlifting. I did jogging. I did 2 rounds of bowling, because you did beginning and advance of that. I did outdoor survival.
Yeah, outdoor survival.
Backpacking, rock climbing. I know there was at least 1 or 2 others in there. Like, I just kept.
Did you do badminton?
I didn't do badminton.
Badminton was great.
And I never did archery, which I was bummed about. Yeah. David did a bunch of archery.
I don't think they had archery.
Maybe not. Maybe it wasn't around.
Maybe it came in later. Because I did badminton because David Lowe and Jonathan Matlock did it, and I did it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fun, like.
Yeah, you just kind of hang around, and you get, it's like, because what, it was like 1 credit.
It was like 1 credit, right? But
like, it's a credit.
And it went towards. I mean, you could only do a certain amount towards your like total. I know you could, but I mean, why not? If I could. Our backpacking, outdoor survival, like those classes were amazing.
Oh man, well then being a fat kid, because Steve says, in the middle school they had programs for PE. Each program had a different sport. I tried so hard to get the program that didn't have track. By my 3rd year, the coaches must have figured out the fat kids were trying to avoid track and made it mandatory in every program.
Oh. See, and again, I hated it in junior high, but for whatever reason, I think I hit my growth spurt or whatever. And once I got to the point where I could get in shape, then I didn't mind it. Then I was running and stuff.
See,
a very short window in my life.
I was very lucky because in junior high, I had that adaptive PE thing because I remember when I first went in, they were like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "I'm in adaptive PE," and then I guess calls were made, and then my PE teacher. Also, I was lucky. My 7th grade year was the best year because I was for the way the budgets were so bad that our band teacher could only be there like every other day. And so for the people in band, they did a block schedule. So for 5th and 6th period, every other day we had band, and then the other period we had PE. So our PE class was only band kids. So it was like our own class with just the freaking band kids. So it was great because our teacher was like, "All right, you're band kids, so we're not gonna be doing any major like crazy stuff." And you didn't have like the super jocks because it's all the band kids. Right. And I was also adapted, so when we did have to do running and stuff, I could walk. But I still had to do the laps. I just had to walk them. Yeah. And because of asthma and CP and stuff. And I didn't have to do like some of the more strenuous things in the freaking dreaded presidential fitness tests. Ugh. Yeah. I remember doing the mile run and trying really hard, and I remember passing out and having an asthma attack, and they're like, "You can't do that anymore." Like they specifically said, because I would get to a point like, "I'm gonna do it, I want to do it," and then I seriously almost died.
So I never had to deal with the asthma
because that was when my asthma was really bad. So, and then in high school, like it was just like dealing with like being the fat kid. But then I got in shape playing football. But yeah, that band PE class was like the best because it was all the band kids, and I would hang out with all the girls because I was just like, those are the people I got along with, and they would like look out for me because they were like, "Oh, Brendan, like your asthma kid, and this kid is fragile, Brendan," and like, so they kind of took a shine, and it was like the band girls, so like and also we had our band brotherhood where in junior high school, like it was like us against the freaking world, and like. So we were like a brotherhood, like looking out for each other. Like I remember some of the bigger band kids. Well, like Tim Foreman from Switchfoot. So he was in that year band. He was a saxophone player, and he was like one of the cool kids because there were some cool kids in band. Right. Very few. Like it was like Tim and some of his surfer friends, and then like his brother was in high school already, but sometimes he would come because he was in the high school band, and he would come. John, right? Is it John? And so sometimes John would come, and then it so having them there, like it was like having these people like watching your back. And I remember one day specifically, these bullies were giving me a hard time, and Tim and John came up and like basically saved me from getting my butt kicked by these guys. They're like, "What are you messing with Brendan, man? Brendan's cool." And like I was like, "Oh my gosh, thank you." And like so like I will never forget that forever. Like that's why like those guys are super number one in my book. And I remember Tim so I'm sorry, now I'm going into like super deep like reminiscing, but my other greatest memory of like band and that band PE thing, because again we were like a brotherhood. So then 6th grade, I had a beach party. This was the worst disaster that ever happened in my whole life. Invited everybody in my class. Nobody came to my party. Oh. And I was officially like done with parties. Okay. My dad went, so for 7th grade, I'm like, I don't want a party. I'm like, here's an idea. You take me and Tim and Sean, Jurassic Park's coming out, go to pizza, go to Jurassic Park. That's all I don't. He's like, but what about your band? I'm like, I don't even freaking care. I'm over it. And like, I was already like just super, like just back in my shell. So my dad just thought that was like really depressing. So he went behind my back, told my band teacher, he's like, look, like Brendan, like, because he'd been to our con and he saw like we had this whole band brotherhood. He's like, I think at least the band kids like will come if we have a party. And he's like, I'm gonna make it cool. So he behind my back, he planned this whole thing at Round Table Pizza. So nice. Street Fighter, he just and like so all the band kids. I remember showing like he's like, all right, he picked up. We got in the car with my brother, and then we went and picked up Tim. We picked up Sean. He's like, we're gonna go to Round Table, and then we'll go to the movies after, just like you want. And I'm like, okay, fine. And then we get to Round Table, and the whole band kids, everybody's awesome. There. And I remember Tim especially. I remember Tim even brought some of his surfer friends, like non-band kid, and he was sponsored because he was like a semi-pro surfer or something. And he was sponsored by this surf shop, and he brought me a shirt from that surf shop. So I'm like, this is like the coolest. And people brought me presents. And then my dad, being the cool dad, because again, I was worried that but I'm a dork and we're dorks, and like me and my dorky friends, and like here's like these cool kids and these band, because even the band kids were like cooler than me, and because they had like real friends and other things. Right. And it was like a weekend, and like I'm like, oh, they're gonna like. Oh, it's like I'm thinking this is cool. And then my dad, being like the smart dad, he's like, I got quarters. Street Fighter. He I don't know how he did this, but like we had this whole section of Round Table, and we had the Street Fighter 2 machine to ourselves. And he's like, here's a cup of quarters. You guys go nuts. And everybody, remember, people like stayed. Nobody left early.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. Like some high school, because again, John, Tim's brother, showed up. So like high school kids came to my party. It was awesome. And like I just remember that was like the greatest, like that. Like I'm like I like he's like the saved 7th grade basically. Because awesome. Like that would have been like such a dumb memory of like me, and I was just so traumatized at one party, and then it would be like me and Tim and Sean going to like, which is cool, but like
Jurassic Park is great. Did you get to see Jurassic Park?
Oh heck yeah, we went right afterwards. Okay, then a bunch of us went because my dad's like, all right, well, I know some of you guys had to go home, but we're going to see Jurassic Park. And then like a bunch of people came with us.
That's cool.
Saw Jurassic Park, and like all the cool kids, like, and it was cool. It was like the best thing. Man, that was awesome. Man.
All from running the mile.
Yeah, that was quite a thing there.
When I was at my peak condition, my best time ever, 6 minutes 49 seconds.
That's pretty good.
I was doing really good. I was running really a couple miles a day while I was a lifeguard.
Bruce Jenner's record was like what, 4 minutes?
Yeah, well, someone actually broke the 4. Was he the one that broke the 4 minute mile?
I don't know. He did break the 4 minute.
I think he did. Yeah, something. I don't know.
Because I remember he came to our jogathon.
There was like people in my class. Nobody was like did that, but there was people that were in the upper levels, like in the 440s.
That's right. He broke the 4 minute. That's what it was.
Like I was never obviously even remotely close to that, but I was pretty proud of that at the time.
That was a big deal.
Because I went from like in junior high, like walking.
Were you lucky to break 10 minutes. Did you ever do cross country?
No. I mean,
I feel like that's the closest I could see you doing a sport.
Well, my sport was fencing.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't like an official school one. Still, but no, I probably could have, but I did lifeguarding so much. I did the running to keep in shape for lifeguarding.
Yeah.
But
did 8 minutes on the treadmill.
Oh yeah, 8 minutes on the treadmill. I mean, I'm talking about this is when I was in high school. Who knows what I could do now? I doubt.
Dude,
I think I could break 10 minutes maybe.
When I was running a lot, like I would do. I got like 9 minute miles, and for me that was like a total absolute miracle.
We should do that. We should do a Brendo and Phil mile and time ourselves doing
now. Like I would die.
Mid-30s.
I don't think Brendo I could do a mile now. I'd throw up.
We should do it.
Plus, I feel like I would injure myself.
We'll just have to take it easy. All right. I think we should do it. I think we should do the mile.
But yeah, and then our 8th grade. But then, speaking of that, son, 8th grade, the school district somehow found more money, and they're like, "Good news, the band teacher can be here all day." And I'm like, "Oh no!" Because then we had a regular PE. So then we had like our normal schedule, and then we were all scattered. I remember I had Mr. Crand, which was the worst. He was Crayons. And he was a nightmare. Not even joking. World War II veteran. It was like if. Like it was like Lloyd Bridges' Mendelbaum is like your PE teacher.
Mendelbaum.
And I remember, not even joking, like the day one, he's like, "I know you're in that adaptive PE, Creecy, but I'm gonna make you run." And he's like, "As much as they will legally allow me," and I had to run like 2 laps, and then I could walk the rest.
That was your limit.
Oh, that was the legal limit. And then I'm not even joking you. This man was so evil. And on the day I came back to school after my dad died, it was the only day he ever like made. He's like, you don't have to run. That's when he's. But then the next day, he's like, you get 1 day.
Not even a week.
And he even said, I swear to you, he came up to me, is like, I read about your dad. I saw that he served our country, so you can have 1 day.
That's the only reason. That's the only reason. He wasn't a veteran. You would have been.
I know. Oh, this guy.
The legal limit.
He said he even said he's like, I looked it up. You got to give me 2 laps.
So your breathalyzer to see if you're over the legal limit was your inhaler, right?
Well, like that was torture, but I did get a lot of sympathy with the girls.
Yeah,
even more. He's like, oh, they're making you run laps.
Maybe that was all part of his plan. Maybe he was secretly like a guardian angel for you.
No,
I'm gonna get this boy some girls.
He was just an a-hole, dude. No tough love. Because again, like he seriously looked up like the restrictions, and he was the only teacher that made you do the caliper thing. He did it in public in front of everybody.
Oh, gosh.
He busted out those calipers. You made you lift up your shirts.
I was just watching. I've been combing through a bunch of stock footage for another project, and I just was watching them do like the old PE.
Well, they did it on freaking Goldberg's this week, and I just had this flashback of like, because they were supposed to do that, like, because normally you would walk into like an office. He did it in front of everybody.
Yeah.
Who does that? I had to lift up my shirt. He got my little fat fold, and like in front of there were girls.
That was a real thing that they did.
That was a total real thing.
Man, I never.
That's also when I found out I had scoliosis.
From the CalPERS thing?
Well, no, but they did the scoliosis test also.
Oh, okay.
But again, in front of
everybody, yeah. The closest I had to that was just doing the presidential fitness test, and like, because the toe touching thing was the one for me.
Yeah.
Because I could never even touch the end of the thing. You're supposed to like.
They got that box.
The girls would like reach to the end of that. I'm like, I can't even get to the end of the lip.
For me, it was like they would make me at least attempt to do a pull up, and I'm like, I can't do this.
Oh yeah, I was just dangle.
I'm like, screw you guys. Yeah.
Like, and rope climbing?
Absolutely, 100% no. Like it got to the point where I didn't have to even do the rope climb because I'm like, there's no point in this. I look at my arm. My freaking arms are uneven. I cannot do it. I have no.
I didn't have that excuse. That was just.
But like they would make me. Crayons would make me try everything. So I'm just sitting there and like they're laughing. They're freaking. Oh, it was torture. That man. I mean, he's got to be dead because he was like 80 in 1993.
Probably.
He might still be kicking.
Probably kicking it.
Probably still freaking. Probably like 110. Some things like, oh, you run those laps. Just talking to nobody. He's probably in some dementia house.
You look him up, he'll find you.
Oh, frick that guy. All right, we better get to mail. We're running some time here.
Get some physical education, though.
All right, sit and reach. Steve says on sit and reach he had good numbers.
Yeah, that was definitely
like flexible.
No, I still to this day I couldn't touch my toes to save my life.
Speaking of that, did you see? Because I know Steve does the like jujitsu and stuff. They closed the freaking MMA gym.
Oh, I didn't know that.
By the McDonald's. It's gone.
Yeah.
Our Ukaipa MMA gym is gone.
Bummer.
He's going to break down your door and make you do sit-ups before the show's over. That'd be my freaking nightmare. Oh, my gosh.
Give me 20.
Just a stupid freaking... That's like everything about like both Freaks and Geeks too, but like down to like the shirts with your freaking last name on it.
Yeah.
Freaking
yeah.
Oh, that is a regular occurrence in the IEO MMA gyms closing.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mario writes. Mario Flowers here. Just wondering. He knew he had to do this.
Yeah, well, I knew it was coming.
But you guys were on vacations from what?
4 question marks.
I'm on vacation from my monotony of my life. And from like I found a job. It's like a reward.
Yeah.
And I do it every year. So I guess it's not even a vacation per se. I mean, I say vacation because it's like traveling. Vacation on depression, exactly. And Phil, like, you work hard. You work so hard. You work so hard.
This is what's been good. I've been making Brendan come over and help me do yard work some days.
Well, even that, and just looking at your chart of your schedule, you have no time to yourself. You spend like 3 hours a day in a freaking car. That to me is like a freaking, that's a nightmare.
Yep.
That's a nightmare of things I wouldn't want to do.
Today, Janelle forgot her phone and a book at home, and so I had to do like an extra half an hour, 40 minutes driving down there to bring that back to her. I knew too, because I'm like, oh, she left this book here. So I called her to see like, oh, she wanted me to bring it down, and then her phone rang. I'm like, oh, dang it. So I had to grab that.
Janelle without her phone.
She was very happy I brought it down. She was very sweet about it, but yeah, it was a lot of driving back and forth today.
Just no more. She can't do the gram.
Yeah. Well, she also, like, she runs her whole day.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, this kid has to go to this class at this time, blah, blah. And so she has all these alarms set throughout for each day, Monday through Friday. And that's how she, like, keeps on track with all of her schedule. And so, like, as I'm, like, driving down there, it's like, take so-and-so to this. So I'm like, oh, no, I got to get it to her. So, yeah. So that's what we're on vacation from.
Kids aren't getting their stuff. Hey, man. Vacation.
But I appreciate the question. Mario's got to ask it.
Yeah.
It's tradition by this point.
All right. Kermit wrote in.
What's up, Kermit?
Hey, Brendo. I went to Walgreens and donated $1 to their Red Nose Day thing, which that is totally a thing.
Yes.
I got a red nose.
We got several.
But they gave him a promo card for a free Redbox one-night rental. I don't think they're doing that at our Walgreens.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did? I didn't get one.
Did you ask for it?
I didn't know it was a thing. I just bought it. They were like, do you want the red nose? I got the red nose, and I didn't get it. They're like, here's your red nose. I'm like, all right.
Well, okay. So, let's finish this, and then I'll tell you what happened with ours.
All right, so he says they gave you a promo card for a free Redbox one-night rental, and I guess he doesn't do Redbox because he's like, I asked my friends, they don't really use Redbox, but I know Phil does, so if your Phil wants to use it, I attached a photo of the card, and then I gave you the code.
Yeah.
Did you use it?
I did.
And then he said, I don't know if there's a Walgreens by you guys, but it's just $1. You get a free rental, and you get a foam clown nose. It might be fun for Phil's kids. You want to hit up Walgreens.
So, Janelle actually physically went in and did it. We got the thing. So thank you, first of all, Kermit, for sending it. So we went down and we're like, oh, you know, we'll get some noses and donate some money and stuff. So she went in there and she said, so we heard about this, like, you know, this Redbox deal. Like, if you do that, and the guy was like, no, we're not doing that. Why do people keep asking about that? She's like, oh, I don't know, I just the internet. And he's like, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, we're doing it. And so she's like, oh, well, if
that
I
Walgreens guy is a goof.
Yeah.
Man.
So she said, well, if I do, because we have 2 kids, we want to get them 2 noses. She's like, well, if I do $2, can I get like 2 noses and 2 codes? Like, does that work? And he's like, I'll tell you what, if you do if you do $5, I'll give you 3 noses and 10 codes. And she's like,
whoa, what?
Okay. So she gave him
10 Redbox codes for $5.
10 Redbox codes and 3 noses.
I want to do that.
I don't know why. That was just the deal he struck. She's like, I'll take it. So for $5.
10 Redbox.
Yep. So in addition to the one that we got from Kermit,
now you have 11 Redbox.
Yeah. So we rented like 4 that night. And you know, some for the kids and some for us.
Yeah.
And I forgot to put those on the thing. So we got Daddy's Home.
Yeah.
Which I'm just saying now because I forget. It's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. We did this like over the weekend. We did this weekend, and that was really good. And then we watched Room.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
Well, I read the Amazon excerpt of that book, and then I was gonna get it, and then I never did. And now it's always checked out at the library.
It's amazing and it's intense.
And it's like knowing what it is, and then Brie Larson and that kid, man, that Jacob Tremblay kid, and I mean, it's cool. Like, I feel like the world now knows what we've known forever about Brie Larson because she was kind of our like little secret, like in the whole like nerd community, like film nerd community, and also just Scott Pilgrim and everything. And I feel like now she's finally getting. I mean, she was on a bunch of stuff, but like this is like her big thing. I mean, didn't she win an Oscar?
I think she got Best Actress, and I'm telling you, she earned it.
She's amazing, and I've been saying how great she is for years, so it's awesome.
It's super good, and it's not like because we sat down and
Steve even says, "Why are you saving this for new movies?"
Well, here's why. Because I forgot to put them in there, and so I'm saying it now, or else I'll forget it back then.
That's true.
And it's on the Redbox email, so these are the ones we got with the Redbox.
Okay.
So. Then we got Goosebumps also.
Was Goosebumps good?
Really,
you already
really
watched it. You already
No, I hadn't seen it.
Oh,
no.
Oh, your sister saw it.
Yeah,
somebody
sister saw it. I hadn't seen it, and it was really fun.
Yeah,
yeah, it was great.
I heard mixed things.
I mean, it's a fun like kid like. It reminds me of like watching like Gremlins or something. Like it's not like scary, but it's some
like
scary.
Monster Squad.
And yeah, like that kind of thing. They run around fighting monsters. I think it was fun.
Cool.
It wasn't like the best movie ever, but it was definitely worth watching.
All right.
So there you go. That's why that's in the red box section. So thank you, Kermit.
I definitely hooking us up. I didn't know Room was on DVD.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's not quite like Schindler's List level, but it is like one of those kind like you gotta be in the right, you gotta be ready. Because I sat down, I had like a like a little snack.
Well, no, I think I know enough about it where I'm like I knew that it was gonna be. I read like the first few chapters of the book, and then I also like I got some things were spoiled. So
this is not a spoiler at all, but it's so well done because I mean the basic premise for those that don't know is she was abducted.
Yeah.
And by this kid and held captive for years, and he raped her, and she had a kid, and she raises him in captivity.
Yeah,
and it's the story of that and what happens from there. And that being the subject matter, it's done as tastefully as possible. Like it's not. I mean, it's super intense, but it's not like I never felt like disturbed. It's much more about the uplifting story of her like tenacity than like being super.
And that
gross.
Kid, man,
and the kid is
everything.
Amazing.
Like that was my highlight. Like I normally ignore award season coverage, but he was always doing some new thing. Like oh, Jacob Tremblay got a puppy, and he's got this puppy in all his interviews, and he's just so funny. And also just him and Brie Larson's relationship was like I guess they really I followed her on Twitter, and she just like here's Jacob and I doing this. Because like Brie Larson's Twitter, everybody should follow it. She's amazing, and so it's like all these funny things with like Jacob, and she's making like little funny Vine videos, and like on the red carpet, them doing all this stuff because they had to do so many award show stuff, and so like it was just so fun. Because normally, again, I just ignore all of that because it's blah. But like it was just, and he's so fun. And then when he was on Last Man on Earth, he's young Phil, and it's just so funny.
Well,
funny.
I mean. He was amazing. Good. He should have gotten nominated for acting. Because man, it's really good. I definitely recommend
Jake Lloyd is now in a mental ward.
Poor guy.
Poor dude.
Do you feel like at all responsible for this situation here?
He had stuff going on.
I know.
But
do we all own a little bit of that?
I never, because people would say things to his face and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's
I never did that.
Just behind his back.
It's not my fault that it's not his fault that movie. I never blamed him specifically.
No.
Because I mean he was terrible, but that was again like one of the him specifically. It's not his fault that character sucked. It's not his fault that the writing was awful.
Yeah.
It's not his fault that like everything.
What did he have to work with? And you got to figure too. He was working with green screens. A kid working with green screens and stuff. You know.
I mean, but I have a lot of sympathy for him. I feel real bad, and if I probably would apologize to him.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
Give him a hug at least.
Nobody else.
No.
Have you heard some of the stuff the freaking what's his face is trying to get and Ahmed Best was trying to get some press around Force Awakens time. Like Jar Jar wasn't so bad. I'm like, you shut up, Ahmed Best. You shut your face.
No. Wrong. Incorrect. Mannequin Skywalker, Steve says.
Yeah. Well, I remember all that stuff. All right, well, thank you, Kermit.
Yes. Absolutely.
And Mark Bolton, came in today. Hey, BrendoManiacs.
Oh.
Is that a new one?
I don't
Hi ho, Kermit. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
BrendoManiac, Mark Bolton here again. I hope you had a great time at the wrestling thing in Texas, Brendo. Phil, your trip to Louisiana sounded awesome, especially the food you guys ate.
Oh my gosh, yes.
You spent like
a lot of
45
food.
minutes.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of good food down there. And
yeah.
I'm paying for it.
Steve, all caps, the wrestling thing.
Mark got Steve to type it all. The wrestling thing.
It's not just a wrestling thing.
Don't you just
WrestleMania.
I hope you had fun at your little wrestling thing. Yeah. Your little wrestling contest.
Oh, dude. I'll talk about it a little bit more, but like in the Uber drivers were like the best because they're like, now is this thing always in here in Texas? Is this once a year, twice? What is this thing? What is this wrestling thing? What is this WrestleMania?
Wrestling.
But they did all know who like Terry Funk and the Von Erichs were, because like they're like legends in Texas. They're like basically like
they know they're Texas.
They know they're Texas people. But other than that, like most of like because the Uber drivers were some of my favorite highlights, because it was like nice working moms, like stay-at-home moms working a second income, and old grandpas that were awesome. Just like the best, and like nice cars. Like this lady picked me up in a freaking Mercedes, and I was like, oh my gosh,
Ubering must be doing well.
And then like all these guys in these big old Cadillacs. One of them had like an SUV. I was like, dude, Uber in Dallas is freaking awesome. And it was freaking sweet, dude.
When I got picked up for LA Comic-Con, it was a Kia Sorento.
There were a lot of like, normally that's pretty like those like, yeah, because like the cheap cars, but like these were like everybody. It was all like secondary income, like, and these dudes, they were just so. It was like very Southern hospitality, nice Texas guys.
Texas for you.
One of them was like giving me tips. He's like, yeah, if you get a surge price, like don't pay that surge price. Like you wait 5 minutes, it'll be gone. He's like, if it's still there, wait another 5 minutes, you're gone. Don't pay that surge price. Giving me all these tips. Lyft was a little bit more like, because I did both, but Lyft seems to always be surging, like all the time. Seemed way more surging, and their surging was more money. Whereas sometimes with Uber, it'd be like 1.3 times price. Whereas with Lyft, it'd be like, it's 250% price now. and then after WrestleMania, like forget about it. And like the traffic after WrestleMania was nuts. I missed 3 matches of this indie show because like you couldn't get in and out of like the, so like I did the Uber, and they're like, yeah, you have to go to this lot. And then even then, like he's like, you're here, because I called the Uber guy, called me back, and he's like, look, here's what you're gonna want to do. He's like, just keep walking down the street until there's no like until you stop seeing the cops breaking up traffic. It'll be about a mile, and then get an Uber. So I had to walk a mile and then get an Uber. So I missed, because I went to the show right after WrestleMania, and I missed 3 matches. And then because some of the bigger names didn't want to wrestle at 3 a.m, 2 of the big matches that I thought were going to be main events, they did first. And I was like, nah. But it was fine. I still had lots of fun.
Good.
Steve, I totally hung out with Sign Guy. Steve knows who that is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is he the one that held up the Waluigi amiibo sign?
No, but he sits right at ringside, and he holds up a bunch of signs. Yeah, Rick the Sign Guy. He's a super awesome dude. Totally hung out with him. And I met Frank the Clown, who is dating Noelle Foley, who you and I met outside of Comic-Con when I was wearing the Cactus Jack shirt. Right. And she said, nice shirts. Okay. And he was really nice. And I met Noelle again. She was really cool. And I told her, I reminded, because she's like, you look kind of familiar, but she meets tons of people. And I'm like, you probably don't remember this, but I was wearing your dad's shirt outside because we were at the Marriott. And she's like, oh yeah, I remember that. She was really nice. But yeah.
All right. Well, so what else does Mark say? Next paragraph. There you go.
Oh yeah. So I watched Flight of the Navigator recently. Man, does that movie hold up?
Yes, it does.
Totally does.
It holds up.
It's a really fun movie with a legit science fiction story to go along with it. And an alien voiced by Paul Rubens.
That's right.
Also featuring the music of the Beach Boys.
And a young
Sarah Jessica Parker,
which is where I had a very intense crush.
And featuring the music of Twisted Sister.
Yes. Which is funny because
Twisted Sister are in Flight of the Navigator and Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
And Paul Rubens' voices.
And Paul Rubens. There's double Paul Rubens, double Twisted Sister.
I never made that connection
Is before. Paul Rubens friends with, like, Twisted Sister?
I don't know.
He somehow sneaks it in there.
I didn't.
I think it was just Twisted Sister was big in the 80s. Paul Rubens is big in the 80s.
Yeah, I guess so.
The guy from WKRP in Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Okay, we've talked about this a lot. But by far, one of the most it gave me childhood fears.
Oh, yeah.
The scariest thing in that movie is when he goes to his house and the random people are there. Like that was a manufacturer of freaking nightmares. Like just going to your house, because for him it's like, oh, I got knocked out in the woods.
Yeah.
It doesn't, no time pass, and then he goes home and some strange people open up his door. I remember as a kid just being like, absolutely. Oh, like that was terrifying. Like that's crazy.
Also, when we first traveled to Florida to go to Walt Disney World, I remember we flew into Fort Lauderdale, and that was kind of a big excitement for me.
Yeah,
because that's where he's always trying to get to.
Yeah. The movie. Well, then on the MGM tour, when you see the Fly Navigator ships, are they still there?
That tour is gone.
Oh, that tour is totally gone now. That's right.
But some of the stuff is still there, and I think because they have like the big.
I do know the Rocketeer dog restaurant is gone.
Yeah, that's gone. They had some of the stuff out there. I can't remember if the Flight of the Navigator ship was there or not, but yeah, it's a great movie. Fantastic movie.
It's really good. Also, Last Man on Earth has been really good lately. We'll talk about that in TV talk. Next episode probably. I don't know for I hope that show gets as many seasons as they want. They did get picked up for season 3, so
which is awesome. But not all the shows that I wanted to get picked up got picked up.
Oh, what happened?
You mean the Apocalypse? Yeah. Left on a huge cliffhanger.
You even said that one might be in. You said it was in danger.
I just wasn't sure. And then like they did announce. They didn't say like definite canceled from what I can see, but it was not in any of the lists of being.
Too bad it's not a CW show because CW is just like all of our shows are renewed.
But it leaves on like this intense cliffhanger with all these like there's a
welcome
resolution.
To everybody that watched. What was that one with Charlie from Lost?
Flash Forward.
Flash Forward. Yeah. Because that ended on like the super ultimate cliffhanger.
Yeah, like I could not. And so Janelle, well, we should talk about this on there.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I was bummed about that. But yay, Last Man on Earth.
You got season 2 of Wayward Pines. You're the only person I know that's like remotely
I'm happy
about that. Oh, well, Alf had the ultimate cliffhanger. But then we got what was it, Project Alf? Like the movie? Well, no, there was the movie. Where you find out, because the way the show ended, you're like, oh, they're gonna murder, like they're basically like the government takes Alf and they've already said they're gonna decide like he's dead. So Project Alf, he like escapes.
Okay, I don't know.
You never saw that? It was a TV movie.
Watch the cartoon.
Yeah, the cartoons are good. They had cartoons for all the shows.
Yeah.
Punky
most
Brewster.
Of which were very loosely related to the
we
show.
watched the Punky Brewster and it kind of holds up. It's in the insanity that it is.
Well, after watching the Cave episode of Punky Brewster, it's not as weird as I once thought.
With freaking Glomer.
Karate Kid had a cartoon. Sure. Yeah. Bill and Ted's. Everything had a cartoon.
James Bond Jr.
Yeah. Everything. Ghostbusters. There was a movie back then.
Not even movies, just like everything. I mean, there was a Power Team.
Toys.
Man, I remember we went on a huge tangent because I remember we looked up the Power Team song and then we were looking up other theme songs and so like I think I remember that Power Team song, like the Michael Jordan, like I don't now I forget how it goes, but like it's like all this stupid crap. Jackie Chan. Oh, Jackie Chan even had a video game.
Oh yeah.
Well, they all had video games. Rambo cartoon. The Rambo cartoon in toys to me is like the most crazy thing.
That is nuts.
Like that's freaking insane.
Hey kids, post-traumatic stress disorder. Awesome.
Well, I mean that also is part of because Rambo 2, like First Blood, which is like this totally like he doesn't kill anybody except by accident, and it's a totally serious movie about and then Rambo 2 is just like forget all that, he's just gonna murder everybody, just go and kill everybody, and then out of that stemmed the cartoon, which is like and toys,
which is funny that's oh yay, kill everyone, let's make a cartoon.
And then because I mean we've talked about this a lot of times, there's just so many inappropriate toys. I mean
so many.
The fact that there were like Freddy everything, Aliens toys, Terminator toys, like those Predator cop. Like I remember the cops ones where they had like the cap guns, and those were the toys my mom would not let us have. No caps. Well, then RoboCop. Yeah. RoboCop toys, and those had caps.
Cartoon.
Yeah, RoboCop cartoon. That's right. Oh my gosh, that is crazy.
Yeah, that is totally crazy. RoboCop.
Because RoboCop is probably the most violent movie, one of the most violent movies ever made, especially of that time period.
Cartoon,
like extremely violent. Jurassic Park had toys that had nothing to do with the movie until Lost World came out, and they kind of looked like some of the Eagles. That's right.
True.
But at least with dinosaurs, because they're like kids like dinosaurs.
And it was PG-13. Yeah, you know.
But it was also kids love dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
And you had like new dinosaurs. You had like the spitter.
Yep.
And the because that like popularized raptors.
Oh yeah.
I feel like raptors weren't really a thing.
Before that, like it was just T-Rex or nothing.
Yeah, it was like okay. Like although I was always an Ankylosaurus fan.
Yeah, but you know if you're talking about like carnivores,
yeah,
it was T-Rex.
Yeah.
I mean, but now it's all about raptors.
Yeah. So like that's totally Jurassic Park.
Kids these days,
because before like they like I remember I had a book and like because I remember I went back in my dinosaur book and there'd be like a little blurb about Velociraptor, like a tiny blurb, and then they're like well because like they even stress even more in the books that they're like they were probably more like bird like type thing, and like now you have like these freaking Velociraptors. Yeah, they were only like 2 to 3 feet tall birds basically. Like they were more like Dromaeosaurus or whatever.
Yeah,
like those things. But then the spitters, man, like that also is like freaking Dilophosaurus.
Yeah,
like and that whole scene,
so good.
Yeah,
poor Newman.
All right. Anyway, I hope that new job prospect pans out for you, Brendo. So far, so good.
Yeah.
That sounded really great. I was honestly grinning from ear to ear when I heard you talking about it and how happy you were.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Mark.
Me too.
Love the show. Hashtag let the cookies cool.
Woo!
Mark's keeping that going for you.
Oh, dude, it's happening. It will never go away.
As much as Derek is fighting you,
he can fight on. Sail on, sailor. Not happening. Well, thank you guys for writing. If you guys want to write into the show, we have one email address. I started. So I'm like, I can't even remember it now.
Botched that so bad. Our email is BrendoMan@gmail.com, but you can go on a contact form. And I went today because I'm like, I wonder if I can get Radio BrendoMan back.
Yeah.
Nope.
They
still want a lot of money.
Jerks.
I'm like, it's been 11 years. Give it up, man. They won't.
Not happening.
They still want, and it's like all this spam crap. Jerks.
You know, though, who won't charge you a lot of money?
Who?
Stitcher, because it's totally free.
Charge you no money.
It's a free app.
Totally free. Go to radiobrendo.com, click the Stitcher button. You can sign up for a Stitcher account. Use the code BrendoMan. Totally free. Works on your mobile device, web browser,
etc.
All kinds of stuff. Listen to podcasts. All the podcasts that I listen to on Stitcher. Except some of the people because like a lot of the wrestling guys are on Podcast One, and like they want you to get their app, and it sucks. But
okay, but you got to do what you got to do.
But speaking of podcasts, you can listen to all the Benview Network podcasts. I hope Mr. Brendo Wrestling Show, not a thing yet. I did workshop it with some wrestling fans.
Yeah, what do they think?
They think they're like Mr. Brendo. That's like a wrestling name.
Oh yeah, dude, you totally need to do that.
But then I'm like, what am I doing to Benson?
Well, when he wants to do it, then it just.
But then it's still. I need a hook.
Your hook is you're like mega fan.
Dude, you look up. There's a million me's doing wrestling podcasts.
Yeah,
it's just some dude.
But you're BrendoMan doing it. They're not BrendoMan.
They're them. All right. Well, speaking of podcasts, listen to all the Benview podcasts. I can't do it in a hot tub. I'm not stealing that from Hot Tub Guy.
Do it in a cold pool.
And I'm still ripping off.
Do it in a bathtub.
Bathtub. Nobody wants to see me in a freaking bathtub.
But the twist is you're totally clothed.
I don't want to do that
in a bathtub, but it's full of water.
I can't. It's not even like big. I'm too tall for a bathtub.
That'll be your hook then.
And I'm like all scrunched, and my head's like, I'm like,
that'll totally be it.
And we're in a drought.
But you fill it with reclaimed water, so you're green.
Where am I getting reclaimed? That's gross.
Hook up a thing with a dishwasher or something. Brown water, gray water.
Ew.
Yeah, it's gray water. It's fine.
Ew.
It's fine.
Ew.
It's fine. Then you just shower off after real quick.
Well, you don't have to shower off when you're listening to the Benview Network podcast, including Bill and Janelle's podcast, Mandarin Orange Show.
That's right.
Cannot recommend it enough. Very entertaining.
Thank you.
I was laughing out loud in the Lucha Underground line, listening to your epic tale. I was texting you Because I'm like,
yes, you were like live
you got pyramid schemed.
Oh my gosh! If you want to hear the story of the worst ever pyramid scheme,
gosh, I was like angry on your behalf so much because like that's the worst.
It was bad.
It's so bad. People need to stop.
Yep.
Don't do it.
Anyway,
especially the ones where they tell you like go after people that you know.
No, and
totally like trick your friends.
Literally lied to us to get us to go to this thing.
Oh,
so bad.
Oh my gosh, I would have flipped out. I would have flipped out. But like, I guess like but then was that also part of their tactic because they knew you'd bring your kids and that would disarm you?
I don't know.
Because like you even said, you're like, if your kids were not there,
I know I wouldn't have kept it together if they wouldn't there. And I know Janelle wouldn't.
But then it's like, did they know that? And that's why they.
I bet it's part of
the game.
That's
so evil.
They know exactly what they're doing.
So Steve is continuing with gimmicks for every interview. The subject has you in a headlock or some sort of submission.
Yeah, that's good.
But then I have to get interviewing wrestlers is very stressful for me.
Well, maybe just interview regular people people that don't know about wrestling. You interview.
Okay, we'll work on that.
That's your hope there.
All right. Well, you can also check out Benson's Boombox, Benview on Spielberg, Comic Nerds Unite, Extra Damage, Mr. Brendo's Wrestling Show, Midnight Marinara, Nerd's Eye View, Pick Your Path, Picture Start, old episodes, Pillowed Cast.
Yep.
Popsicles. We need to do a new one of those.
Yeah.
We were on a groove and then we got out of a groove. Well, we had WonderCon and I was gone and then I was like, whatever.
You gotta get your groove back.
Well, that's Derek. Derek isn't contacted. I don't know. Derek's too busy for doing one. Shut Up Leonard. Well, I guess that's over now, but you can listen to it.
Yeah. Archives.
Star Wars Nerds Unite. And the new podcast review.
Oh, and Artistry.
Oh, yeah. I got to put that on there. Artistry.
Cool.
She's been interviewing some really cool people. Her newest one is with like the guy that wrote like a bunch of the big creepypastas, like the guy that wrote the Abandoned by Disney one, which is like, I don't know if you've ever read that one.
No, I've not.
It's really freaky.
That's cool. I like the whole concept of her show though, so it's really cool.
Yeah, with Kayla.
Yeah,
she's cool.
Definitely check that out.
And yeah. Somebody actually asked me about Bruno Sammartino, one of the Uber drivers. Like, is he still around? I'm like, he retired in like 1985.
I thought you were saying he was an Uber driver in 19. I'm like, wait, they didn't have Uber back then.
No, one of the Uber drivers was that because you were talking about interviewing normal people.
Yeah, I got you.
We're like way ahead of you, Phil. All right. You know what else is way ahead?
Yes, I do.
The hosting capabilities at DreamHost.com. If you go to RadioBrendo.com, click the DreamHost link. There's a little banner. Click that. And then you can save. You'll get $50 off your order,
which is a great deal.
Great deal.
Much like Amazon Prime is also a great deal.
Always a great deal.
Free shipping, streaming, all those wonderful things. How could they? I think a 30-day trial would be a good
30-day free trial would be a great way to figure out if you like it or not. Get their amazing streaming section. You want to watch Doctor Who? You got to go on Amazon Prime now. Batman the Animated Series, all the original Amazon series, they're always adding new stuff.
Yep.
They just made an update. If you're into Top Gear, which I'm not, but if that's your thing, but those guys, they're working on their new show right now. They said it's going to be finished. They're going to be putting that up soon. And if you want those guys, that's where they're at. They're on Amazon. And
so get a free trial by going to our website.
Yeah, go to RadioBrendo.com, click the free if you want suggestions that you may or may not want to buy.
Those things are creepily accurate, though.
It's kind of insane.
Somebody's like, well, yeah, I do.
I'll go through those just looking for new things to add to my wish
list. It works.
If I'm like, that's like bored, like if I'm bored or like that's one of my regular activities. So
that's why I have hundreds of things on my wish list.
Oh, yeah. Go to RadioBrendo.com, click the Amazon Prime free trial, and you'll be well on your way. And then that 2-day free shipping with no minimum order size.
But if you already have that, or maybe you're not interested, you still want to help out the show.
Y'all buy stuff on Amazon.
Everybody does. Everybody buys stuff on Amazon.
Everybody.
Go to our Radio BrendoMan site.
Mother's Day is coming up.
That's right.
Get those Mother's Day gifts.
Click that Amazon link there on the right-hand side, and go do your normal shopping. It'll help us out.
It's in May, right?
Mother's Day?
Yeah.
I think so. Maybe.
Sometime.
Yeah. Somewhere in there.
Because Father's Day's in June, because it's usually around my birthday.
Yeah. Check your calendars. Don't take our word for it.
May 8th.
May 8th. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. Well, you can click on that Amazon link when you buy stuff. So click on Amazon link on radiobrendo.com and then buy your normal stuff. It's the same great Amazon prices, but you'll be helping out the show.
Let's see what people buy.
People buy stuff, and then we say what they bought, and we don't see your name. There's no names attached, unless you're Phil, and then you mistakenly open your Amazon packages in front of me.
Brendo, yeah, it's bad. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
If you're hanging out with Brendan, do not open your mail.
All right, we got 4 pairs, quarter green socks, shoe size 6 to 9, tiny feet.
Yeah, could be kids.
I
don't know,
or just small feet.
Is that adults? Adult size?
That's I don't know. That's really small.
Could be.
What size shoe do you wear?
I wear a 10.5 or 11, depending on the shoe. So
I got giant feet, so I don't even know.
That's not that far off.
Before the Awakening Star Wars book.
Nice.
We got Legend of Korra Air, the Art of the Animated Series. So it's like the sequel to the Avatar Last Airbender. Right. We got Independence Day on Blu-ray.
Ooh, gearing up for the sequel.
We got X-Boom mini portable capsule speaker with rechargeable battery and enhanced. So it's like
speaker thing. Very cool.
We got 2032 battery, lithium, 3 volts. I'm just wondering, this is a battery
or something. Like watch batteries or something.
Disc batteries.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, lithium ion batteries.
Yeah, cool.
For like those kind of devices.
$291.
Remember, where I used to get those for?
Where?
Well, you got them for like your Game & Watch and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Cottonelle flushable cleansing cloths, fresh care refill.
Essential.
You got Cottonelle Ultra Comfort Big Roll toilet paper. Toilet paper on Amazon is like the best deal, and you don't have to think about it.
If you've got Prime, you're golden.
You can get. I usually order it by the case.
Might as well.
And then, speaking of essentials, you got trash bags.
Yeah.
100 count. Glad odor shield.
That's the way to get it.
And, look at this. Look at these prices. It's like $16 for 100 trash bags. It's a great deal. With Febreze. And you don't want to mess around with trash bags. I made the mistake of getting the cheap trash bags. Bad news.
Or Glad? What's your choice?
Whatever's
Those two are okay.
I'm like, whatever's fine, and I price it out. But I will not get... I'm not dumb enough to get the cheapos.
Oh, yeah.
Because they bust open, break up.
That's not something you want to mess with.
Yeah. You also don't want to get ripped off.
True.
So that's why Amazon.
Good deal. 17 cents an item. It even breaks it down for you.
Yeah. We got Colin's mosquito coil.
Oh, yeah. Summer's coming. Spring and summer.
Going camping.
Yep.
Going to be outside.
Ooh, it looks like we got a lot of camping stuff here.
Somebody's planning a trip.
Nice.
We got Columbia men's Bahama long sleeve shirt Commando.
You have to wear that with no underwear.
Yeah. We got another one, size medium. We got Columbia Silver Ridge convertible pants, Tusk. Is that like the?
It's sponsored like the Kevin
color
Smith movie. The color is
Tusk brand. Oh, dude, look at this. 50 sun protection.
Wow.
SPF 50. And it's quick advance. These are like some outdoorsing pants.
Oh yeah, looks like you can zip the legs off.
Take the legs off. These are like some outdoorsing.
Someone's definitely going camping,
going in the bush,
backpacking or something.
Yeah, because see, look, they turn into shorts, and it has SPF 50 sun protection, quick evaporating, like zip off legs, rear flap pockets,
and cargo.
Yeah, dude,
it's like the best of both worlds.
These are like some serious. Not cheap.
35 on the low end.
Yeah, but high end
29.
Maybe that's for like the fats. They come in. Yeah. Oh no, $44. I want to know who's the 100.
Yeah. How do you spend?
I don't want to mess around. We'll be there forever.
All right.
Those are good movie theater pants. Oh, fit a lot of candy. Somebody got the
water purifier tabs.
Water purifier tabs.
Yep, we're definitely
Mountain House biscuits and gravy. So that's like camp.
Camp meals.
We got Yalumi Spark 105 lumen 90-meter spotlight LED headlamp.
Ooh, yeah.
Man, we're doing some serious outdoorsing.
Nice. Maybe going to some caves.
Buck knives. Ugh,
not allowed to have those. I am not allowed to own those.
Have you ever seen crap, now I forgot the name of the movie. It's like where they go spelunking. It's like the girls go spelunking, and then like there's like those creature things, and like
I feel like there was like 5 of those movies that came out.
This one, the first one was really good, and it was like
because I've seen at least 2 movies where there's like a ghost or a monster or some kind of disaster.
It made me not want to go in the caves.
Yeah, none of them ever felt real to
This one was like really freaky. Buck knives. Somebody got a hunter knife with that. That's like how Phil kills himself.
Yep.
Leatherman.
Nice. That's the knife tweezer pincher thing.
Brother David's really big on those. He's always got some kind of tool.
He's got more blades around than Wesley Snipes. Oh,
that's pretty good. Milwaukee 4859 universal 12 volts slide style 1 hour battery charger.
Nice. Okay.
Final Fantasy 15 Deluxe Edition. Have they announced a release date for that?
Like that's got to be a pre-order, right?
Yeah, but I think they finally like.
But remember, with Amazon Prime, if you pre-order, you get your
September 30th.
30% off.
Yeah, it's 20. I think it's 20.
I think it might be 30.
Well, because it's $71.99. The normal price is $90. With Prime, it's $71. It's 20%.
Yeah, that's 20.
Yeah. So still, that's a great deal.
Off. That's amazing.
Final Fantasy 15, everybody's really stoked on it. It looks cool. It might break the cycle of crappy Final Fantasy games. Because Final Fantasy 13, like,
not so good.
I never even finished it. Because, like, Final Fantasy, think about Final Fantasy games. They're very non-linear, very, like, do whatever. And then imagine they turn it into, like, this linear thing. It's terrible. It was like the most annoying voice actors. The story, like Final Fantasy stories, like don't make sense usually. This one made the least amount of sense, and it was stupid, and I hated it.
I feel like
14 was online.
Okay.
And they did all this 13 whatever junk, and the Descent. That was it. This one, it was freaky.
That's one of those where they snuck something in the movie poster there that I'm surprised they got.
Oh yeah, with the girls.
Yeah, I think I saw that one. There's a couple others that came out though.
Is very scary.
Because there was like a 3D one, or the one in the cave.
Yeah, there was the 3D one. It was way later. I like this tagline though: "The scariest movie in Earth." But yeah, Final Fantasy 15. I hope it saves. Like, I hope it brings the franchise back to its previous glory. The trailers look awesome. There's a lot of it that look cool. I mean, so we'll see. I'm definitely not a day one buyer for this, just strictly because like that franchise just like hurt me. I bought a PlayStation 3 for Final Fantasy 13.
Not pleased with it.
So not pleased.
I just want them to come out with Final Fantasy Tactics 3. When is that going to happen?
Nobody knows. Well, then they did that thing where the guy that made the first one did that Kickstarter, and then the game didn't come out. Yeah. And as Jesse said, they talked about it on Extra Damage, where it turned out all he did was like look at it and be like, "Oh yeah, this looks great." Like, sure, guys. It's like because everybody was freaking out, and then like they're like, and Josh says like, "You're not getting that game. That game's
it's not happening." You don't like having your own money because you're not getting it back.
All right, we got a couple more things here. We are running out of time. FanMiss S-Shock multi-function digital LED quartz watch. These freaking Amazon titles.
So many words in
put it. All the this is like SEO gone crazy.
Because it's a watch.
It's a watch.
It needs waterproof sports watch. Waterproof sports watch. That's 3 words. That's all they needed in the title. But that's for. I want to know what trip you guys are going on. Whoever's planning it, let us know.
Fill us in. Don't forget to check out our Facebook group, subreddit. Any Kickstarter updates? Where are we at? What's going on with the shirts?
Shirts.
You order them?
No, not yet.
Are we going to have upset people?
No.
Are we running into deadlines?
No.
We do have to record that special
We got to do our special thing. And actually, I need to send it to you, but I have one of the things we haven't done yet, which is one of the simplest things, is add the people to our VIP page. And I have that compiled for you.
Which we already have the VIP
page. It's already there. You just have to add it to that, right?
All right. We are going to be we do have a plan. We talked about this. You guys announced it on the last episode. Matthew is going to be opening his, we don't have dates yet or anything, but they'll be announced shortly. We're going to be doing a live Radio BrendoMan at, what's it called, Mountain Escapes?
Mountain Room Escapes.
Mountain Room Escapes. We're going to be doing a live Radio BrendoMan. We're also going to be doing a BrendoMan All-Stars performance for the Kickstarter. We're going to be recording it. And
so there'll be an opportunity if you want to come to it, even if you didn't pledge at that level, to come.
You can come watch the live Radio BrendoMan, do the room escape.
We'll keep you posted on the details for that.
If you're in the local area,
he's already like pretty far along in the planning stage.
And that's mountainroomescapes.com.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of just a rough little outline of it now.
They have a Facebook page.
Yeah.
Get on that. Don't forget myvacationpants.com. Check out our Clicker Heroes clan, which you also like. It's Radio BrendoMan and Clicker Heroes.
Yeah.
You didn't think about that. I don't know what that is.
I don't know. I did bad.
Podcastadvocates.com. Don't forget Comic-Con Palm Springs, August 26th and 28th. Go to ComicConPalmSprings.com. Buy those tickets.
Good deal. It's going to be awesome. Lots of stuff.
$57 for the whole weekend. And then get those hotel deals. You go to myvacationpants.com.
Yeah,
find out, get those tips. As Janelle always got to look up her hot wire deals in the cheap hotels. I got it when I was in Dallas, man. It was $27 a night, and it was great.
Yeah,
and I had that continental breakfast, but
still food.
I got a lot of muffins, and I may have stashed some extras for lunch, and muffins and granola bars. It was easy to fill on my pockets.
Yep,
and they had juice.
Good. Well, and again, we've mentioned that the the Palm Springs deals in the summer are going to be fantastic. So,
so Hotel Apocalypse just happened for Comic-Con.
Yep.
So many angry people, so many shutout people. I would recommend getting on Hotwire, setting up some alerts, because I am seeing stuff for Comic-Con weekend. It might not be right downtown, but even the downtown ones, they only have a certain block for actual Comic-Con. There are open rooms and the boutique hotels, but then I've seen La Jolla deals during that Comic-Con block, $150 a night.
Yeah,
I'm seeing it. You might have to travel a little bit, but if you're shut out, check out the Hotwire deals.
Especially if you're like anywhere near like a trolley stop, like it's easy to get around.
So, I mean, you might start looking into those options. And I've seen some Hotwire deals where you're going to end up paying even less than the Comic-Con blocks. I mean, I know it sucks. I'm glad that I'm not in that situation. Phil, I mean, what's your situation? You're not
that's months away. What are you talking about?
You're still planning your big April. Summer vacation.
Yeah. Well, that's like 2 or 3 trips from now.
Yeah. Gosh. Drives me crazy. Whatever, I can't complain. I mean, we got the Lindy,
Lindy connection.
Yeah, thank you.
Sounds like a good like spy movie.
Lindy connection.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's gonna do it for this episode. Tune in next time. We'll talk more about my WrestleMania trip. You'll talk about some stuff. You went on another. You guys are like seriously addicted to room escapes.
Oh, it is on.
Because like I just see like more and more room escapes. Yep. You're like. I was telling people about room escapes in Dallas. I told my brother because he was looking for a good activity for him and Rebecca.
Oh yeah,
like room escapes, dude.
Yeah.
There's got to be some in Portland.
Others there definitely are.
Because he said they got because he goes to Groupon to get good because him and Rebecca have their birthdays are really close, so he gets like a group like a cool little couples present. And so he found on Groupon they're doing a private swing dance lesson, which that's cool, but it's just them.
Right. Yeah,
it's like that's cool. But I'm like, you guys should do a room escape. And he didn't even know what
those are on Groupon.
He didn't even know what it was.
Yeah.
So I had to tell my brother what a room escape was. And he's like, that sounds really cool. And I was telling him how into it you are. He's like, well, that sounds cool. So he said he's gonna start looking at those.
Yeah.
And because like I said, since his girlfriend lives in Portland, he goes down there every weekend.
They definitely.
And I think that'd be a good couples activity.
Definitely.
You guys really are into it. And happy birthday, Carson. My little bro.
Oh.
He's 34.
Did you do a sibling day?
No, my mom tried to guilt me like, don't you love your... I'm like, that's a made-up thing.
Why don't you love your brother?
Bogus. Nobody was talking about siblings day last year. It's like a brand new thing that just made up so people would post more on Facebook and Instagram and everything. I think it's like a social media conglomerate, like
big social media,
making up all these bogus holidays. International Parents Day, like Sibling Day and Coworker Day,
Second Cousin Day,
Boss Day, and like just bullcrap day is what it is. Happy PC Day. Take a pic with your PC and post it on Facebook. And she says, yeah, that's right. Pet Day. Wasn't it like Pet Day yesterday?
Oh, gosh,
like, every day on Facebook is Pet Day. We don't need, come on.
That's like creating Baby Picture Day.
It's stupid. It's stupid.
Uncomfortable political post day.
You know what I don't like on Facebook now? If there's like something going on, like this is going on. What do you think about it? Like the world says, I'm freaking F you.
Tell everyone.
Happy Selfie Day. Like, come on. No. Come on, guys. All right. Well, happy birthday, Carson. You're the best. I don't even know if he listens to my podcast.
Just in case.
Just in case.
He might catch wind of it.
Maybe. Who knows? I know some listeners are friends with him on Facebook. Yeah. I'm sure he gets a kick out of that. And anything else? What am I missing? RadioBrendo.com. Check out everything there. BenviewNetwork.com. All the podcasts are there.
Yep.
We're at BrendoMan on Twitter and Instagram. I know Janelle pushes that Instagram. At BrendoMan, that is our Instagram for us.
That's right.
And be sure to check out Mandarin Orange Show and My Vacation Pants on Instagram.
And make sure you tune in on Thursday for our part 2.
Yeah, where we'll be talking about Phil's escape room. We'll talk about my full. If you want to hear a little taste of Mr. Brendo's wrestling show, but I won't be talking. I'll be talking about the whole aspect of it. Lots of good things. We're going to be talking about some Spirit Airlines traveling tips.
I'm very excited to talk about that.
And we'll be talking about video games, movies, television, and Marmaduke. All next time. We got a doozy. Hope we can get it in.
All right.
This is all my 8th grade band memories fault that we got held up there. So I blame. Whose fault was that?
The bullies. It all comes back to the bullies.
Is that Mark's fault? Was that during Mark's email? We talked about that?
I don't know. I can't trace back that thread.
Who knows?
You can't
tracing back the threads. What am I doing? Well, thank you for listening, everybody. And for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right.
So that was 220.
220. It's amazing. It's a lot of shows.
It is. A lot of hearing us talk.
A lot. Selfie day. I'm going to start calling regular pictures otheries.
Otheries?
Yeah. Just to clarify, I'm not taking one of myself. It's an othery. Did you like that? Did you hear that Marmaduke that I looked up?
Yes.
Did like a Sunday special?
Oh, I didn't bring this up. On the last time we talked, did I tell you this? Did you listen to the whole episode that Derek was on the last time?
I skipped through and listened to chunks.
He dropped a bomb.
Okay.
You know how I keep saying Marmaduke was in Parade magazine?
Yeah.
It was not Marmaduke in Parade magazine.
What was it?
It was a Marmaduke ripoff. Howard the Huge.
Oh.
Yeah. Howard the Huge was the single panel one that was in, and he's like, oh yeah. And then he talked about, because he was saying he went off about the Sunday about the Marmaduke and Heathcliff, and he had the stupid letters article. So the fact that you actually read one of those really tied in,
right?
Because he's like, you guys need to read those. Yeah. Those are crazy. And I'm like, how did we all? Nobody called me on that. We're all just collect because I'm Parade magazine. But then I went back and read it, and Howard the Huge is a total Marmaduke ripoff, complete Marmaduke ripoff.
But now that you say it, I think of it. But I just assume
it was just another giant dog.
Because those are both stupid giant dogs.
Yeah, just a giant dog.
Yeah.
And he looks almost exactly like Marmaduke.
I must have, because I listened to the part where he was talking about the cat, the stories at the end. Maybe
but
he walked out of the room or something.
Yeah, because he totally was because I talked about it, he's like, that's not Marmaduke. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, that's Howard the Huge. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
And I'm like, that's where on some levels, like Derek is at this other level of like pop culture.
Yeah, he has
knowledge.
like photographic memory of certain things, like stuff that I would never
like,
remember.
holy crap, you are 100% correct. Howard the Huge, and then it just blew my mind that there was that Marmaduke was so popular that somebody ripped it off, and then that was in Parade magazine, which that was in the Sunday paper. Yeah. Like that's crazy. That's crazy.
That'd be like if someone did Draux, the alien band player.
Oh my gosh! So I was standing behind this girl, Lucha Underground, and we just started talking, her and her husband, because they come in, because they're like, oh, you come from an hour and a half away. We come from an hour and a half away, just the other way. They come from Camarillo.
Okay.
And he's like, and then they're talking about conventions, and they go to Kamikaze, and I'm like, you guys should try Long Beach and try to do WonderCon. She's like, oh, and I'm like, yeah, we do a panel. She's like, oh, you went to WonderCon? I'm like, yeah, we did a panel. She's like, oh, what did you do a panel? And then like, she's like, oh, you have a webcomic? And then like, I didn't have any cards. So she's like, but then she pulled out her phone. She's like, what's your comic? And so she typed in Brax Comics. And then she just read it and started laughing. I'm like, yes, yes.
That's good. That's good.
It was pretty awesome.
That's awesome. All right. That's good. That's encouraging.
Yeah. It made me feel really good.
That's cool.
And then other people in the line were they just overheard that and they thought that was cool. Huh. So I don't know. Again, I'm really making headway networking and talking to people at Lucha Underground. Like they found out a lot of people, I guess somebody looked, because somebody came up to me and was like, hey, I listened to your podcast. I'm like, how do you even know who I am? And
you're BrendoMan.
So they looked at me and was like, I looked you up, man, because he's this guy. He's the guy. He's at every lucha, and he'll start researching. He found out one of the other regulars is like a minor league baseball player. Like him, like, are you digging up dirt on everybody? He's like, once I find out people's names, I look them up on Google. I gotta know who the familia is. I'm like, I guess so.
You're in.
Like, so then we found out fake Johnny Mundo guy who looks like Johnny Mundo is a minor league baseball player. Huh. And he wasn't there this weekend because I talked to him, and I guess he had a torn labrum on his shoulder. Ooh. And he's like he can't do anything. So he's like, I'm just rehabbing my shoulder right now and going to this. But then as soon as I'm able, I'm going to be playing ball back east, and I think he got called up because he wasn't there this weekend. Huh. Because he said it could happen any moment.
That's cool.
He was a really nice guy. Just have to see. Yeah.
All right, shall we start next ep?
Comic-Con Palm Springs.
Yeah, it's gonna be sweet.
Oh.
Ready?
All right. Palm Pings.
I don't know. I feel like their website is pops up now, because for a while it was invisible.
CCPP.
But now I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's on my computer. My computer knows I want to find it. But I feel like for a while.
Well, I think they finally got some SEO going and some other stuff. And
so I know people are confused, but if you compare their sites now. Like the other one, what's going on there?
The funniest, stupidest thing I read. So I read the comments because they've been posting a lot on their Facebook.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm like, are people this stupid? Because their posts, right? They post on Facebook. Comic-Con Palm Springs coming. Buy your tickets now. Go to Comic-Con Palm Springs. And then you click on that post. I'm like, oh, what are people saying? Half the comments are, where do I buy tickets? How much are tickets? But they're being really good. They're responding for more information. But I'm like, in that post, it
what
says.
You just said.
But I'm like, this is the culture of Facebook where people don't read anything. Yeah. They don't actually read anything. Yeah. I'm like, that's gotta be people are becoming stupider because if you read that, it said
right
there. But I've seen that because on the there was the recent one was somebody posted in full-time creative work on a part-time schedule. We have a Facebook group, and somebody linked. They did a share from the page on the WonderCon site when our panel was. Okay. So it's the link. It is the WonderCon page, and somebody writes in all caps, "What time is this panel at?" I'm like, oh my God, click on the link, you idiot. I wanted to do that, but I didn't.
That's probably good.
But it's like, dude, you can't even people can't even read or click things now. Yeah. If all the information is not right there, and even when it is right there, it said for tickets, go here. Oh my God.
And their site is very easy to navigate. It's not like complicated or confusing at all.
But I'm just like, oh gosh, jeez. But I was talking to this lady because she didn't go to WinterCon, but she's like, are they doing it in LA next year? I'm like, no. She's like, oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
It's LA Convention Center. And we were all complaining about the LA Convention Center.
Yeah.
And then, did you see what Disney did?
Oh. What?
I'm a little concerned.
Okay.
Because it might, for what it means for like certain panels that may or may not happen now at Comic-Con.
Okay.
They are doing D23 the week after Comic-Con. They have full-on declared war.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, at least they didn't do it like the same time.
Yeah, but dude, the week after, because now like a bunch of vendors are like, so I guess we're not doing D23, and then a lot of people that go to, like, we can't afford to go to both within a week of each other. Like, That's stupid. So a lot of people are thinking it's going to crash, or it's going to be only like hardcore Disney fans, which is probably what they want, because those are the people that spend money.
Right.
It'll be really interesting to see what happens. Because it is the week after Comic-Con.
Because there's no way that that's going to take enough. There's so many people that want to go to Comic-Con that couldn't possibly impact that.
No, it's going to be the other way. The thing that people are concerned about is it's like, does this mean no Star Wars panels at Comic-Con? Because they have threatened to do that, and then they end up doing it at Comic-Con anyway. Because Comic-Con is so huge.
They can't not have that.
But could this be where they finally do? Because like, what if there's no Marvel, no Star Wars panels at Comic-Con? That would suck. Like.
Speaking of very quickly, before we start, but how amazing is the Rogue One trailer? Oh my gosh. So good.
All the amazings. So excited.
Yes.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
I just think that's some crazy. That's like a move. That's like drawing some serious lines in the sand. And also, everything I've heard about their conventions, like, because this lady was also telling me, like, it's a total freaking disaster. They don't know what they're doing. Like, everything's a ripoff. People are just pissed.
And everything is like paying more stuff. In there. Like, you're paying to get in, then you're paying to like get signatures or autographs, whatever. Like, I don't know.
And their prices to get in are nuts.
Yeah.
Like, even compared to Comic-Con, it's crazy. It's like $90 for like one day.
Yeah.
You need, like, the only way, like, I think for annual pass holders, like $75.
And it's still, though, even though it's not Comic-Con size, people are still waiting to get into stuff and not getting into panels.
Well, from what Anthony, because like they do have Fast Pass for which that seems awesome. Like, I wish they had that. But because Anthony was talking about that last year because he went. Like, that is kind of a good idea, but then I'm like, doesn't that just propagate the problem? Because then
then there's still got people that didn't get to go, and
I don't know. But I like the idea of being told to come back and then having like a fast pass thing.
Yeah, that would be
amazing.
Why not?
But I don't know how you could incorporate that. I mean, like, they figured it out, but again, it's not even on the, like, I feel like, again, Comic-Con is running as efficient as they can possibly run.
Yeah.
And just because the sheer amount of people, I don't think there's a way to do it anymore. And every proposal I always hear from people, I'm like, they've tried that, didn't work. Or they tried that and then they end up doing this. Like, everything that you could possibly do, they've tried.
Because even if they did something where you get a number and come back, like, there's not time. There's no way that would work feasibly.
And then also, like, even then, you're still, like, how many people? And then they still, because anything like that, they're gonna have to, like, then you get into room clearing, and that is bad.
Well, if they did like the thing where you scan in and out, they could, like, it would tell them how many spaces they have. But again, how is that gonna happen?
Nobody. So, like, unofficial Comic-Con blog, I guess, interviewed the scanning people, like the company. They're still working it out. That's basically what they said, because they're like, because, you know, we saw them, they were doing a lot of like observing. I think the only way that's gonna work is if they do the, like, you can just pass right through, like the automatic. But the problem is, like, for the sheer amount of people, it's not quite accurate enough.
Yeah,
because, like, for like races and stuff, there's not as many people coming through all at once. and like.
I mean, but if you had it like that, you could make people file in single file.
Even that though, like
if you were doing it just for individual rooms, not to get into the front.
Yeah. Individual rooms would work.
Because then it would keep track of how many people
it would totally work if they did it individual rooms.
Because now they're counting people.
But they need something for the main. They need some kind of solution at some point.
Yeah.
For the main, and that's the whole reason why we're doing it, because it is the main reason is to prevent people passing around badges, counterfeiting badges.
Right.
And I mean, at least on a sheer counterfeiting, it's already, even without doing any kind of check-in system, it's a huge, because those are like, but they need something where, because the whole purpose is not like where you can hand your badge out to somebody else.
Right.
And that's what they're trying to stop, because that's a major problem. And also it's a major problem at Hall H, because this would eliminate a lot of things like all the shenanigans that are happening. Because we always find loopholes and then they close them, and probably for the best. But I'm still wondering like what's going to happen next year with like the bathroom pass situation. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be curious. It's very interesting what happens this year, because I could see potential freaking disaster.
Oh yeah.
Because that if they put those at like the entrances of the convention center, that would be a nightmare.
It'll just be mobs of people everywhere,
and that would cause potential like riot situations.
Yeah,
where because I could just see like again like 20,000 people trying to like one by one like tapping the thing and like
not happening.
No tear gas. Exactly. All right, well let's get going.
Let's do it.
Oh no, I'm getting the spinny. What was the spinny? Oh. I still got this going. I need to turn that off. It's probably not good. Clogging some bandwidth there. Had to get my Monday Night Raw. Which I didn't go to. It's in Los Angeles, but I'm pretty tapped financially wise and just like tired. Not tired of watching wrestling. Just a little tired. I can't stand. My legs are so tired right now. I'm so sore. Like even the PAs are like, "You did this for 2 days?" I'm like, they're like, "Wow."
Let me sit down.
Please let me sit down. Please. All right. Ready?
Yep.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
And we are back again.
Yeah. Picking up where we left off.
Something I did want to mention that we hadn't mentioned. We got like some major rain going on here in
finally getting a little El Nino action.
Like you said, because I didn't believe you when you're like, it's gonna rain for 10 days.
Yeah, it might be
on and off. It's like on and off
still. Yeah,
because like both days I was at Lucha Underground, it rained. This weekend here, it's like on the way home yesterday, I got caught in like major rain.
Oh yeah,
last night. This morning, it's rained. It was raining earlier today.
It was raining when I came over here just now.
Crazy.
Just slightly. It looks like it's going to peter off a little sooner, but you got to, like, if you look at, they do a 10-day forecast, and usually it gets more accurate as it gets closer.
Yeah. So we're looking now, like.
You probably tomorrow, next couple days, at the most, we'll get some sprinkles here and there. And
did you mow? Did you get on your mowing?
No, it's been wet. You can't mow when it's all soaking.
You can't?
No. It like clogs up
your mower.
Yeah.
Because you got some serious mowing. You got some serious mowing situation back there in the orchard.
It's bad. I mean, I did some
because you were gone.
Yeah, I mowed. And
it's been raining.
And then it rained a bunch, and then it's been warm.
Because I walked back there and I was like, whoa, you got some serious. At least you don't have to worry about like it's not like there's gonna like fire or stuff.
No. I mean, that's the thing. It's too wet.
But it's just around the corner.
I know it's coming, but it's not so bad. I mean, I've had much worse, and I've already like the front yard. I mean, it needs some touch up, but it's not too bad.
I guess this is like our orchard.
This is the orchard.
But let me tell you,
best
oranges I've ever had, and they're like prime.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good right now.
Like just juicy.
Because it's funny. It goes in phases. Like sometimes we'll get a lot of oranges that are smaller. This year we got not quite as many, but they're huge and juicy and
fat oranges, like perfect.
Yeah,
I ate 2.
Also, while you were there, we set out some gopher traps.
Yeah.
And of the 3, I caught one.
Getting those gophers.
So it is a big one.
Yeah. Big Daddy.
Yeah. There's still more out there though, because they buried one of them.
Yeah.
But that's why I like to do 3 at a time, because they like outsmart one, and then the other one they're I got that trap, and then they walk into the other one.
So they figure out that they're smart enough they can figure out their...
So the ones that don't work, they'll actually like backfill it and cover it up, like bury it in the hole there,
trying to trick you.
Like I'll show you. And then so that's why I do like the 2 opposing ones, so they'll dig this one and then go around the other way in the tunnel, and I got another one for them. Yeah.
Can you imagine just walking like as a person, like a trap, like
snap you in half?
Snap you in half. The people trap.
And it's not pleasant. But they should stop digging up my stuff.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it. You got stuff to mention?
Yeah. Well, we did.
You did another room escape. So this was after the handcuff one.
After the handcuff one.
Which one
did
you do?
This was just yesterday, actually.
What was it called?
We went back to the 13th room.
And that's in Los Angeles?
Which is in Pomona. But they just opened a second room, and it was unique amongst them. It was a like half dinner murder mystery. Ooh. And then half escape room. Yeah. So the first hour, there's like a dinner. It was really good, like amazing food.
Oh, I think you had talked about.
Yeah, we booked this a long time ago because they just opened it, and only the people who had done the 13th room, they got like pre-release.
Yeah,
so we got a discount pre-release thing before it's like fully open. And it
was good dinner.
Amazing dinner.
What did you have?
I had like a chopped salad with like chicken and bacon and beans and like.
You got the salad,
dude. I'm doing good.
Wow,
I'm doing good. But it was it was amazing. It was really good. I mean, they had like prime rib, they had beef dip, they had turkey sandwiches, like all kinds of good stuff.
Like a good meal.
But then, like during the meal, like there's this whole story. Well, so the theme was Jack the Ripper. Ooh, and people came. The detective came in and was telling us about stuff. There's maps all around. The menus had like maps printed like faint. Like remember how the Legend of Zelda. The booklet, how you'd read this stuff, but if you look closely in the background, there's like half tones, and it was all like maps and secrets. It was like that, and like the different ones fit the other. Super cool. So we're in this like historic building, and I won't spoil like details in case people want to do it. But we, look at clues, and then after the dinner is done, a big twist happens, and we find out that Jack the Ripper's at it, and we have to go find someone has been kidnapped, and we have to go find them. So we actually walk around the downtown area following clues and get to a room, and then get locked in the room and have to help rescue someone. Amazing. And then there's like a whole separate escape room experience in there.
Wow.
Oh, dude, it was
so you're like cool. Outside.
Yeah, we're wandering around.
Dude.
But like the detective guy was there.
They did something like I remember hearing about something like that in downtown LA where it was like this whole like detective thing.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, cool. That's awesome.
It was super cool. So, and then it was a really, really good escape room. We wound up getting out with 5 minutes to spare.
So you did it.
But we did have to use 2 clues.
Yeah.
Now, we had a mixed group. We had some other people with us that were nice people. They were a little more clue happy. Like I think we could have done it without the clues, but they wanted to keep it moving. So whatever. But we got through it, and that was good. We're yet to complete one with no clues. Mm-hmm. So, we'll get there. But it's super fun. And meanwhile, my brother's working on putting his together, and it's awesome.
You are like totally addicted.
Dude, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like your new thing.
It's the new thing. It really is. It's so cool. I saw some really good ones too. And this one had some really clever ones.
Yeah.
It was great. And the group was all super excited, and like people would cheer when someone solved it. So like it was fun. Like I got some good cheers,
Nice.
It's good stuff.
Very nice.
Good fun. So you guys should try it. Everyone should try an escape room. It's
awesome.
Super fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to put it in here, but I wanted to put this in. Fat alert.
Yeah.
Listener Mark Ariano. I
saw this. He had a great post.
Now, Derek had already warned me of this because even in Florida, this is an issue. Not only is it an issue for fats, but it's an issue for talls.
Is that Wizarding World Harry Potter?
This is the Harry Potter and the Incredible Journey. I still don't know. My problem is if I paid the money to go in there and then I didn't fit in that seat, I might I might Hulk out or just start crying
because it's big and tall.
I know just tall people that haven't gone on, and I don't know what the height is. I think it's like 6'4", 6'5". I'm like 6'3" 3/4", 6'4" sometimes when I get measured, depending on the measuring standards, I guess. So I'd be like right there just with the height, let alone the fat thing. But he said, because he's like, because Derek said like the fat thing, he's like, if you can fit in the New Beverly seat, you should be okay. But then he didn't know about the tall thing. But again, do I want to pay however much money?
They should have the fat checker out in front of the park before you pay the ticket.
Because, man.
Yeah. That would be frustrating.
Maybe I'll have to wait till Horror Nights.
So there's just the one ride right now?
There's that ride. There's the there's like the kid ride, the hippogriff ride. So, but I mean, I still want to get butterbeer and go to Honey and all that other stuff. And I know I'd be super stoked. But if I it'll be a traumatic experience.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could, like, can you escort me in?
Seriously,
sit at the
that's
seat.
fair to ask.
Because I need to know.
Yeah.
Good. Derek wasn't sure. Like, he felt Mark got in.
Yeah.
But
he said they checked like 3 different times along the way.
I'd be so nervous. That's very stressful.
And then if you were like waiting for 2 hours, and then you get up
well,
there,
I mean, you were there in my freaking traumatic Batman experience. So I don't know.
That was a good alert, though.
But that is a good fat alert. Yeah. So everybody be advised and keep us updated, and we got to all look out for each other.
Yeah,
because that's a big deal. Because I want to go on that ride like more than anything right now, and I just don't know.
That's
because
a good fitness goal.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't. But again, even if I it's the tall thing, because that's where Derek wasn't even sure. He's like, I think you're really good. I think he told me he's like, I think you're okay, because he's like you can fit in the New Beverly seats are small.
Yeah,
he's like, you can fit in that. I think you're okay seat wise, and then the bar is fine. He's like, it's fine. And like Mark, he said it was snug. And he said it was a tight fit for him. And I'm taller than Mark.
Yeah. So I mean, who knows? That's tough.
I really want to go on that ride. And I'm just like, aren't we in the world where like they expand? Didn't they have to like expand the boats on It's a Small World?
Yeah, but Disney's the only one that really has done that. Like, there's nothing in Disneyland I can't fit on.
Come on, Universal.
Yeah.
Especially a new ride.
Yeah.
Like, come on, guys, please. What are you doing? Maybe this is their way of they're feeling socially responsible. Right. Like they don't want to kowtow to the fats.
Don't they want your money though?
I didn't see. Steve says, I'm afraid that I'd freak out and bust through a wall in one of those escape rooms.
Here's the thing, and I'll just say this. Like, I know there are super scary ones, but they're all very upfront about it. Nothing that I have been to.
Is it just the idea of being trapped, though?
Yeah, but it's the thing is like if you're not claustrophobic being in a living room, you won't be. There's not.
You guys are questioning if I could handle being in an escape room. I do stuff that would freak you guys out.
I was talking to Janelle about this just the other day. I'm like, well, he does all the haunted houses. And she's like, oh yeah, like
I do stuff that you guys probably wouldn't do.
I take it back now. I just.
I'm totally fine on all that.
But really, I mean, I know
Bloody Mary smashed through a window and literally grabbed. Because I did the one where you sign a waiver so they can touch you.
Yes. No, nothing. I mean, like not even remotely anything.
And
like that.
You had to grab the toilet key. Was it a key out of the toilet?
Yeah.
They stole that from Knott's.
Oh, did they really?
Because that one that I did, you had to grab a key out of the toilet.
There was like a hand, like a disembodied.
Was there actually? See, because ours there was like what appeared to be poop in the toilet.
Yeah, it was like a grimy old toilet. Yeah. Like it did not look clean.
Did they have a simulated smell?
No.
Knott's went as far as like it smelled like human poop.
No, it was definitely
and I was
not
like
that.
And like Mike, I was obsessed. Like Mike and I were like, how did they do the poops? Can you buy poop smell?
Yeah, totally.
Like, because it wasn't like, because I'm like, this is not like manure. This is not like, and this is human poop smell. It would smell like a toilet. Like, it was so good.
Disgusting.
It was disgusting. Like, even Mike, because Mike was the one that ended up reaching in and even he was like almost gagging. I'm like thinking like, oh my God, I cannot believe you reached in a toilet.
No one was coming and I wanted to solve it, but I was like, somebody come in here. Come in. No one was coming in. I'm like, all right, I'm reaching the toilet.
because that's like your
it was bad.
ultimate.
I'm like, as soon as we got out, I was like sanitizing.
Because the Knots one, it was based on like your basic fears.
Right.
So there was like fear of the dark. There was like an animal one. There was like we had to eat something. Because we had to eat freaking like bugs.
Awesome.
Like everybody had to eat a bug before they gave us the key. And then we had to do like somebody had to get in a coffin.
Oh man!
And like, I didn't do it. I didn't do that.
So again, for listeners that are concerned,
that's not like that. There are those ones.
There are, but they're very upfront about it.
Oh
like,
yeah.
So like I would call up and they're like, they don't give you like what's going to happen, but they'll tell you like these are the things to concern. So like this one, the stuff they did point out is you have to crawl, and you'll be handcuffed because those are things that might freak people out or might be physically, So
you guys said it was uncomfortable, and Janelle had like bruises.
Yeah. So they're very upfront about that, and there's plenty that aren't scary at all.
Steve says if there was a clown one, I might have kicked a scare actor in the clown bowl. Well, Phil witnessed what I did when that clown came out. That was like a full-on like Shaggy Scooby.
Dude, you jumped in my arm like Scooby-Doo. I was your Shaggy. Yeah, so it's not like that. At least it doesn't have to be. Most of them aren't. And even if they're like kind of creepy, like if you can handle a PG, if you can handle watching Ghostbusters,
these aren't like those crazy
fine.
Blackout mazes they do
like
that are like freaking insane.
Nothing like that. It's really not. It's really
this
really
is more
fun.
just a puzzle.
Yeah,
fun.
Or Gremlins. If you can handle watching Gremlins, you're fine. Like at most there'll be like eerie music playing, like ghost house music. You're fine.
Right. Well, so we got the fat alert and
what you got? You've got some updates.
Well, I mean, I already talked about this last episode, but the job, still working that paperwork through, getting my background check, but
it's looking good.
Takes all so far, so good.
Yeah.
She said she's like at the earliest, probably the end of this week.
Okay.
At the earliest.
It
is peak time where they're doing a lot of because it's like the Justice Department. It's like they're going through the database and the fingerprints and then stuff. So
and that's out of their hands. So
yeah. Steve says, Horror Nights, I grabbed my date by the wrist and dragged her through the clown area on the tram maze, then let go when I felt safe at the zombie section.
Yeah, it's nothing even remotely like that. So it'll be fine.
I got pretty freaked out. I still get freaked out at the clown stuff.
Now there might be a clown escape room. Who knows?
I'm sure there is.
But again, they're pretty upfront about what the concerns are.
So the job thing. I mean, it's just now it's like I'm just kind of chilling, like a villain.
Like your last moments as a free man.
Yeah, but I mean, like I still like my schedule is gonna be so great, and then I'll be back on break soon enough.
That's crazy.
So that's exciting. And I'm gonna be up front. You got clowns in there. There will be blood. Steve's like just really like, there better not be any clowns in here, man. All right. Well, and I went to Dallas. My Dallas trip. I was feeling very positive, and I feel like that kept me in a very. Everything was great.
Yeah.
I had a couple near disasters.
Yeah.
But
some of which were widely reported on.
So the first one that I'll talk about is the rental car disaster, which
is crazy.
Super. So first I had to. So me being, I always think I'm being clever, and sometimes my stinginess can burn me because I feel like this wouldn't have been a big of a deal but I did this in New Orleans and I did this in one other place and it was fine because the airport rental cars, like in like the major hubs, I found that you can find if you go off like at one of the rental car places away from the airport, I was able to get like half the price of like getting at the airport. Because during like big events like WrestleMania, everybody's getting rental cars at the airport, and the rental car places can charge whatever they want. Usually in like other situations, it's usually the other way around.
Right. We always do them at the airport.
But in like a big thing, well, now I think I'm done with these offsite, because like I might even be done with rental cars because I didn't have a rental car because I had the rental car reservation. And first I go off-site to this one place. It's like way out, like on the east side of Dallas.
You had to take an Uber to get
I took a Lyft there.
Okay.
And the guy was real nice, and he's like, "Man, you're going way far out here." I'm like, "Yeah, but I found this deal on rent a car," and I told him how much money I was saving. He's like, "Well, I guess that's a good deal." And then he's like, "Well, you should just do Lyft and Uber, like for like this." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I did the math and I figured it out, and it's cheaper this way."
Right.
And he's like, "Yeah, but you're gonna have to pay for because Dallas is definitely like a major city. It's like there is no free parking in Dallas." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I'll walk and like I'll find places." Like I did it. I'm like, "Look, I'm not. This is my first rodeo. Like I'm very well seasoned." And he's like, "All right." Well, he gave me some tips for when I did get a car.
Okay.
And then he's like, "In WrestleMania weekend, just take an Uber from your hotel. You don't want to deal with this because even if you find a place that's like a parking place, you're not going to be able to like because I had found a place where it was like a park and shuttle. He's like, you'll get in a shuttle and then you're going to sit there in traffic for like 2 hours."
Yeah.
He's like, just again, like what the Uber guy told me that when I did do it, he's like, just start walking, walk as far as you can past the traffic, and then take an Uber because otherwise you're going to be in traffic forever. And then the parking is outrageous. Like the lots near the like stadium are like $75. Like, kid you not. There was a freaking Walmart, and the Walmart parking lot, they were charging $75. Like, it was crazy. So, and people were paying it.
Oh, I'm sure they were.
And so anyway, so we go. She drops me off at the rental car place, drops me off. I get out. This guy comes outside. He's like, "Oh, did you have a rental car reservation?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "The lady isn't here because she had to go. She had a family emergency." And I'm like, "Why is this my problem?" Because he's like, "Yeah, she's not here." And I'm like, and they tried to call you. I'm like, "I was in an airplane." They're like, "Oh, well, I guess. Well, I'm sorry. Well, you can get a rental. You can use your reservation at the place in Mesquite." I'm like, "I don't know where the heck that is." He's like, "All right, well, I'll call them and they can send somebody to pick you up." And I'm like, again, and he's like acting like I'm like, why? This is like, what? Like, what kind of business is this? Like, why is there only one person? Then she just left, and now it's my problem.
Like that's insane.
Like, that's freaking already. I'm like, oh my God, like this is crazy. Like, oh, sorry. She left.
Yeah. And who was this guy? He worked there?
Well, so it was an Avis, and it was half, like, most of the Avis was selling. He worked for the car sales. And then the rental car is just one little, so he was covering for, I guess, some bull crap.
It's not really covering to say, like, no.
Yeah.
No cars. You know how to take the reservation.
It was,
you know how to keep the reservation.
Well, my problem, I did the reservation through, it was actually a Janelle tip.
Rental. See, we've never had something like. I mean, but again,
I even skipped the one that she said to skip, and now I'm like, should I have skipped that? Maybe I wouldn't have had this problem.
Well, it was Avis though.
Yeah, this was Avis.
Is reputable.
Yeah, but because I skipped the one that she said to skip.
Well, we have had that one. I can't remember what it's called now. But
it's always the first one.
Yeah, because it's bad.
It's probably because it's so freaking cheap. Well, now Avis is on my freaking list, man. Because then I go to then I wait. I sit there. So it's like, because I gave myself plenty of time. Access was at 6. My plane landed at 3:30. I assumed I would be fine. That's plenty of time. That is plenty of time.
You would think.
So now it's like 4:30.
Okay.
I'm at the rental car place, just sitting there, and he's like, somebody will come and from the main office and pick you up and take you over there so you can get your rental car.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay. And then so then at 5 o'clock,
oh my gosh,
this lady shows up and gives me a ride to the place, and it's like further out
from where you want to go,
even further out, and it's like in the strip mall, bad part of town. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I getting into? And then I get in, and I get in there, and there is this dude yelling at the rental car guy, and he's basically like, they're even joking. He's a drug dealer.
Okay.
Like, he's using this car. He's like, look, I don't want to give you a car again because we know you're dealing drugs in this car. And he's like, hey man, what I do in the car is my business. I'm just like, what is happening? What is happening here? Like, I'm like, oh my God. Like,
Oh,
I'm just
man.
like, well, I'm like,
No
I think
way.
I should just walk away. And I'm like, what is happening? And so finally he's like, are you Mr. Creecy? I'm like, yeah. He's like, hey man, you're not gonna be able to fit in this car. And I'm like, oh. And he's like, and I'm like, do you have it? Because this is what every single time, and I talked about this last time.
Right.
Every single time I've rented a car, as soon as I walk up and they see me, I have gotten a free upgrade without even asking.
Yeah, like they did at the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time.
Not this time.
And he's just like, you're not gonna be able to fit in this car. And I'm like, come on, man. And he's like, well, you can try. And then he sits there looking at my reservation. He's like, I can't give you this rate. I'm like, what are you talking about? I can't give you this rate. That's a rate. And he's like, I just rented out this car for twice as much. Do you know it's WrestleMania? I'm like, no crap, that's why I did this online. What are you doing? And he's like, man, I can't do this.
So you said no?
And he's like, well, I just gave out this car. And then he kind of was like, oh, and then he's like, well, I'll do it, but you have to put down a $300 cash deposit. I'm like, I don't have $300.
What?
Well, because then he pulled because I don't have a credit card. But I have done this. But I've done this all the time. I do it all the time. I've never had a problem. But he wanted a $300 deposit plus the cost of the car up front. And then he's like, but I really can't give you this rate. And I'm like, dude, I've got this in freaking writing, but I call rentalcars.com. They don't even answer. They don't even answer the phone.
It's not, yeah, they're definitely not like, you're not going to get the customer service.
So I called them and no answer. So I'm like, and he's like, look, man, like this is all. I'm like, come on, dude. Like, what are you doing here? Like, you're gonna leave me. He's like, I'm sorry. And then some guy behind me is like, I'll take that car. And he's like,
oh my gosh. That's like, I can't believe you didn't lose it then.
All I cared about at this point was like, I just want to get, I can't cause a scene because I just want to get to access. It is like 5:30. I'm like, if I leave right now, I looked at the Uber. It was like 25 minutes to there. Right. And I'm like, I will get there right when access starts. I have to leave now. I can't make and I don't, and again, this place is shady as all get out. There are drug dealers. This whole place is just super shady. So I'm like,
the Avis.
Yes, but it's like super shady. Oh my God. And I'm just like, this guy's trying to shake me down. There's a drug dealer right here. I don't know what's happening. I feel like he's trying to get me to give him cash. Like he wanted cash. Yeah, I'm like,
I mean, we've had trouble with the debit card thing before, but never like that.
So now I'm at this point where I'm like, I'm just done dealing with it. So I'm like, all right, man. He's like, all right, see you later. And I'm like, pfft. And
oh my gosh.
I leave. I get on the Uber. Guy picks me up, and I'm like, I can get to the convention center like now. And he's like, sure thing. And we get to the convention center. So I've already spent between the airport to that one, and then this back to the convention center. Which, if I had known all this, I could have just done the trip from the convention center, from the airport to the convention center. That would have been like a $10 Uber. Right. Instead, I spent like $45 on Uber. I'm like, there goes my dinner tonight. Because I'm like on a very, very, very strict budget. And that's how I started out. And then I get to Access, and there's like, and then I don't know what they did at Access. Like I knew this was coming.
Okay.
It's again this situation where it should be a hard ticket where they cap the people, but I don't think they do. I think they just sell as many tickets as they can, and the lines have gotten out of control. Where like getting an autograph, like you're looking at a 2-hour wait minimum, whereas previous years in 2 hours I could get 2 signatures. So and there's 2-hour sessions that you get for your ticket, and then so it's 2 hours and they switch out who's signing, and I was usually able to get 3, sometimes 4 autographs in those times. This time I just saw the lines and there wasn't anybody I really wanted, so I'm like, I'm just gonna go over and see what's going on at the NXT arena, and I'm probably just gonna stay there because I noticed this year they actually have seats, which they hadn't had in previous years. So I'm like, I'm just gonna go chill out there. It's probably gonna be cool stuff. That's worth my price of admission. I did get to meet Bob Backlund because he was just walking around at the line because he's kind of nuts, and he's a WWE legend. He was WWE champion before. He lost to Iron Sheik, who then lost to Hulk Hogan.
Oh, okay.
So that's Bob Backlund, and he was cool. So I'm like, I met a wrestler. I think I'm good in that. and then it was awesome because then so my first picture I took was Triple H came out, which I mean he's the main guy. He's in the main event of WrestleMania. He's the COO. So right away I'm feeling better. I'm fine. I'm calming down. I'm feeling better. I'm like, there's Triple H. Like he walked out. He's like glad handing people. I patted him on the shoulder. Did a little pat, like the wrestling pat that you do, and then they had a brand new statue for Dusty Rhodes, R.I.P. And he brought out Dusty's sons came out, Cody and Goldust and Stardust, but they were out of character, just wearing suits, and then their families. And Dustin Rhodes came out, and he was just very, because this is dad, and he was very emotional because this is like an awesome statue. They spoke for a little bit, and then Dustin Rhodes gave me a hug. Like Goldust gave me a hug. Huh. It was really cool.
So that sort of make up for
it totally did. I was fine at that point. And then they had some awesome NXT matches. I got to see Enzo and Cass, who are like one of the big tag teams, and they weren't wrestling a takeover because everybody knew by that point they were going to be on Raw on Monday. They're making their big leap up, which they did, and it was awesome. But so it was kind of like good send off seeing them, and there was some. And then Ryback came out, and that was stupid because he's stupid, and everybody was giving him a hard time to the point where I think he left a little early because he realized that nobody wanted him to be there. But just, again, seeing wrestlers talking to come out. And then the big thing that I got to be there for was the Stone Cold podcast. They did a live podcast with him and Mick Foley in the middle of the NXT ring.
Nice.
And I got to give Stone Cold and Mick Foley a high five. And Sweet. It was awesome. So that kind of already, I'm like, all right, WrestleMania, I'm pumped. Everything's looking up from here. And it was good. Right. I got to go to the little exhibit, the memorabilia exhibit. A guy offered to take my picture with the Dusty Rhodes statue, so I got my picture with the Dusty Rhodes statue, posted that. But I don't know what's going on my phone. I think I have I've been trying to figure out, there's something on my phone that's like draining the battery. Because my phone was dying like pretty early. Like I wasn't getting like, and that was a problem the whole weekend. Yeah. So it was like, yeah, that's why there's not a whole lot of pictures.
Okay.
Also, I just not a lot of stuff, and also like I was like, I don't know, I'm very much now, because so many people are just sitting there with their phones out and like videoing stuff, and I'm like. And I feel like I'm missing things when I'm trying to take pictures.
Yeah.
So it just got to this point where I'm like, dude, just no, I'm just going to watch this and enjoy it. If you really
want to watch bad phone footage, you can look up someone's on YouTube.
And like, I'm not going to go back and look at even these pictures. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah.
But so I'm like, at some point I just put my phone away and I'm just enjoying these moments. And so that was cool. And then I Ubered everywhere and it was great.
Well,
it was a little bit more of the money than I wanted to spend, but I got it down to where, because if I had a rental car, I probably would have gone back and forth a little bit to my hotel in the downtime.
Right.
But instead, I just hung out in downtown Dallas a little bit more, because everything was right there in downtown Dallas before, like WrestleMania itself was in Arlington where I was staying,
right.
But all the other stuff was in downtown Dallas in a very small radius. So once I got down there, I could walk everywhere. Yeah. And
cool.
And so that was fun. So Friday, so Thursday after Access, I went back to my hotel. I was pretty wiped out because then there was a time change.
Oh yeah.
And that was just weird. And then I knew I was gonna have to get up. Like getting up was gonna be hard because of the time change. Like I wasn't tired when I went to bed, but I knew that because of that 2-hour time change, I have to get up early, and because there was a show. Well, actually, the first show wasn't until 4, but I want to go to WrestleCon, and that started at 9. So I kind of was like, I'll get to WrestleCon around 11 or so. Right. So I slept in a little bit.
Okay.
And then I went to WrestleCon the first day, and immediately met up with a listener, Tim Harris.
Nice.
Who was working. His friend runs one of the big autograph booths at WrestleCon, and so he was with he was doing security for some of the major people that were there, including Scott Hall of NWO fame and Razor Ramon. I mean, he's Razor Ramon. If you ever heard of Razor Ramon, and then he was mostly around the Lucha Underground women, and some of them recognized me.
Nice.
They were like, yeah.
You're the guy.
Including cheerleader Melissa, who almost hit me with a chair. And so it was cool talking to them and hanging out with Tim, and then going around and hanging around, just watching some of the WrestleCon panels, because they have panels, which is, if you don't want to go around and feel weird talking to wrestlers who are trying to get you to buy a picture for $20 or whatever, you can go sit in the panels. But I had a lot more luck this year just talking to people. It seemed like there was a really cool vibe. And then, so right away I went and met up with because Marty DeRosa, who does Wrestling with Depression, who's friends with Colt Cabana, he had already told me to come find him, and we hung out a little bit, chatted, nice. Met up, and then I started talking to Colt, and I pointed out that I was the guy that saved one of his Howl podcasts. Then we talked a lot about podcasting and about Podfest and some other stuff, and I got the Wrestling Road Diaries 2.
Yes,
because last year I got the first one, and then I got the second one, and he signed it, and then we talked a little bit more, and then at his booth I met some other people who were coming by. I met David Marquez, who's the promoter of Championship Wrestling from Hollywood. I met Kevin Cross, who wrestled in Lucha Underground. And so, again, a lot of Lucha Underground guys. Brian Cage, Ricochet, who wrestles with Prince Puma, came by. Rey Mysterio Jr., Diamond Dallas Page. Got to talk to a lot. I got to talk to a lot. And then just walking around, talked to Jessica Havoc, who also Lucha Underground. Talked to some legends that I talked to is Cowboy Bob Orton, Randy Orton's father, who wrestled in WrestleMania. He was part of WrestleMania 1 with Mr. T, Hulk Hogan.
Wow.
That whole scene. It was cool meeting him. I met Lanny Poffo, Macho Man Randy Savage's brother, who was also known as the Genius. And he is a poet. And he is one of the nicest guys one of the nicest people I've ever, never once did I feel like he was going to be like, do you want to buy something or whatever? He was just super friendly, just super nice guy.
That's a smart way to go about it.
Famous B from Lucha Underground, talked to him a little bit. And some of these guys were just walking around. A bunch of the Ring of Honor guys showed up because they had their own little thing, but they were just walking around talking to people. So then I talked to them, talked to Kyle O'Reilly, talked to some other guys. So again, I know the people you don't know, but I just got talk to all these cool wrestlers, and it was fun just talking to them, chit-chatting, talking about Dallas, talking about cool things we're looking forward to, and just generally nerding out with people. And it was a lot of fun. Got to see a live Colt Cabana podcast, and he had a lot of cool guests. And him and Marty were really fun. Watched Marty interview some other wrestlers. And everybody should listen, even if you're not a wrestling fan. Wrestling with Depression is a really good podcast. He doesn't really talk about wrestling on that one. He does have a new podcast. It's him and this lady comedian, Shockey. I forgot her first name, but she's really funny. And it's called Wrestling Without Depression that they do every other week. And it's really good. Check that out. But yeah, it was just a really fun time hanging out with Tim. And then I went to Evolve shows. They were at this place called Eddie Dean's Ranch, and it's like a banquet hall. But it's like once you go inside, it's like an old West town with little fake storefronts. But they had awesome barbecue, because at first I'm like, how am I going to get barbecue when I'm out here? I'm too busy. And they had barbecue right there, man. They had brisket. They had freaking pulled pork. Nice. And it wasn't like crazy expensive. It was like decently priced. Like I can't like at least at those places, unlike at like AT&T Stadium and other places, most of the other places they're not gouging you. Sodas were $1.
It's pretty good.
And like, so yeah, that was cool. And like the food was decently priced, and they had like barbecue sausage, like a sausage dog, and those. But that freaking brisket, man,
making me hungry.
Oh my gosh. You know what else is funny though? The first time I asked somebody about a barbecue place, like, oh yeah, there's a place right down the street, Dickie's Barbecue Pit. I'm like, I don't want to go there. We have Dickie's Barbecue Pit tonight. But I'm like, no, man. Like, I'm talking about Texas. They're like, that is Texas barbecue. I'm like, yeah, but that's a chain. And they're like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, no, like a barbecue place, man. Like, I'm talking like, well, those places they don't have them like in downtown. There's one place that Jed Harris, friend of Popsicles, suggested, which is called the Pecan Lodge. But I was too busy to get over there until Monday. And then when we did go over there, it was closed on Mondays.
Oh.
But, and so I'm jumping around here. But I did meet up with our friend Jonathan Matlock, who we've talked about on the show quite a bit. He's the one that scared us all the time in college, including the infamous Scream incident. He was the man in the Scream mask. He lives outside of Dallas. And he works from home, so he's like, when can you meet up? I want to meet up. And it was great. We hung out. We talked. We took me to his favorite comic book store. We walked around downtown a little bit. But then, so because the Pecan Lodge was closed, then he's like, well, I got this other place. And I went here, and it's the best barbecue I've ever had. And it was outside of Dallas.
What's it called?
Hard 8.
Okay.
And it's like full-on barbecue pit. Like they've got like 8 or 9, because I see it and like you can smell it, and they've got smoke coming out. I mean, I took a picture. You can see it. There's like smoke coming out. They had like 8 or 9 giant pit barbecues, man. And you buy it by the pound. And I had like the brisket. You can get like, they had like ribs, but I'm not really a rib. I think ribs are a little messy for me. I'm not like,
I love ribs.
Oh, if you would have loved, because they got ribs, they got sausage, they had shrimp, they had these shrimp jalapeno popper things, and they had like corn on the cob. They had the banana pudding that was like amazing. These amazing desserts, amazing sides. Some of the best French fries I ever had.
It's like torture right now. You understand?
I know. I'm hungry, but like I had like this, dude. I got because I didn't quite, because you're ordering by the, so I got like, I'm like, I'll get a half pound of brisket. He put it on there. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so much, dude. Because it was like $15 a pound. So I'm like, I'll get a half pound. And Jonathan's like, get whatever you want. And like I was like, oh, well, thank you, Jonathan. And like this place, oh my gosh. And then we were walking to get our drinks, and then he's like, oh, you're gonna want the beans. And they got like this giant pot of beans, and it's like all you can eat beans. And these beans, man, oh my gosh,
this is not even fair. This is just mean.
Best barbecue I've ever had. And I've had Kansas City barbecue, I've had random Missouri barbecue. Let me tell you, I think I'm a Texas barbecue fan, because this stuff.
This could be, you could be drawing a line in the sand here.
Well, I mean, I've had like, again, like the best barbecue place I've been to is Danny and I. We were going to this conference in the middle of Lake of the Ozarks, and we found this. Danny had done some research and found it was like I think it was like attached to a gas station or something. Total hole in the wall place, and you have to get there super early, because it's one of those places that they will run out. And it was incredible. But this, I don't know, man, because this was like pit barbecue.
All right.
It was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. Hard 8, incredible. And then the other place we ate at was this place called I forgot what it's called. It was like Dylan's or something. It was in Arlington.
Brandon's.
No, not Brandon's.
What?
It's Brandon.
Well, Dylan.
Well, if you look up Cajun food in Arlington, it's the only thing that'll pop up. It's a genuine Louisiana style. It's in a strip mall. As soon as I saw it, I was like, this is legit as all get out. It's in a strip mall. Their entire menu is on a chalkboard because it changes every day. And holy crap, best gumbo I've ever had. Not best, like, but on par with, because it's like genuine Louisiana, because every gumbo is different.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And this was seafood gumbo, but it was amazing. Fresh shrimp, fresh everything. And it was great. And it was only like $10 for like, got gumbo and a side and rice. And I got these mustard greens, and it was like spicy and like, oh, it's perfect.
This is like torture.
I know.
I don't understand what are you doing.
I'm sorry. Right now? You talked about food your whole Louisiana trip.
I know that's true. Because I don't like to eat it.
But man,
if we lived in the South, we would die.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like you can only visit there for short
absolutely. Well, this I would eat at that barbecue place like every freaking day, dude. It's like, oh, I only have $5. That'll get me like a quarter pound of brisket, and then I just eat all those beans, dude. Yeah. Like, yeah. Heck yeah.
We would definitely die.
Cause unlimited beans, and you get like a quarter pound of meat.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
That's dangerous.
Dead. So but then having that Louisiana food on top of that was just like perfect. And then my aunt basically like this is the dangers of Facebook. She's like, oh, you're in Dallas, like when are we gonna meet up and have a meal? Like, I will meet you anytime. And I'm like, I guess I gotta do this. God bless my aunt, she's great, but like again, I'm very busy. Right. This is a very like, it's not a business trip, but it's like I have business. Like I'm not like, this is not a leisure. I got very set schedule. So Monday I wasn't doing anything. So I'm like, all right, Monday. So breakfast, there's a Cracker Barrel right next door to my hotel. So, and you got to have Cracker Barrel when you're
I don't know if you know this or not, but I've only had poor experience at Cracker Barrel, and I refuse to eat there now.
Why?
It was like on this tour with the Spivvies, and we ate all these different places, and the hands down the worst experience we had, worse than White Castle, was eating at Cracker Barrel, and we swore we'd never go back.
What, it was bad?
Yeah, it was bad. It was overpriced. The service was terrible, and the food was bad. It was the worst.
I thought it was fine.
I think we've all sworn a blood pact that we'll never go there again.
It's not. I definitely think it's a super overrated, but it was like for $8, I got like a ton of food.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's changed, and that was 20 years ago or whatever. But
I felt like it was a really good deal.
It could be.
The food's not like nothing. It's nothing special. I don't know why people go crazy about it. But I mean, it was. It was good breakfast. It was fine for breakfast food.
It's the only time I've ever eaten there, and I just know from then on, like
the biscuits were really good.
It might be.
And the eggs were fine. I had eggs. I had like their sample platter so I could have everything. Because usually you pick like one of the meats, but I wanted all the meats. And I wanted both the apples and their hash brown casserole. And so I got.
You said I'll take the lot.
Yeah. Well, then they had like this giant country boy one, which I wasn't going to do that. Because then I'm just like, because also I knew I was going to have barbecue for like dinner. So I like had to like kind of.
Gotta pace yourself.
Yeah. And like, so it was fine. But like, I don't know. I do think it's a little overrated, but I didn't have any issues, and it was good seeing my aunt. My aunt even brought up, she's like, I have never seen you twice in 1 year, let alone twice in like a few months. So this is kind of amazing.
Special occasion.
Yeah. So that was cool, and it's good seeing her. And
all right.
So the big one, there was a near disaster on WrestleMania.
This is the one that we all saw.
Well, all the indie shows were amazing. Saw lots of awesome stuff. Evolve was amazing. Kaiju Big Battle. So I met Kota Ibushi. That's the other wrestler I met. Got my picture taken with him. He's the other big Japanese guy. So freaking, Kota Ibushi wrestled a stuffed animal. It was amazing. The stuffed animal gave him a pile driver.
I do not understand.
It was like that doll match, but with a stuffed animal. It just shows you how good of a wrestler he is, because he's doing all those moves to himself, which is crazy. Because also, like
Python,
if you screw up, you could kill yourself. Like you could
pin yourself.
Well, like you could land on your own head. You could break your own neck. He gave him a turn. He gave himself a pile driver off the turnbuckle. Like, that's freaking nuts. So yeah, so Mania near disaster was, I guess again we're going out of order here, but WrestleMania, AT&T Stadium, 100. They advertise 101. They claim that there was 101,000 people. That's inflated. WWE inflates them. Right. Vince McMahon even says that's the entertainment purposes number, and so. But I mean, there was a ton of people there. I would say in the high 90,000s.
Crazy.
Because they had standing room, because they sell standing tickets, but half the standing people aren't even in the stadium. So there's like outdoor,
video? Just watch it at home.
Well, I guess they want to be part of the experience. Those tickets are only like $15.
All right.
My tickets were like $200 something. So this is where things got a little dicey. I get there because I'm like, because I tried to figure out based on previous manias like when to get there and what time the pre-show starts and things. And every year I have gotten there at around 1:30. Okay. They don't even open the gates until 3:30. So I'm fine with waiting 2 hours. And then once they open the gates, I've always gotten right in because I'm right up there. And then you get right in. New Orleans, I wasn't even right up there. And everybody got in like 30 minutes or less.
All right.
Levi Stadium, people did have problems if they got there later. But we were there at like 1:30 and we got right in. And then it's like you get to sit in your seat. You can get goodies. You can get snacks. You can walk around a little bit, get your program, get your souvenir cup. So I get there at 1:30. I get in the line because also I see that there's multiple lines. So I kind of scope the situation out. I notice there's a pro shop outside. So I go there and get my program. Okay. So I got my program. I'm already half of my souvenirs.
Ready to go.
I'm on one half there because I just got to get my cup. I'm good. So I got my program. I go back, scope it out, and they're like, oh, because on your ticket it says like your section, they had like letters on your ticket, and they're not for like inside section. That's what security line you can go in.
Okay.
So my ticket said section GHJ only, and so they're like, so I showed the guy, he's like, you need to get in this line because if you get in any other lines, you can't. They won't let you in those lines. I'm like, okay. So I get in these lines. There's like 3 lines like for our group, and then we're like, all right, well at 3:30 they're gonna let everybody in, it'll be fine. And I'm like really close up. Like I started seeing it like it's like going around all over the place, like just like because again, like there's 100,000 people, and so in our GHJ line is probably like 20,000 people.
Which is an insane number.
Yeah, and then you saw my picture. Yeah. So I take a picture when I think they're about to like open the gates at 3:30. So already I'm sitting out there for 2 hours, which is fine. And because that's what I'm making friends with people. I'm giving out sunscreen because I had brought sunscreen because it was like there's no shade, and like so. 3:30 happens and we do not start moving. Like nothing is happening. And I'm like, this is a little cause for concern.
Right.
And then 4 o'clock comes. I'm like, they're gonna start the first match, the pre-show match. The Ryback Kalisto match is at 4:30. There is a kid in front of me wearing a Kalisto mask. And he's like, Daddy, are we gonna make? Because then I talked to the dad, and he's like, we came all the way here they were from Canada.
Oh my god!
And he's like, Kalisto's my son's favorite wrestler. I really hope we got here early so we could make sure to get when we found out because they didn't say it was gonna pre-show match until like a few days before. So he's like, we weren't gonna get here this early, but when we found out Kalisto, they were going on first.
Make sure they got in.
4:30 comes. We have not moved. I start getting on Twitter trying to figure out what the frick is going on. Now everybody around me starts pulling. You can watch the pre-show on the WWE Network. People pop it up on their phones, and they're like, they're going. The pre-show starting. The stadium is. You can watch it. You can go back. It is 3/4 empty. Somebody jokes. I see a joke on Twitter. Ryback right now is performing. Ryback's performed to more people on Raw than he is right now in WrestleMania. And this kid has a meltdown. This poor kid
don't blame him.
Came from, and this dad, oh my gosh. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is horrible. And already I'm like, I'm getting nervous because it is 4:30. We have not moved. And I'm like,
are the other lines moving?
The other lines are kind of moving. people are coming in, but then people in our line try to go in the other lines and they tell him to go back. We won't let you in. He's like, you have to stay. And we're like, our section's not moving. What is happening? And then I start seeing some tweets. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Brian Alvarez from Wrestling Observer is in the stadium, and he's like, okay, so I'm getting two different lines here. One, the Wi-Fi isn't working, and the ticket scanners are malfunctioning. I'm like, how is AT&T Stadium have faulty Wi-Fi, and how do they not plan for something like this? There are people behind me that are from Dallas. See, Steve was watching. He says it was empty.
Yeah.
So people behind me are like, I come here. I am a Dallas Cowboys season ticket holder. I have been here many a time when there are 80,000 plus people in AT&T Stadium. We have never waited longer than 20 minutes to get in the stadium. This is insane. Like, people are kids are passing out because nobody planned to be standing in a line for 4 hours. Right. We should have been inside by now with our sodas and our hot dogs and air conditioning. Right. It is 85 degrees outside. Like, it's sunny. There's no shade. This woman behind me just started crying because she's like, I can't, this is horrible. I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? This is horrible. Because there are people, again, WrestleMania, it's not a normal show. There are people from all over the world. I'm talking to these Japanese dudes. They're freaking out. There's, again, tons of people from Canada. These English guys, these are English, hooligans. They are making plans. They're like, if we don't get in before Mania starts, that gate, it's going. They were figuring out how do we storm the stadium. And this one guy's like, there are 10,000 of us. We can just start going in. And I'm like, we are going in, because they're like, how much did you pay for your tickets? We all, none of us, this is crazy. So plans are being made. People are stuff is, I'm like, this could be really bad. Because people are watching on their phones. Again, the stadium is still half empty. The Divas match has started. It's 5 o'clock.
And you still haven't moved.
Barely. We've moved maybe 10 feet. And then Alvarez is like, so some of the sections, they're basically closed, the security, because apparently there was some security threat, unknown security threat. They're wanding everybody.
Okay.
Our section, there is one security line for 10,000 plus people. We are going at a snail's pace. Other sections are already they're just going right in. And we are losing our minds. People are begging the security guards. They're like, let us use the other lines. People are holding their tickets. See how much money? Come on. I'm trying to maintain my composure, but I'm like WrestleMania. It is now 5:20.
What time does the main show start?
6 o'clock.
Okay.
We've missed the Divas match. Now I'm watching. So they did this whole big thing where you guys were talking about the women's wrestling and all that. They have officially retired the word divas, which is a long time coming, because it was superstars and divas, basically implying that women are not superstars. Right. They finally are like, all right, we're getting rid of the Divas Championship. It's gonna be the Women's Championship, and now they're superstars. They're all superstars, which it's about freaking time. Right. So I'm missing this moment where they're debuting the new Women's Championship. I wish I could have been there. And people are flipping out. This kid in front of me is just done. This kid in front of me is done. He's ripped off his Kalisto mask. He's super upset because I think that's all he cared about. I really was getting the vibe that is all he cared about. All he cared about was Kalisto. There are other kids. Kids are just not having it, because imagine being in a line with your kid for 4 hours.
Absolutely.
So
not.
Parents are pissed. The English dudes are seriously they were 10 minutes away from storming those gates. They are trying to incite a riot. We went from let us in chants to just I cannot repeat these. They're filthy chants. Filthy. I had not heard words being used in these ways before. People are pissed. And so then finally at 5:30, I'm like, I'm like, come on. Like we are seriously begging the security people.
You've been there now how many hours? What time? You got there 1:30.
You know, we have been in this, everybody that I had been with, we had been in this line since 1:30 for 4 hours. Like this is, and I'm like, and we were all like just on the edge because I'm like, we cannot miss WrestleMania. We cannot miss WrestleMania. If I am not there when that pyro goes off, like bad things are going to happen. And like oh my gosh, like we were going crazy. And I'm just like, this is a riot. Like I'm going to be part of a riot. I'm going to be right there. I'm going to be right there. I'm not going to be afraid. I'm going to be leading because we were at the front of this line of like 10,000 people and they're taking our lead with the chants and everything. I'm like, I might get arrested because I'm like, I got to get in there. And like I'm trying to think in my head like what's gonna happen. I'm trying to think like my phone is rapidly dying. So I'm like, and I had this because my ticket is on my phone. I'm like, what happens if my phone doesn't work? I don't know my ticket. So I'm like freaking out. And then I'm like, but then I'm also like, should I text Phil? And I'm like, in case something happens, like I might be calling you like because I'm trying to think like because it was getting real bad. It was getting real bad. And we're still watching on the network. The stadium is still like half full. I'm like, Vince McMahon has to be just going completely insane.
Somebody lost their job.
Completely insane. Because it's like, why isn't my stadium full? What is happening? What is that? I need my 100,000 people. Damn it! Like I can just imagine everything that's going on right now. And so the British guys are just so close, just like on the verge of completely starting like a full on because and right when things are about to reach the tipping point at 5:30, security's like, use all the lines. And we're like, that almost made us more pissed off.
We could have been doing that all along.
Because I'm like, oh my gosh, we've been here like what? And they're like, we just got the word that you can do that. We're like, like people are just screaming.
So did you go to a different line or did you stay where you were?
Because we still were, because there's still just one dude at our section.
So did people from behind you come in front of you?
People started doing that. I'm like, I'm just going. Oh, that had already been happening, but then it turned out they had tickets for the other section.
Okay.
But that people were getting pissed off, and security would be like, no, they have tickets for these sections. Finally, when they said everybody use the lines, I'm like, come on, let's go. We started. I'm like, everybody just fan out because there's like 12 security lines, and so we just start fanning out, and then I get right in. But then
what time did you actually walk in?
But then at 5:35, I give the guy my ticket, and this is where we encounter the freaking scanners because he's sitting there. He's like, "Oh, this has been happening all day," and I'm like, I'm like, if you don't let me in right now, like bad. This came out of my mouth, and I was so because I'm like heat exhausted. I am thirsty. I'm like dehydrated. I'm starving. If I hadn't had sunscreen, I would have died out there. And I seriously told the guy, I feel bad now. I think I scared the crap out of this guy because I'm like, if you don't let me into the stadium, like bad things are gonna happen. Like I just flat out said that. And he's like, I'm so sorry. Like, this is horrible. This has never happened. And he's like, this is like a 16-year-old kid. But I'm like, if you do not let me in right now, like, bad things are going to happen. Because I'm like, I got to get my cup. I'm so thirsty. I'm like, I can hear the Dudley's music playing. I'm like, I'm missing the freaking tag team match. Like, this is crazy. This cannot be happening. And like, I'm losing my mind. And I was being, you would have been so proud of me. Because I feel like a year ago, like I would have hulked out at like 3 o'clock. Like
yeah.
Like I was it was like because my desire because I'm like I cannot miss this, and if I do something bad, because there were cops everywhere. I'm like I can't, and people I saw a dude get arrested, so I'm like because he was just completely flipping out. One of the British guys got arrested.
Well, of course.
And so I'm like, I can't get arrested. If I have to sit in jail during WrestleMania, that'd be like the worst thing that would ever happen.
It would have been a good story, but not that good.
So the only Hulk out I remotely had was telling this kid that if he didn't let me in, like bad
things are gonna scan it.
Like, he did fine. I swear, right after I said that, it finally beeped, and I'm like, and now at this point I'm like running because I'm like, I don't know where my seat is. I don't know what's up. Like I gotta hear music. I'm like, it is 5:40. And I'm like, I have 20 minutes to figure out where. I'm like, forget about getting food or drink. I just got to find my seat.
So you have to wait in line to get food.
The lines were just crazy. And so I get down to where my seat is, where at first I miscounted the rows, and there's a guy in my seat. I just shoved my ticket in his face, and he's like, "You want the next row down, man?" And then there are dudes in that seat, and they take one look at me and they get up.
Yeah, I would have at that point too.
And like seriously, it was like, because the party pass people will like migrate down to empty seats.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just like, so luckily that, because dude, if there had been any like pushback at all, like I would have gotten arrested because I was ready. I'm like, because I was just thinking this nightmare scenario because I had heard that like the party pass people sometimes try and get in people's seats. I'm like, if there's somebody in my seat, like, God help that person in my seat.
So what time did you actually get to your seat?
I sat in my seat at 5:45.
Oh my gosh.
Right almost at the end of the Dudley Boys Usos, the last pre-show match.
That's crazy. Over 4 hours later.
So, and a bunch of us are all in the same boat. Like this couple they come running down. The people that are sitting next to me, it's this couple from Australia, and they're like, what was that? We're just all like, oh my God. And they're like, and they were just like, I can't believe, like the woman was almost crying. Like, I can't believe we made it. Like, she was like, and we both kind of just share, we're like, what if we hadn't gotten in, like, and the husband, like, we're just like, I don't know what happened out there. Like, it was getting scary out there. And like, cause everybody, finally the seat things are filling up, right. And like, it was just a freaking nightmare, man. And so, long story short, WrestleMania was great. I mean, a lot of the mixed reviews on the show overall but I had fun watching it. I was entertained. A lot of surprising things happened. John Cena and The Rock both wrestled.
Wow.
The Rock had wrestling gear. Shawn Michaels had his wrestling gear on, which is crazy. But The Rock like kind of swerved everybody by insisting he wasn't going to wrestle, and then he did it. Wrestled. It was like a 7-second thing. He did his big moves, but he actually had wrestling gear on. It was pretty crazy. And then John Cena made a surprise return. Shaq was in the Battle Royal. It was like the Shaquille O'Neal. It was awesome.
That's weird.
It was also crazy because he went toe to toe with the Big Show, and it made me realize, like, oh my gosh, Shaq is ginormous. Because the Big Show was like 7'1", 7'2", and Shaq was like way bigger than the Big Show, and just tall and like overall size. Yeah. And so WrestleMania is in Orlando next year. Shaq and Big Show gonna wrestle.
Nice.
So that was kind of a whole setup for that. Got to see all my guys, Kevin Steen, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn. Ladder match was crazy. Got to see Shane McMahon jumped off the cell.
Whoa.
The top of the cell. That's like, he jumped off. It was like probably 20 feet. And that was legitimately scary because I'm like, if he misses that table, like I could see that there was like a crash pad under the table. I'm like, if he misses that table, like he could die. Yeah. And also his kids were there. Like he came out with his kids, and I'm like, having his kids there almost takes away from my enjoyment of this, because like his kids are there. Happened. Like if something happens and his kids are watching, like that's horrible. And but my seats were amazing. Saw everything. It's a whole other world being down on that level as opposed to the nosebleeds. Right. Like it's just a whole other thing. And that AT&T Stadium is just nuts. That screen is like the biggest thing in the world. They did Up Up Down Down, like the Xavier Woods has a video game like podcast. They actually got to play video games on the AT&T screen. So cool. It was awesome. But yeah, it was crazy. And again, Shane McMahon jumping off that cell. Watching a 46-year-old man jump onto a table was freaking nuts. Yeah, I bet you. So Mick Foley probably had a long talk with him but I think Shane McMahon. I hope he got a lot of money from his dad. for that.
I'm sure he's doing okay.
I'm sure he's doing fine. But yeah, that was pretty nuts. And being right there and seeing it all was just crazy. And
so you made it eventually.
I made it, saw the whole show. There was a point where I found a perfect opening for when oh, do we got a video? I just want you to see this real quick.
Is that him jumping off the thing?
Yeah. 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 Look at how high and I'm like right there.
That's cool.
Yeah. So that was pretty nuts.
All right, so
so the other thing that happened, thankfully, this Australia. So I did at some point. I'm like, because at first I'm like, I can't get up now. Like I can't get up. I cannot get up. But I really have to pee because I didn't have a chance. Because I usually pee right before.
Right.
Didn't have a chance to pee, and I'm really thirsty. I'm like, I got to figure out an opening. I watched the New Day come out, and then I'm like, I think that's all I need from this match. Because I don't care about the League of Nations. So the New Day, they came out in full Dragon Ball Z gear. Okay. And they have this whole gimmick where they have this cereal called Booty-O's. Because you're not booty because booty is bad. Okay. It prevents you from, and they came out of a giant box of Booty-O's. And it was pretty awesome. And then they had like Dragon Ball Z like pads and all this stuff. It was pretty awesome. And like all this other stuff. So I saw that, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to get up. I'm going to run. I'm going to go pee, and I'm going to get a soda, and I'm going to get a water. And I'm going to get my freaking souvenir cup. And I get up there. They are out of souvenir cups. And they're like, well, we ran out of those at pre-show. Why didn't you go in then? I'm like, because I was standing outside the building and freaking jerks. And that's when I kind of had a mini meltdown, and the lady felt really bad. And I'm like, I have to have a cup. I have to.
You always get a cup.
And they're like, and then she's like, I'm sorry. You can have a Dallas Cowboys cup. I'm like, I don't care about your stupid Dallas Cowboys. And then I might as well have said
yeah.
So then I had a freaking Dallas Cowboys cup and a water, and I'm like, all right, I guess I'm good. So I sit down, and the lady looks over, like the Australian lady who I kind of struck up a conversation with this couple. They're super nice, and she's like, why don't you have a souvenir cup? And I'm like, they're out of souvenir cups. She's like, they're out of souvenir cups. This is the last straw. Like she was genuinely super pissed off. She's like, no. She's like, you know what? She's like, I'm fine right now. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna find a souvenir cups. Like she's like, I'm on a mission. So she got up. She came back like a few minutes later. She's like, they had them at the gift shop. Here you go.
She got you one.
She got me a souvenir cup. She wouldn't let me pay her.
That's very nice.
Because I think she just realized we were all in the same situation. And then she's like, by the way, there's a WWE guy standing back there after the show, and I think we can to address our issues. And so she's like, we should all go talk to him.
Back from that.
Well, no. So what happened was, so then afterwards we go talk to WWE guy. He's like, all right, here's where you go on the website. The thing is, we will respond to every single thing, but we're expecting upwards of 30 to 40,000 complaints, just if you each based on families and whatnot, because so it will probably take a while to get back to you, and you're looking at either it's probably going to be free local tickets, but there is a chance, depending on the severity of the situation, which this is a very severe situation, seeing as how you guys missed matches, we might do seat upgrades for WrestleMania next year.
Wow.
Where I'm like, if I buy regular crappy tickets and then they give me floor seats, I'll be totally down for that. Because I'm like, what kind of seat upgrades? Probably floor upgrades. And I'm like, holy crap.
Cool.
But I'm also I wouldn't mind getting tickets to a Raw or something in LA or whatever. So, but I think I might wait. I might use this upgrade. Because that would be awesome. So that was WrestleMania. It ended up being cool, but it was by the end I was just done. And then I had to walk a mile to get my Uber, and then I went to this indie show, and I was just so I get to the indie show, and Rick the Sign guy is there again. He goes 50 WWE shows a year, but he was super cool. I hung out with him, and talked to him for a while, and then watched the show, and that was fun. Saw some guys I'd never seen wrestle before. They were Killer Elite Squad from Japan, and that was the main reason why I went to that show. Davey Boy Smith Jr., and who I also talked to at WrestleCon. But that was cool. But I was just so exhausted. Got home and slept for like 10 hours. And so the food was great. Hanging out with Jonathan was great. And just real quick, so we talked about the big question mark of my WrestleMania weekend going into it was that NXT show with Nakamura, my favorite wrestler, versus Sami Zayn. And it was sold out. Tickets were going on StubHub. The $25 seats were going for $200, $300, $400. The floor seats were going for like $1,000. Completely insane. Did you make it in? Chris Hayner is my savior. And he, everybody should go follow him on Twitter at Chris Hayner. Go to Zap2it, ZAP2IT.com. Look him up. He writes about TV and wrestling and all this stuff. He gave me his extra ticket. Nice. I got in. It was amazing. There were 2 times that I cried during WrestleMania in a happy way. Okay. One was when Sasha Banks came out, because Sasha Banks is like, there's this new wave of women's wrestlers that are kind of making it what it is, and why they finally stopped calling them divas, and they're bringing back. And she is like, she's amazing. She's the epitome of charisma. She's an amazing wrestler, and just watching her entrance, I get emotional because I'm like, they're doing it. Like, she's doing it. She's doing this, and she's making women's wrestling what it can and should be. And I just get really emotional about it because there was so many years where it was so crappy and women were treated like garbage, and she's so good. And she's so amazing. And every time, and just being there in person, so her cousin is Snoop Dogg, and he like rapped during her, he came out with her, he rapped with her. They had like freaking glitter coming from the ceiling. And it was like the epitome of like, I am awesome. I rule. And like, it's like a great wrestling entrance, and what a great wrestler. And then the match was amazing. She didn't win, but still, it was a great match. All right. So that's one. And then I held it together when Shinsuke Nakamura's music hit, because I hadn't heard it before, and I was trying to listen because it's new. And then he comes out, and because I didn't know. I'm like, are they going to make him do weird new mannerisms? Are they going to change his character? What is they going to do? He was doing his New Japan entrance like exactly. He's doing all this crazy, like, again, I've said, he's like if you mix Freddie Mercury and Michael Jackson mashed together into this crazy charismatic wrestler, and he's doing all his weird like dancing things, and he has this thing that he does when they announce his name. He grabs the bottom rope and he leans all the way back, like he does this crazy like leans all the way back, and it's just this crazy thing that he does. And I'm like, are they gonna let him do that? Are they gonna like what? And he gets in there, and then the spotlight hits him, and then he does it, and that's when I lost all, and I yelled, and the whole time I am yelling so loud that the crazy wrestling fans in front of me turn around, and they're like, "Whoa!" But the woman behind me is screaming. Everybody is going crazy. It's the craziest. I've been in a lot of things, and this was the best ever. It was amazing. And the match, that was a Tokyo Dome New Japan. That could have headlined. WWE let them do it because everybody was so worried, because Japanese wrestling it's again the strong style. It's way more dangerous. This is not something we're going to see all the time. And I knew that, but we got to see it that night where they beat the crap out of each other. And they left it all on the ring, and it was amazing. And it was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And it reminded me why I flew there, and it reminded me why I love it so much. And that's all thanks to Chris Hayner. Everybody at Chris Hayner.
Hayner.
Hayner. Thank you, Chris. Made my whole trip. And as I said, like I posted that ticket, and I'm like, because we talked about my mojo, and I'm like, my mojo is strong.
Yeah.
I did it. I freaking did it. It was amazing. And then I went to more wrestling this weekend. You went
to Lucha Underground again?
And I only had, because I have a couple theories as to what happened, because I made sure to tell like people that I saw there who I was, and that I didn't have tickets for this weekend. And then when I got home, I magically got an email saying I had standing tickets. So I don't know.
Who knows?
If one of them helped, or if it was just I got lucky, because I got standing tickets for this weekend, and I think for 2 weeks from now. And
this coming weekend too?
No, they're not taping this coming weekend. So I stood, but it was the first time I got to see Aztec Warfare, which is their version of the Royal Rumble, and it was amazing. I can't say anything, but if you look on the internet, you can find out what happened, and it was pretty monumental, and I'm glad I was there.
Sweet.
And then, because I'm so nice and I struck up enough conversations and she remembered me enough, the PA lady that handles the seating, because it was so crowded during Aztec Warfare, I didn't get picked to get brought back down to seating in the intermission. But the next time, that Sunday, even when I was in line, I'm like, hey, look for me at intermission. She's like, absolutely, you're good. So sure enough, she came up the stairs, went right to me, and she's like, can you get 3 other people, and I'll get you guys seats. So there was a father and son, and then there was another dude next to me, and I'm like, guys, you want seats? Let's go. And I'd already told them, like, get ready, I'm gonna get a seats. And I don't know if they believe me, because we've been talking, and I'm like, I'm gonna get a seats, I know what I'm doing. And sure enough, and they were so stoked, because we were all exhausted, because they both had been there Saturday and Sunday, and like we all just sat down immediately. It was like, oh. And then the one dude, he had come from like out of town somewhere, like he'd flown in, I think from like East Coast, I think, and he gave me these Lucha Underground pins as a token of thanks, because he was like, I didn't know if I could stand for another taping. I was thinking about leaving, and then he got to stay, and he got to sit, and it's got the mask and then the Lucha Underground logo.
That's cool.
And yeah. So, and it was a fun weekend, and we'll see. Next weekend I might have seating. I don't know. And I also I'm really good at I don't know. I really feel like I've hit my full level of people know who I am there, and I feel pretty good about it. Talked to a lot of people, had a lot of fun talking in line, hanging out with people. They do have a new system where they give you a number before you, like in the morning, when you get there and you're lining up outside. They do give you numbers now, so you can like walk around and leave before you have to come back when they actually open the gates. So I walked around a little bit. I went to the corner store and all this stuff that I normally wouldn't do, because you have to stand in that line. So it was fine.
I have the title for our show. This is Mr. Brendo's Wrestling Show. This is the beta test right here. Because you're like, I couldn't talk for an hour about wrestling.
I just don't think people would care.
I'm just saying, all you need is like a little piece of paper that you can nod for my head here, and then you can just do a whole entire show.
Well, if everybody wants to give feedback on that, I'll take it into consideration. Take it into consideration.
Okay.
But Lucha Underground was great. Real quick, we need to get through some stuff. So the lizard came back.
The lizard friend.
This morning, I wake up and I'm like, what's that on my Starman bag? And it's the little lizard, except he's way more docile. So I don't know if it's the same one or if he's older. I think
he came back to visit you, and he's old.
I think he came back to die. Because I seriously picked him up, put him in the pizza box, and then dumped him outside. And then he chilled outside for a little bit.
Yeah, he did. He came home to die.
Oh, well, I got him out of here. But this time I wasn't afraid, so you'd be proud of me.
Good.
So yeah, Lizard came back. And then second big thing that happened today. So my greatest dream that I helped make happen, April Richardson was on the Blaze.
Yeah.
And
with Lizzie and Kat.
And then Phil
Yeah, I got name checked.
Saved the episode. They had an audio issue, and Kat had emailed me, and then I'm like, you know who could do this? Phil can do this. And so I gave her your email, and then you saved the episode, and then you got name checked.
Yeah.
And Radio BrendoMan got name checked.
Radio BrendoMan, that's right. So hopefully they'll.
Well, they're gonna be at Palm Springs Comic-Con.
That's true, yeah. So they're really
Comic-Con Palm Springs. I did it again. Crap.
Comic-Con Palm Springs.
Well, if you want to see them and us and everybody and all the Benview shows, we're all gonna be there. Comic-Con Palm Springs.com. Get your tickets. That's gonna be August 26th through 28th.
And you should listen to the April Richardson episode of The Blaze.
Because it's awesome. Because they talk about Saved by the Bell, talk about 90210. April's amazing. They say Phil's name.
And it sounds pretty good.
It does. Phil did a really good job.
I think they say Vecchio.
They do, but hey, Ronnie Martin calls you Vecchio.
No. I mean, I've heard way less accurate. So, but just in case you get confused. All right.
But yeah. April posted about Roman Reigns during WrestleMania. April watched WrestleMania.
She might have seen you on there.
April's the best. Because I actually like brought Kat to the show that April was doing so we could both meet her. And yeah, so I already talked about that. But I want to give you a couple notes.
All right.
From the Radio BrendoMan where the Mandarin Orange show where you and Janelle, you guys did amazing. It was great.
Thank you. We had a lot of fun doing it.
It was a lot of fun to listen to, but you're talking about going to Denmark.
Yeah.
You didn't mention that like this would be the biggest thing for you. I'm like, why are you even not wanting to go to Denmark? Lego is in freaking Denmark.
I don't want to go to Denmark. I'm the one that came up with the idea in the first place of this trip. It's just expensive, yeah.
But dude, you can go to the freaking Lego factory.
Want to.
You can go to the original Lego Land.
Yes.
The Lego Land.
If we go, that is something
it's going to be a giant Lego trip.
Well, no, because the main
you want to bike everywhere.
Bikes. Yeah,
biking.
But we would definitely go to Lego
Land. You can bike to Lego.
Yeah. So definitely, who knows? I mean, again, it's a lot of money, so we'll see. We'll see what kind of magic my vacation pants can pull off.
Well, I think you would be also BrendoMan@gmail.com is our only email.
Yeah, I think I said like 8 different things. I
might actually. That did give me the idea that maybe I should just grab BrendoMan@gmail.com.
I guess because then once I said, I'm like, no, that's not right. What?
You were stumbling. You guys do vacation all the time.
Sometimes I have to remind Janelle this.
All the time.
Yes.
Even Janelle was like, Josh complains because she's like, most people only get 2 weeks of vacation. I'm like, yes, most people only get 2 weeks of vacation a year, if that. And you guys go on vacation all the time, so just
I know this.
Stop
I'm
it.
not complaining.
Stop it. Stop it.
I'm telling you, there are times when I've had to sit down and like list out, like just this week, we've done this, we've done that. Earlier last month, she's like, okay,
completely insane.
I feel like we're all going to go.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
Talk about some serious. You need to check your privilege.
But she does have a vacation blog now, so now it's all
I had one more note.
Okay.
But I don't want Janelle to get mad at me.
Okay.
I did find it a little bit interesting. Okay. I'm just going to leave it this, that she criticized Tina Fey for being critical of the breastfeeding thing.
Okay.
And then she immediately kind of guilt-tripped working parents.
Well, no, okay. Well, I will say this.
I'm just saying, like, being critical of some things and then, like, being mad that somebody was critical of one thing and then immediately being critical of another parenting thing. I
don't remember what she said about that.
Well, she said you should, like, she kind of criticized that both parents worked. Like, that maybe the dad should stay at home.
Well, I
have
that,
to like,
go back
parents,
and listen.
That parents should make sacrifices. I'm like, not everybody can do that. Just like not every mom can, like,
not everyone can. But I think,
and like trying to say that that's the way that people should do it comes off as a little judgmental. Just like you didn't like people being judgmental about breastfeeding.
It might. Okay.
It came off a little judgmental. Now you're getting defensive.
No, not defensive. But just to clarify,
not everybody. You have a very ideal situation that most people can't have.
Just to clarify, though, is that and I don't remember exactly how she stated it, but it made it sound like the thing we've come up against is that the stigma against a guy staying home.
No, but she was almost saying that there shouldn't be at least one parent at home.
Well, but again, I think that
kind of guilt tripping
that there could be more cases of that if there wasn't a stigma against a guy being home.
Yeah, but also if the guy doesn't want to stay home, then like if they can, or if like they're both at a place in their career where they don't want to give it up.
And that may be, but again, that stigma against a guy makes it much less.
Okay, I can understand that, but it also sounded like she was being a little critical of two-parent working situations.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and hear what she said, but I don't think that's necessarily.
It seemed like parents should make sacrifices.
Well, I definitely think parents should make sacrifices.
I do agree, but the fact that in most cases that's not going to be a parent at home. I think even especially today in the climate that we're in, that's very rare. Not that it should be the girl or it should be the guy. That there's any like a parent at home situation.
Yeah, I mean,
most people can't swing that. Financially. Most people because most jobs nowadays, like it's finding those like good jobs where you can support a single family. Those are few and far between. And where to make that amount of money, you have to have two people working, especially like if you want to own a house. I'm just saying like two people.
Well, again, I'd have to go back and hear what she said specifically, but I know that.
Well, she also saying that Tina made enough money that her husband could stay at home. And that it kind of implied that he should stay at home.
Well, but again, I think what her point is that it feels like a case where because he's a dude, he couldn't stay home because there's a stigma against that.
You don't know that though. But if he probably in his career was like, I'm doing this in my career.
Yeah, but there's how many? Think of
so
how
you're
many
saying that in any situation, regardless of it's a guy or a girl.
Okay.
We're running on time now.
I know.
But any situation where it's a guy or a girl, that if they make enough money, that one of them absolutely should stay home.
I'm not saying absolutely should.
That's saying kind of what
ideally, yes.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of what you were saying.
If it's financially feasible, yes, it's ideal.
But then if two parents are at a certain, like if their career are at a point where what if they just like they don't like what if they don't want to do that?
And
that's a call that everybody has to make, and everybody's
different. Have to make on their own.
I don't think there is any definitive like this makes kids this and this does this for kids. I don't think there is a definitive. Both of my parents worked.
No, it's not. I think maybe it got interpreted or maybe it came across wrong.
That's just saying what it came across as. I don't want to start anything.
But I think
that's why I didn't even have it on here.
But our big thing is just that
I just feel like
against a guy that a guy has to work or that a guy being home.
I'm not negative. Saying that. I'm not saying that's not what I interpreted at all. I interpret it as in general two parents working.
I know, but so this is because we've had this conversation about this specific thing. It's that she made enough money, and when she read it, it felt like he could have stayed home but decided not to because it's not cool for a dude to be home.
All right, I didn't get that from it all.
Maybe
from what
not.
She said.
And maybe that's not.
I got it from like I felt a little like you guys are like we're superior because this is our thing.
Just that,
right?
It's frustrating that there is this stigma that a guy being home is a negative thing.
I know, and I get that, and I totally agree with that. But that's not what I was getting at all.
Well, there's your.
And I also thought it was just a little bit like right after she took her to task for being judgmental of breastfeeding people, that she sounded judgmental of two working people.
Well, there you go. There's your clarification, because I know that's her stance.
All right.
I know that's my stance.
No, I understand. I agree with that stance. That's not what
because there are a lot of missed opportunities where, if someone could afford to, but they feel like, well, I'm a man, I shouldn't be home. It's unfortunate that that mentality.
But I also think, and not just men, but women. Also, they want, like, they're trying to find a balance because maybe they are in a job where they do, like, really love it.
Well, sometimes that's the case, but a lot of times I have talked to many men who, like, wish they could stay home, but feel like that makes them less of a man. They're not the in certain religious circles, as you know, that's
I 100% agree that that's wrong and that's bogus. But I just. Again, I was getting the impression that a two-parent working situation.
No, I don't think
that's what I was getting that vibe.
I don't think that's what she was trying to say.
Okay,
but
But I completely, but don't get me wrong. I completely agree that if a man wants to stay at home, he should be able to, and there shouldn't be a stigma against that.
It should be, again, like you said, it's up to it should be up to that couple and how do they want to work that out.
But I also don't think there's anything wrong with both parents working.
No, I don't think so either. And obviously, it's not feasible for everybody. Like you said, like different. Everyone's got a different situation.
You guys are very unique. Not you very unique, but pretty unique. And sometimes I think you don't realize it to the level.
I know, absolutely. I'm proud of being unique.
I know, but I was like just to Janelle thinking that she doesn't vacation enough sometimes. That's where I'm like, ugh.
Well, she wants to vacation more. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but then I don't know. I'm just trying to say, as an outside observer.
All right. Well, I think we're all on the same page more or less.
All right.
And we should move on to Book Corner.
Yes. Well, let's get through this now that we're running over here. I finished The Will to Whatevs. It was really funny.
Yeah. Very weird.
Yeah. I finished Designers and Dragons, the 80s. It was fun. Just again hearing those stories of these guys making these games and hearing the stories of all the games that I like, and it was really cool. And I am currently reading the complete book of screenwriting, and I'm also reading a book I got for $2 on Amazon. I don't think that deal's there anymore. Okay. But Sarah Benincasa, she's a very funny comedian, and I had first heard her on she was on a pod, like Kevin Smith had her on, like she's really good friends with Kevin and Jen, and that's where I first heard her. But then I heard her again on Pete Holmes. She's very open about her mental health issues that she struggled with when she was in the Agorafabulous comes from when she was in college. She suffered with a huge amount of agoraphobia where she didn't leave her house at all, and she wouldn't go into her bathroom because she convinced herself that her bathroom was a bad place, and she peed in cereal bowls.
Oh gosh.
And like it was really bad. But the way she talks about it is just so frank, and as somebody who struggles with anxiety and things, it's just so, if you have any, I guarantee you will feel better if you read this book, because having somebody just joking but also being completely honest and upfront about it in just like a very just frank and detrimental way is just so, it's almost a relief, because you're like, oh wow, like yeah, like okay. And also she's really funny and her stories are great, and she tells a lot of other funny stories, not even really, like she talks about like going on a trip, having a panic attack on a bus in Sicily. And you're Sicilian, right?
That's right. Yeah, because that is our.
Because she's of Sicilian, half Sicilian.
Well, yeah, that's one side of my family.
Yeah, because she's like Sicilian, and then her other half, I think, is Syrian. So it's like a mix, and but she talks a lot. She makes a lot of jokes about Sicily and how like Italians is kind of it's like the bad part of Italy, and
well, it is where like the mafia comes from. So,
and then like there's a lot of like even among Italians, there's a lot of racism against Sicilians.
Yeah, because Sicily is
close to Africa,
and there's a lot, so there's crossbreeding and whatnot.
Yeah. So I was kind of, and then I thought about you a lot. Sicily. But you've never been.
I never have. No, I would love
just her talking about it. Sounds kind of amazing.
Oh
place to go. And that's the land of the Vecchios.
Yes, it is. There's a lot of them out there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Smith, from what I understand.
Yeah. Well, that's like Brendan's in Ireland.
Yeah.
And Connolly's.
Yeah.
Because those are my names, my Irish names. All right.
So I finished Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and it was great. Very good. Like,
yeah.
Very, I mean, I don't know. I not that I didn't like the first two, but I feel like it's starting to like
dude,
up the
it
game
kicked it up a huge amount, right? Wait till you finish Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
Now I've just barely started Goblet of Fire,
dude. I don't know if you've even realized this yet, but they don't get to Hogwarts until like page like 300.
Yeah,
because they got the Quidditch World Cup and everything.
Well, and this one, even just the very, 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 very opening,
because it starts off he's at the Riddle
house and stuff. Yeah, like.
But that's like the first really huge background exposition that you get. That's kind of like really like it's kind of a game changer.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say like right off the bat, it has a really different tone.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Like
now
just from that opening bit.
Well, so. Coming out of Azkaban, like we find out that like Wormtail is alive and he's loose, and now he's gonna go off and find Voldemort, and then stuff. We've now like the game has definitely changed.
Yeah.
And like you said, right off the bat.
Yeah,
like,
it's just very like it basically like just that opening description was like a haunted house. Like
oh yeah.
A very like dark story behind it.
And it only gets it's like things really kick into high gear from here.
Yeah.
Like it really gets very exciting. Stuff happens. Stakes get way higher. I don't want to spoil anything.
Well, yeah, and like I said, I just started.
And this one's really good. But Azkaban, man, I love it. Love the movie. It's my favorite of the movies because that's when they, as great as Columbus is, like they needed for that change of tone. Picking Alfonso Cuarón was just so perfect.
Yeah,
and he really kind of, and then of course it was also the first one with Michael Gambon as Dumbledore because Richard Harris died, and then he would remain as Dumbledore for the rest of the series. And that also, but he kind of gave Dumbledore like the kind of edge. Even that had an edge to it. And then of course you have Gary Oldman as Sirius Black, who's just so.
Okay, so I do have one question here, and I guarantee you that I'm not the first one to bring this up. So this has probably been discussed ad nauseum, but they have like a time travel thing.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of a lot of things that have happened already that a time travel thing sure
as you said, they do. She does cover her bases really well with that, where she says like wizards have gone mad, horrible things have happened. If they do things, that's her kind of way of saying you can only use it for this very specific thing.
Still,
I know. It's been covered ad nauseum. But the thing is that they do say pretty specifically that like horrible things have happened if you try and really change.
Like Voldemort killing Harry's parents. They couldn't have just.
But then that would have caused a totally destroyed time. There's a reason why there's all kinds of protections and then they do close. Oh, I guess you haven't seen Looper, so this won't make sense. But in book 5, they basically close the loop on the time travel.
Okay.
They take it out of
play.
No
more time travel.
Like it's over.
All right.
But if you read it again, they are very like horrific things. You can't mess with time.
Well, I know they said that.
And that's their way of saying, because I think she already was like, okay. It is kind of a Deus Ex Machina.
A little bit.
Not to the level of the Eagles.
Well, and
it's not an Eagles level.
Way more so, because the whole thing of him at the end where he thinks he sees his dad that does the Patronus, and it's him. How was he ever there if he hadn't gone yet?
Well, that's where you enter the time travel paradox.
Like he wasn't there to do it in the first place.
Well, that's if you're looking at time in a linear way, but it's not.
Yeah, except that the way that the thing works, they have to get back into the line that like it is linear the way they present it, or she presents it.
This is where time travel. This is as soon as you introduce time travel.
And it's fine, and it doesn't. I mean, it's not like enough to ruin it or anything.
Super. I mean, but that's why I think that's why in book 5 she did immediately take because
people were just driving her nuts.
Because people were probably going crazy. Yeah. It's kind of like I mean, Lord of the everybody has these certain things because like Lord of the Rings, why didn't they just give the ring to Bombadil? Why didn't they give it to Gandalf? And they kind of gloss over it, but then they do. And then
in that it's the only person that's pure enough that wouldn't take it as a hobbit.
Yeah, but that's that still seems a gloss over.
That's the whole point of the
I guess.
And the Eagles one always drives me nuts.
But the Eagles is kind of
because they very clearly explain it. The Eagles don't want to fly over where they can get hit by arrows. They don't want to there's dangerous stuff for them. They only are helping.
But then they go and fight the freaking orcs, dude.
Only because they have to.
Dude.
They're called out.
They could have met the Eagles somewhere at a completely safe place, given them the ring, and just fly it over the volcano.
No, because even the Eagle King says he would have been tempted by it. And he's like, what's going on here?
They could have done, if you're at the point where it's like the Eagles.
No.
Come on, man.
See, that to me that works.
It's
well.
If you're willing to accept the Eagles, I feel like
I said,
the Time Turner.
It's not enough to ruin it, but
Time Turner. They're pretty. I think she's pretty set on horrific things will happen. They have happened. Maybe she could have gone a little bit more detail, but
Yeah,
whatever.
It didn't seem like anything too bad happened when they
saved the day. But that wasn't like a huge giant thing. That wasn't like a let's prevent Voldemort from ever
two creatures from dying.
Yeah, but that's a creature.
Well, and a person and a creature.
Yeah, I guess, but I still think that's not as monumental on a timeline as like James and Lily Potter, the death, and like Voldemort.
That's two lives they could have saved.
I think you need to read more, man, to get to the full.
Oh man,
I don't want to spoil anything.
Don't spoil it. But at this point, I'm just saying I did.
I agree.
And the biggest thing is just like, wait, how did he get there? It's like the keys in Bill and Ted's. Like, don't forget the keys.
All this. Trust me, if you want to go talk,
that's what I know. That's what I said. I know
this is the big thing in the Harry Potter universe.
In fact, it's the first thing I thought of. I'm like, what? No, and then I'm like, oh, this has already been covered. I've got nothing new to add to this.
I guarantee you. I've had this conversation
I'm
with
sure
people.
Of it.
Plenty of people are still having this conversation. Yes. Somebody on the internet right now is probably having this conversation. There's probably a whole subreddit. There's a Time Turner subreddit.
Oh, I'm sure there is. Again, that did not detract from my enjoyment of the book, but it just was. And I actually really enjoyed the whole bit of Hermione like getting all the classes and getting mixed up.
But as soon as I saw that was happening, I'm like, something's gonna happen with this Time Turner thing.
See, I didn't see it being as time travel when I was reading through it initially. I thought she somehow had a way to like double herself. That's what I thought was the explanation, because it's vague up until the end as to how she's doing. I thought she had a double that she created of herself to get around.
All right, real quick, we need to cover one more thing because we skipped it and I forgot to write it down.
Okay.
What's your Spirit Airlines tip?
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I've got one.
It's not just for Spirit, because this is kind of across the board now. Like most airlines, you have to pay to check at least a second bag, if nothing else, right?
Yeah.
So your problem is, you go fly out somewhere, like let's say you're going to WrestleMania or a big event, and you want to bring all this stuff home, and it's going to cost you a lot more to check that extra bag, whether it's your second bag or your first one, right?
You just bring the empty bag.
Well, no, it's not so much having the bag, but checking that extra bag is going to cost you that extra money. So we did this actually when we went to Montana, and we met up with Craig from the Res. What's up, Craig? And he was really cool, and he gave us like a bunch of jars of stuff, like jellies and jams and things that he had bottled, right?
Did you ship it?
We took it to a post office.
Yeah.
We compared prices and shipped it all home for a fraction of what it would have cost us to take the bags.
Well, I was going to do that.
In that situation, you just take that.
This is also where WWE is genius, because at Access, they had a FedEx station.
Oh, yeah. See? So you just take all that stuff home.
And also, it was right next to Rob Schamberger, who does the art prints, because already you're not bringing one of those art prints on a plane. But you can also ship other stuff.
Yeah.
And people were I saw a dude stuff like 6 replica belts and a bunch of other stuff into a box, because it is way cheaper than checking a bag.
Yeah.
And they know that.
Well, and if you got something heavy, then it's going to cost you more.
Let me tell you, all major convention centers, including a Comic-Con, that FedEx right there at Comic-Con is always hopping.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. But, just even in general travel, even if you're not going to convention
things.
And in fact, depending on how it works and how much you need your luggage, like you could even save money on return shipping, on return travel by just shipping it to you.
Ship your dirty clothes.
It would cost you.
Did you ship dirty clothes?
Oh, absolutely. Well, so he gave us all these jars.
Yeah.
And we wrapped them in order to keep them from breaking
in the dirty clothes.
Yeah.
It's pretty genius.
Yeah.
It's great. I figured that was your tip. I just wanted to tell you.
Yeah.
My tip.
Yes, you said you had one.
For Spirit specifically, because we had a little. I didn't understand what you were talking about when you So you said you would you did the computer thing. So you check in on the computer.
Right.
Then you went out. Then you went in on the thing, and then you had to wait in the line.
Right.
That's okay. So I figured that all out.
Okay.
If you don't have to check a bag.
Right.
You don't have to wait in that line.
Right, but
when you get to the airport,
bag, though. That's the thing.
But you were trying to say maybe you still do.
I just said I didn't know for sure. So
well, you don't.
You don't.
But my thing was on the way home, I didn't have access to a printer, and I was worried. But what I figured out, no, they didn't have a freaking business center at this extended stay. But what I had figured out on the way there, because I didn't know what to, I got there and I saw those terminals,
right?
Like the self-serve terminals, not where the bags are where you have to wait in line.
Okay.
It's just a self-serve terminal, and because you can check it. In theory, what you can do is you can check in on you check in. You definitely want to check in 24 hours because that's when you get the good seat. Because both times I did it exactly 24 hours when you can first do it, and I got an aisle seat both times.
Nice.
And so because you don't want to be in the middle on those planes, man. Holy crap! There's like no.
It's room. A little tight. You gotta be
super
able to
tight.
lean.
Yeah, it's super tight, and there's like you get like if the Uber drivers like they give you a seatbelt. And that's about it.
Yeah, maybe a pocket.
And then they charge you for you want water, that's like $3.
Yeah.
You want peanuts, it's $2. Yep. So they charge you for everything. And so my tip is I found out when I got there the first time. So I got there and I still because I just wanted to make sure because you kind of freaked me out. So I checked in on the thing there when I got even though I'd already printed out my boarding pass, I still checked in there. And then it's like, do you want to print your boarding pass? And I click yes, and it's free. And then you print your boarding pass there in the little machine.
Okay.
They do try to upsell you while you're on those machines. Like, do you want to pick a seat? Do you want the big seat for $40? Which on the way home, I think if they had offered me that on the way home, I would have done it because it's like a first class level seat, and it's only $40.
There's only like 4 of them.
And
on the
first
plane.
class on a normal plane is like so much money. So that's actually a good deal.
Yeah.
$40 for a first class basic. I mean, you don't get any like first class food, but it is a first class. It's 2 seats in a row. Yeah. The size of the seat, it is a first class seat, and so. Although first class now is kind of, I mean, they have like the sleep chambers and all that other crazy stuff.
That one time we got the upgrade,
that's
was like
freaking nuts.
Thing ever.
So I totally would have done that on the way home, but there wasn't any. But on the way home, I did get there. So I checked in 24 hours. You don't have to print your boarding pass when you check in. You're checked in. And then when I got to the airport, I went up to the terminal. There's never any lines for the terminals. Swipe my credit card. So they know that's how you know who you are. And then they printed out my boarding pass and then I went on my way. So you don't have to freak out about printing out your boarding pass. You can just do it at the terminal.
See, I feel like the one time that we showed up without it and like the printer was broken or something.
Well, that's where you might have.
And then they said like, oh, well, you have to pay if it's not working. And then we had to pay them.
Well, that's bullcrap.
So it's good, but just be aware that it could.
This one's there's like 8 of them, like in this airport. Like,
well, yeah, it depends because if I remember correctly, it was at like a small, like I'm trying to think of when it was.
I guess it was a small airport.
I think it was when we flew up to San Jose or something like that. Okay. So it was like a small airport on the way back, and that was the one actually when we wound up having the wrong flight time back anyway. So that was a big old miss.
Well, I would try to print out your boarding pass, but if you can't, I wouldn't stress.
Yeah.
Also, my other thing again is. They never even measured my backpack. So as long as it's on your back,
wearing it, I don't think they care.
And also like I put mine in the overhead bin.
Yeah, you can do that. I
had thought like the way you made it sound like I had to put it under my seat.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it kind of depends.
If you get there,
if you get there and you can get it up there.
I totally put mine right in the overhead.
Because it also depends on if you're being cool. Because I saw guys like, oh, and then like, sir, you paid for this over, like that kind of thing. So you gotta like read the room.
Both times there was nobody monitoring any of that, and I just put them right.
Well, you know what I mean, like where there's a guy that's trying to shove it in and can't get in, and like, oh, I got my thing up here, and then there, if you're, that's what I mean. If you're cool and you I just
went plop and
because I used it for my breathing machine. I stuck it up there, and no one asked.
So I stuck on the way home. I stuck my backpack and my program.
But I feel like if you've got it on your back, unless you've got like a metal frame backpack or something, you're golden.
Because I had mine pretty stuffed, and on the way home, I was carrying my program because that's like you get a book, and then I stuffed my sweatshirt and my WWE book and all my clothes and all my other stuff in my backpack, and one time I've had my deodorant taken away. They didn't do that this time at the TSA, and I didn't have my sunscreen taken away, which that's also been taken away before. Yeah. But I think the sunscreen was small enough. Isn't it like how many ounces?
I think it's like 3 or 4.
Because my sunscreen was 3.5 ounces.
Yeah, I think if it's close enough.
But my deodorant has been taken away, and because I'm like, it's a all. And also, here's the thing. This is always the joke. I mean, I've seen this on Facebook before. It's like, okay, so they're taking it away because it might be a bomb. Like that's basically what it is, right? And then, so what do? They dump it in a trash can
right there
with all the other potential bombs.
Yeah.
Like what? It's stupid.
Well, I think the idea is that it's not so much it's a bomb in and of itself, but it could be an element or a component of one.
Still stupid,
but
and dumb. It's just because one freaking idiot does that, and then again, there's a lot. I could go on a whole rant about all that. It's freaking ridiculous. All right, do we want to do a lightning round here?
Well, depends on how lightning you can be.
Where are we at? Oh, we should probably stop. Crap.
So pick. We already talked about your W, so pick like 2 shows.
11/22/63 is over, and I went to Daily Plaza.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was real creepy being there, especially watching the show, but just being there. The place. I don't really believe in bad vibes or any of that, but like if any place has it, it's that place.
Eerie.
It's really creepy. And there's like an X on the ground, like where it happened. And part of me at first, I don't know, it was just weird. It was just really weird. And and then seeing it all, and they filmed it there. But then I also realized how much they had to. And the Uber driver, one of the Uber drivers, I asked him about. He's like, "Oh, that day sucked because they shut down that whole area because it's like a major busy place. But because it was like if you watch on this because they shut it down completely. It's like that was a big pain in the butt day. And so I was asking about that, but. Holy crap. So it ended exactly like the book. I mean, yes, they took a very roundabout way of getting there. They did some crazy things, but it ended exactly as the book ended, and it was great, and I enjoyed it, and everybody should watch it, and I thought it was really good. And real quick, I'm going to cheat here. Oh my gosh, there's so much good stuff. The D&D episode of the Goldbergs was amazing.
Yes, it was.
Stand by Gene, because I had heard about Stand by Gene like over a year ago. They had announced that they'd done the table read. It might be in my top 3 episodes of all time.
Bob's Burgers is amazing.
Two-Butted Goat.
Two-Butted Goat.
And there's a freaking Two-Butted Goat song, and it was amazing.
Yes.
And then Last Man on Earth. Yes. These last 2 episodes.
Spoiler alert, I guess.
Amazing. Well. Now we know because I was trying to figure out why he had the half beard and hair.
Yeah,
because Will Forte has been walking around in public like that for a while, which means it was in multiple episodes. Yep. And we're just like you and I spent a little bit of time trying to figure out like what?
How did this happen?
And now we know, and it was amazing.
Oh my gosh,
it's so good. It's the best.
Every episode is the best episode.
So good.
It's so just trying to be crazy. We have to wait another week to see it again.
It's so good. And Bob's Burgers is great. And Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is great. And there was a New Japan pay-per-view, and it was great. They had like 5 title changes. Like it was crazy. It was everything I thought was going to happen in WrestleMania, but didn't happen. And so if you're looking for that kind of stuff, watch the newest New Japan pay-per-view. It was nuts. And then what the heck is Flapjack?
Okay, well, so I picked,
is that like a kid's show?
It is. Misadventures of Flapjack, Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack. It's fantastic. It's sort of like a mix between Ren and Stimpy and Adventure Time, and it's great. I'm watching with the kids, but it's like it's not quite as edgy. That's a little edgy, but it's not too edgy. But it's really weird and awesome. Brian Doyle Murray is the voice of the pirate captain. His name is Captain Knuckles.
Okay,
and it's great. And Flapjack is his the cabin boy that follows him around, and they live in the mouth of a whale. So that's the.
Audrey's not scared of that.
She's okay with it because it's really weird.
The whale thing.
I think so. I think we're okay. So real quick, I saw a new movie. We went and saw The Boss.
Yeah.
And it was really funny. Good. Great if you like Melissa McCarthy.
Did you go to New Harkins?
Yeah.
Are we ever going back?
No, I don't
to
think so. I don't know how you can go back.
It is cheaper.
But they got the kid thing, and they got recliners. You can pick your seats,
and those recliners,
and it's amazing.
I'm still worried that I'm going to fall asleep in that theater at some point.
It's so comfortable, and I love that you can tweak it.
Derek said he doesn't like those theaters because he will fall asleep.
I haven't yet, so all right, that's what I picked.
All right.
I think it's time.
Oh yeah. Well, real quick.
This is the big one.
Stardew Valley is amazing. Fallout 4 expansion, amazing. And then the big one, the thing that everybody's been talking about, the internet's a buzz, and you're downright obsessed with.
Yeah.
Meet Tomo.
Yeah, Nintendo's app is out.
And it's just it's a me, and you just give Nintendo all your information.
Just get all your info.
They just ask you questions and you answer them about everything in your life. You want to know. And like we're all just voluntarily giving up all this information.
And in return, they give us virtual coins and
you get coins, and you actually got the reward. I'm like 5 coins away.
I've already gotten so much that the first reward, the big one that I wanted, was the My Nintendo Picross. I know Josh says Picross, but I have to say Picross. It's in my brain. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
Pick like a picture.
I know, but I still Picross. I think of like, I don't know. It's what's in my brain. I'm gonna say it.
All right.
Probably Picross is correct, but still,
that's fine. You learned it by reading, and I can't judge you.
It's very, very similar to the Pokemon Picross as far as the interface, but it's Legend of Zelda, you know.
But this one, you don't have like the timer system and all that, right? Because
there is a timer still.
Do you have coins?
No, not like that.
That whole thing is
right. It times like the levels.
No, I know that.
Yeah,
but it's not like where you got the freaking.
No, I blasted through the main levels, every single one of them, in like 5 hours in one shot. Like,
oh wow! So you really
I just stayed up that night, and just boom. They've got the mega one, they have the regular ones, and then they have like the mural one kind of thing. So they have
power-ups like on the Pokemon one?
There's like just one basic power-up you can choose whether or not, and it's like a cross one.
Okay. But it's not like the Pokemon.
It's not like where you have like all the different things. Then you also have like the blue where it does that. That's an option. But those are more just you toggle them on and off.
Okay.
It's not because the Pokemon uses that so that you want to pay to like rejuvenate them wherever.
Again, all their
this one you can pick it all up. They don't have like the squares and the different shape reveals and the time things, and there's not as much like there's not again you're not buying coins or trying to earn stuff to unlock, so that just it's much simpler, but it's fun. So if you like that, and it's really good, and it's all Zelda themed, and it's great. So that's that. That was free.
So that's that. Well, it's time. It's time. It's Marmaduke time.
All right. So let's see. Let's see what we're at here. I don't know.
Last time you did a special newspaper.
Yeah, we did a special newspaper one,
which was really dumb.
It was stupid,
and it had the stupid letter, which was even more stupid.
They were mean to him though, so it was that. But it was like
they were mean. But this being mean to Marmaduke, I'm very aware of this now.
So this one, all right. Marmaduke is tied to a tree and he's eating his bone. Crunch smack. Looks like he's doing all right. Then this little like yappy dog comes up.
Horribly drawn yappy dog.
I don't know.
It looks like a scribble.
A poodle or something. I can't tell. But a little yappy dog.
When I was in art class, we did these things where we just did these like line scribbles to make little people, and that's what that dog
looks like. That's what it looks like. So the little yappy dog comes up and says, "Rough." And Marmaduke looks at him. And then Marmaduke says, "Woof," big angry woof, and drops his bone. And then he chases the dog around the tree. Woof, woof. And it goes and it kind of, the rope, keeps going around the tree and tightens it up so that he's up close. And now the dog looks like a cat in that picture.
Yeah.
Like, what is that drawing there?
I have no idea.
But then the other little dog looks all smug and goes up and steals his bone.
So we're back to this.
This is just like, dogs do things.
This is dumb.
Dogs
We're back to dumb.
Yeah.
We're back to Marmaduke as a dog.
Yeah, that's just Marmaduke as a dog.
Marmaduke's a big dog.
And he dropped his bone and another.
What do you think? You think he like the what's the author's name again?
Brad Anderson.
I think Brad Anderson like perked up a little bit.
Maybe, yeah.
He got back together with
he had a good date that weekend.
Got back together with his wife or something.
Yeah. That's it.
Realized he didn't want to jump off a bridge.
He had his It's a Wonderful Life moment, and
we'll see what happens.
I don't know. That could also just be a distraction. Maybe like his publisher's like, dude, you better give us a dog just chasing a bone thing.
Like, or what you're are you doing?
Enough of this dog torture and existential
Humans
crisis.
Are the real animals.
Yeah.
Which at that we were ready to call that was the real moral of the story. But now I'm back to like, I don't know.
This is now I think though this is just the publisher like, just give me a dog chasing a bone. I don't care what happens. Nothing happens, that's fine. Give me a dog chasing a bone. That's what we want to publish.
We're at 2 in a row with like no punchline.
Yeah, I mean that's not even a joke. Literally, the one dog tricks him to drop his bone and then steals it.
That's it.
There's no joke involved there.
Marmaduke's a big dog.
Marmaduke's a big dog and a little dog steals a bone from him. That's no joke. Dogs do stuff.
Yeah.
It's Marmaduke.
I mean, that's kind of a letdown.
I don't know. But in a way, that's how we started out with this. That's what we thought it was going to be.
All right. Well, You can always check everything out at radiobrendo.com. Thank you guys for listening. This has been Mr. Brendo's Wrestling Show. Be sure to get your tickets to Comic-Con Palm Springs.
Ooh.
Almost.
ComicConPalmSprings.com.
ComicConPalmSprings.com. BenviewNetwork.com for all your Benview Network needs. Oh, also putting in the panel submissions for Comic-Con. I just got that email.
Oh, nice.
So you're going to have to send me the description that you put for the
podcast Advocates. Yes, I will do that.
So, because I want to go for that again.
Yeah. I think that might be our ticket in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll have to go for that.
Yeah.
Well, anything else?
Thanks for listening. You guys are awesome.
Oh, at BrendoMan on Twitter.
Yeah. Write us in a letter.
Write those letters.
Buy the correct email address.
Stuff. And we want to know who the camping hiking guy is.
Yeah. Tell us what your trip is. You assume guy because it's guy clothes.
Or girl. It was guy clothes.
So I think that's safe.
Maybe girl with guy clothes.
Could be, I suppose.
Boy shorts. People
could be.
I think it's a guy.
Regardless of guy or girl, we want to know about your trip. Could be a guy going on a trip with a girl.
Yeah. Oh, that last thing on my notes on my Darren Orange show is to tell Janelle that Total Divas is still totally a thing.
Oh, okay. Was she unclear as to that?
Yeah, she didn't know if it was still on.
Oh, okay.
Because now they're on like their 6th season, I think.
It totally is.
Totally
is.
It's
not going to be called Totally Divas anymore now?
No, those are still. I guess they're still calling those ones divas.
They're okay with being divas.
I guess they're okay.
On a reality show. Like,
yeah,
I think
that's okay for them being divas. But this new wave, I don't want to say generation because they're of similar ages than some of these girls. But wave, they're women's wrestlers. They're all superstars.
That's good.
And so you still have these total divas though, and they're still doing. But like a bunch of them aren't even wrestling anymore. Like neither of the Bellas are wrestling anymore.
They're just on the show.
They're just doing the show. And then they're bringing in some new people for this new season because they want another wedding because the reality shows love weddings.
Oh, yeah.
So they're bringing in Lana, who is about to get married to Rusev.
They can find someone that's pregnant too. That always works in their favor.
Well, Brie might be getting pregnant at some point.
You think they like pay him off to like, hey,
Brie's basically retired. I think she is retired.
I bet they do. I bet they pay him.
Well, they pay for that when they to entice. They basically got Daniel Bryan and Brie to get married when they did by saying they will pay for their wedding. Yep. That's how they got because they were gonna wait to get married and they're like, we'll pay for your wedding if you get married now. I know you. They gave that same offer. They're like, hey Lana, you want to be on the show? We'll pay for your wedding. Boom, done. Yep. And then Miz's wife, she's back in WWE to be on this show. So Miz is like, hey Miz, you want your wife back in WWE? She got to be on Total Divas. Boom. So now she's on it. Yep. And and then they got rid of some people. They cleaned a little house. Oh. So they bring in these people. They got rid of some of the older people. They're bringing back Naomi into Total Divas. I don't know. That's a lot of Total Divas talk. I don't even watch it. I don't even watch Total Divas. I'm aware of what's going on in the Total Divas universe. But it was cool being able to talk to Janelle about wrestling. Like I never, in my wildest dreams, thought I'd be able to talk to Janelle about wrestling.
That was pretty great,
and that was really fun. But it's on E if you want to watch it. It's a pretty big show for them now that I think the Kardashians is still a thing, but I feel like they're waning as far as because they used to have like 3 different shows, and now I think they only have the one show. I don't know. So radiobrendo.com, BenviewNetwork.com. That's going to do it for this week. So for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. It's a big episode for us.
My favorite.
What if people revolt?
I think they'll be okay.
2 hours. How dare you?
My favorite of the Brendo AI was at the end when you came back in like, for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creecy. Have a good one, everybody.
So stupid.
Because I couldn't have us like, I didn't want to like steal your sign off. And then I was like, I know exactly what I'll do. The funny part is like Janelle was like dying because as we're doing it, I was just like, oh, tell me, I'm Brendo. And I just did it like live like that. And then I went in and manipulated it later. And she's like, this is the stupidest thing. I can't believe we're doing this. Hello. Yes, Phil, it was really funny. And I was just You need to stop.
Did you use the vocoder?
Yeah, well, but I had to like lower the pitch too because you could tell it was me with the vocoder on.
Yeah,
it just sounded like me, so I lowered it like a couple decibels.
Pretty awesome.
A couple
change
pitches, yeah, a couple notes, whatever. And then I put the vocoder on there because otherwise it just sounded like me.
Look at all that stuff, man. There's so much stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you could do it. I could show you how to do if you want to make Brendo AI right now.
I don't want to do that.
You could do your entire Mr. Brendo's radio show or wrestling show.
I haven't watched all of Raw yet, but I saw the Bullet Club clip. Yes.
And you could like interview people, but it would just be you, like Phil Hendry style, and you could just put a vocoder on them.
Like pretend to be a wrestler.
Oh, those guys suck. Yes, they're good. And
but even then, that's still every wrestling show where it's two dudes talking about wrestling.
Yeah, but it would be like
I don't want to be
arguing with yourself.
That's too much work. Still at Benson, but it's not Benson. But it's not Benson.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, just do it. Yeah, and just like modify your voice so it's talking to Benson.
But even then, we still don't want to do it because we lost our hook, which was talking to those wrestlers. We were being incorporated into an angle in that wrestling thing, and that's gone, man.
Because they're not. But isn't there another one you could find? I thought there was like a Palm Springs one or something.
They're out in 29 Palms, and we got in on this one. It was ground floor because they were just starting. They didn't have any. All these other ones, they've been around forever. They don't need.
Is the 29 Palms one? Like,
yes, they've been around for a long time, and I don't want to go out to 29 Palms is far.
Half an hour.
It's an hour.
It's like 45.
It's an hour. Palm Springs is 40 minutes. 29 Palms is an hour. I've mapped it. I've timed it. Yes, don't do this.
Still an hour. That's not any worse than driving to LA.
Ugh, that's the wrong way.
Plus, there's no traffic.
I don't want to drive out there.
And you can date shake.
Driving out to 29 Palms is scary.
Date shakes.
No, I don't like date shakes.
You don't like date shakes?
No.
You got ostrich burgers.
Ostrich burgers are fine. I'm not going out there.
You can see the Pee-wee dinosaurs.
I can see those. That's way less driving than driving an hour.
I'm saying you see it on the way.
Pee-wee dinosaurs are like 25, 30 minutes away.
That's good
29
stuff.
Palms is an hour away.
That's good stuff.
You want to know what's funny?
What's that?
The other night, we got our like thing. I'll leave this on the pro show because it's funny. I left the camera on again.
Did you really?
But then I realized I did it. But then I had to put my shirt on because I didn't want to pop in front of the camera with my shirt off. So then I turned it off. But I did leave it on for a little bit.
I'm super excited. I'll try to send it to you tonight. If I don't get it tonight, I'll get it out to you tomorrow.
All right.
I just want to finish doing the pass on it.
All right.
But I'm super, super excited about it.
Cool. I'm excited. Well, good night, YouTube, and good night, Steve.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for hanging out. See you guys later.